Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Matt Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here, oh, look at Nussflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Ken. Kenny Ken wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donuts Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Ken, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97. Home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado Custodian, Billy Friedrich. Those one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, when we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. There's a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Thursday, June 5th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. We have a game popping off here in 10 minutes. Let's get right to the capping, and then we were going to go through all of the comments here and rock with you guys. Another great day yesterday. So 6-3 plus 2.75 units. Tuesday, 8-4 plus 3.78 units. We are now 14-7 plus 6.53 units here to start the week, which is great because last week wasn't a winning week, and it broke our streak of 8 straight winning weeks. So it's great. This is all positive. I've been copying and pasting. We have Stacks play of the day number 1 here. We have Bobano, who will be on here shortly. We'll hear his look on the game. We have 9 minutes before first pitch, and there's no need, and I'm saying this for myself to hear, just to stay calm. I need just to stay calm. Jacob says, are we going first 3 under 2.5? I don't plan on it at this point, but we will discuss. First off, we have Stacks play today number 1 to get us rolling. A quiet mic today, is that right? Shoot, let me just make sure. Check. Okay, I'll just speak louder. I mean, but thank you. Please let me know everything that's going on. So here we go. Let's roll. We have Stacks play today number 1. It is Olsen RBI. Matt Olsen RBI for our guy Justin McKelvey. Let's hear the Stacks intro. And let that money come our way, and it's been coming our way. Let's get it.
Stacks.
All right, let's get into the weather here again. 8 minutes till first pitch. If we want to move, we're going to be fine. 76 Fahrenheit in Hotlanta. Feels like 81, 3.6 miles per hour in. It stays like that throughout the game. OLD says Olsen has been good to us. Let's take a look at Truist Park. Minus 5% overall. And a big thank you to our guy Spooner, who will be joining us. We have a special guest, Troy Torrance, joining us for the Yankees game as well. But here at Truist Park, minus 5%, plus 1% homers, minus 14% doubles and triples, and plus 1% singles. Derek Parra in the house. Free bands play today. Is the Yankees on the run line? I'm going to copy and paste all of that. But let's stay focused here with Brandon Pfaadt. My guy Pfaadt came off getting lit up and smoked in his last start. And I'm honestly not entirely sure how to handle it. You know, it happened at home where he has been better than he's been on the road. I mean, he's got numbers that really don't reflect what he's done this year. 5.05 ERA, a 1.32 whip. He got lit up. He didn't get a single out. 6 hits, 8 earned runs. On the road, he's allowed 21 earned runs over 32 innings. He's allowed 11 home runs. He's only allowed 1 home run at home, and he didn't allow a home run, getting popped for 8 earned runs. Lefties hitting 270, 801 against him. Righties 273, 823. Then we have Grant Holmes on the other side, 3-4, 3.78 ERA, 1.17 whip. He's been very good this year. Very good. 5 2/3, 6 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 9 strikeouts, and a 5-1 loss at home versus Red Sox last out. He's been great at home. Now he's got consecutive home starts. The problem here is just simply, what the hell's Pfaadt going to do? What the hell's Pfaadt going to do? You know, that's the question. And it's an important question. And maybe we have just a man to answer that question here shortly. Lefties hitting 205, 623 against Grant Holmes. Righties 206, 736. Strong splits. Now, the Diamondbacks are raking against righties right now. 271, 814 OPS last 30 days, while the Braves are just 254, which is a fine average, but only 699 OPS. They have no power right now. They have a huge bullpen advantage. Joe Yurkovich says bounce back for Pfaadt. You know, that's what I would be expecting and feeling here. So let's touch on the line history and the cash flow, and then bring on our first guest. Again, we still have 6 minutes if we want to move on this game, a move I have not made yet. There's a big move towards Grant Holmes. Now, he opened up at minus 131, and he got up to minus 165 at 9:45 this morning. 165. So he's back at minus 146. We have 19 cents of buyback, but we still have a 14-cent move towards the Braves. The first time that there was buyback, it came right back. It came right back to a huge line. So it's very interesting. The initial move was immediate, towards the Braves, towards Holmes. From a total standpoint here, we have a 9. It's minus 109 to the under. This opened up at 9. It went up to 9.5, and then back to 9. But we still have had 4 cents of movement, towards the under, despite it moving up to 9.5 for a little bit. So it's an interesting market here. One I'm not very comfortable with. And you guys know that I'm a Brandon Pfaadt backer. Let's just take a look at the board here for cash flow information. We have 65% of the tickets, 67% of the cash on Atlanta. Line moving in their direction. Clear. 76% of tickets on the under, but just 52% of the cash on the under. That is our setup. Let's hear from our special guest on Thursdays, the star of our Thursday shows, coming to us from Hamilton, Canada, Canada's black and yellow steel town. Our guy, Mr. Ian Cameron, to the telecast. Bobano, how are you, my man?
Very good. Excited to be here. And like I said, we got some day baseball.
We do, and and this is now becoming a consistent thing for me. I've been much more hesitant to move on the first game than in the past. I guess I'm just not reaching for the action as I'm on a pretty good run over the last couple months, but maybe you can find an angle, and no pressure to do so. We just need to give the information to our guys. So take it away. Diamondbacks, Braves, first pitch in 4 minutes.
Yeah, I like over here. He got shelled by the Arizona Diamondbacks in his first, actually just faced them, Grant Holmes. I'm not a big Grant Holmes fan. I don't know how he's given up like 1, 2, 3 runs in most of these starts. I don't get it. I don't think he's that good. I think he's going to get hit as the season goes on. And I think there's a good chance it could happen here. He gave up 6 runs in just 5.2 innings facing Arizona just a couple months ago in late April. So, there's obviously success that the Diamondbacks have had against Grant Holmes, and now they get a chance to see him for a second time. I don't love what I'm seeing either right now from Brandon Pfaadt. He's given up 8 runs in 11.2 career innings against Atlanta. That's nothing to write home about. He got rocked by Washington in his last start, given up at least 3 runs in 4 straight starts. If he gives up 3-4, and you get 3-4 minimum at Atlanta, I think Arizona's capable against Holmes. There's your chance to get the 9+ you need here as far as the over in this game is concerned. So I'm willing to take that chance. I know I was on over in Pfaadt's last start. I think it's worth a shot here. I think Pfaadt is good, and he will eventually find it again. But, right now until I see him find it again, I don't mind looking at an over in his starts at the moment. So, yeah, over 9 minus 105 for me.
Bobano over 9 minus 105. We have others rocking with the over as well. Justin McKelvey rocking with the over. We have Braves backers and stacks play today being Olsen. I'm off of this spot. I don't feel comfortable with it. Lucas Ryan on the Atlanta team total over. Joe Yurkovich on Atlanta, Arizona first 3 under 3 at minus 125. So we have a lot of action. Dav Fenn on the Braves first 5 at minus 140. Billy Friedrich says Pfaadt is a better pitcher than Holmes. I mean, certainly if there were 2 pitchers available and I could either have Pfaadt or Holmes on my team, I would take Pfaadt. But you have to be concerned with what we've seen of late. Chosen one says
what I don't like is no strikeouts in 2 of the last 3 starts. I don't like that. That's a guy that's capable of getting swings and misses, and that's alarm bells going off when I see that.
Yeah, no, I hear you guys. I hear everything that I get it. Not going to be moving for me. Wine time, though, the first one to hear the other side of the fence. Wine time on the under 9 here at minus 110. Mally Mal on the Braves minus 1.5 first 5, and the Braves team total over 2.5 first 5. There we go. Mally Mal also on a Cunha Baldwin hit parlay. So there we go. That's game 1. It pops off in 1 minute. We'll be able to live bet it if we so choose. And Bobano, you kind of had a little bit of an early hole to start the year, and you've been climbing out of it with aplomb, and it's great to watch. You put on a clinic last Thursday here on the show, and we'll discuss that a little bit in a little, almost right away here. But you did go 1-0 in MLB, but it was the NHL clinic that you put on that was spectacular.
That was spectacular. Yeah, it was pretty good. I think we pretty much nailed that game. Which one was it again? It was Edmonton, Dallas. That's right.
Yes, game 5. Game 5, yes, and we'll go over all of that. But we have to do, not have to do, we want to do. Shout out to all of you guys joining us. It was a magical hockey game last night that we're going to be discussing here shortly. Truth teller,
we got the shirt going. There we go. Yeah,
beautiful. Yeah. We got Gorky. And I copied and pasted the action as much as I could. We got Lamont Williams in the house. He's got a max bet for NBA. Thank you for sharing that with us, Lamont. Truth teller. I know you got paid in full with the Oilers last night. I love to see it. Billy Friedrich, pig milk play today is White Sox first 5 plus a half a very interesting look that I'm interested in joining. Gorky with a bunch of action here. Ottawa Redblacks play of the day being the first spot, and Newkirk on the other side with the Rough Riders -3. I have made 2 bets on our first game of the year in CFL.
Okay.
Olsen RBI rally, RBI here for Justin McKelvey. Thank God the Mariners have Cal Raleigh on pace for 44 home runs. Nobody else doing a thing with the sticks right now. Billy Friedrich here. We're going to talk about this. I'm going to copy and paste this. We'll talk about it in the NBA segment, which will be much later. But basically, and I could, maybe we'd like to hear Bobano's take on this, but I have been in a similar situation. And he's saying I have Pacers to win the title last June at 40-1 for a quarter unit. Not sure how to hedge. That's saying OKC is -750 to win. And my answer is you can't hedge. That's what I've learned from being in this situation personally. I tried to hedge when I was in it, and it put me in a terrible spot. So you can't. You can only if Pacers win game 1 or something of that ilk. Even then, it's going to be difficult. But my note would be, Billy, you can't. There's just nothing you can do when you get down to the end. And the team you're going up against is a monstrous favorite. But Bobano, do you want to touch on this for our friend Billy Friedrich? Pacers to win the title last June at 40-1 for a quarter unit. And
no, it's not worth your while at -700. It's just not worth it. I understand locking in a profit, but within reason, and the only way you're going to be probably able to do that is you got to hope like hell Indiana's going to take a lead in this series at some point, whether it's 1-0 after tonight. Maybe it's 1-0 OKC. Maybe Indiana comes back and wins the next 2 games and goes up 2-1. That's what you really want.
Yeah.
Because the deeper we get into the series, if Indiana has a lead deeper into the series, you're going to get a much better price to hedge with the Oklahoma City Thunder. So you've just got, unfortunately, grin and bear it. Bide your time. See how it unfolds. Hope that the Pacers the Pacers get the lead in the series at some point. Later in the series would be better that they get the lead, because then you'd really get that price trimmed down quite a bit on the Thunder. So that's really all you can do.
I was in this situation in 2016 or 15. I screwed it up.
Yeah.
So my note is don't do what I did and do nothing.
My biggest NBA future to win the title is the other side in that series, OKC. Which
is beautiful
last year. And I said, well, this is a team ready to take that step, I thought, after coming up short in the second round. I love the moves they made. Hartenstein and Caruso, I thought, were outstanding additions in the offseason to just make this team a juggernaut on the defensive end, too. We know they can score with the best of them, but it's that defense, I think, that really puts the Thunder over the top. So, now we just got to see if they can finish the deal and close it out.
Yeah, no, I hear you. You're in business with this great young Thunder team. Also, number 2, it's Billy's birthday. Happy birthday to our guy, Billy Friedrich, looking for a birthday pick. It is our pleasure, Billy. We're so fortunate that you cap with us, man. I love rocking with you. Pig Milk Play of the Day has been spectacular. And you're just a great friend of the channel, of myself. So thank you for all you do for us, man. And have a happy, happy birthday. And thanks for sharing part of it with us. Billy Friedrich's birthday. Give our guy Billy some love. Be free. Birthday today. Happy birthday, Billy, my man. Justin McKelvey says 3 more Edmonton, 3 more, baby. We got Gerald Jones. I don't think I copied and pasted this one for some reason. Phillies Jays over 8. Let me get this here underneath everybody's. That's what I did. Okay. Under everybody's action. God, sorry so much. Okay, here we go. Over 8. Thank you for that, Gerald Jones. Crystal Craig says, go Oilers. Jay Kopp, Edmonton winning was the final leg of a $3 7-legger. Beautiful. Perky on the Diamondbacks. There we go. Diamondbacks money line. Diamondbacks first 5 money line. That's exciting. Ronnie Lofted, Oilers money line team total overcall saved the night. I love that you got that cash and you kept rocking with it. All the sharps were on the other side, so it felt very good going up against everybody and succeeding there. Line moved against us. Sharps were against us. Didn't stop us from getting that cash. And live betting. Now, again, I really think I couldn't, even with the 4-on-3, Bobano, I couldn't live bet at plus 105. I need plus 130 or higher, plus 135. I waited till the first intermission to get the plus 135. live. If I had to wait to the second intermission, I got to get plus 200, and Jose did and got plus 214. So there's lots of different ways to get that cash. Christopher Comentini, Kong's Clips, Dav Fenn says Oilers and Giants. Love that. Great job. Swiggy in the house. Oldie cashing on the Oilers and the Panthers last night in true DGen action. I love it. Christopher Comentini says bet the Oilers when they go down plus 120. It was plus 140 for a second and went to plus 135. So we're going to set this intro up here better than this. So, Jose, it's cool that you have it up, but I'm going to set it up because we're going to cut this video out so we can have it up for 24 hours. Eberk, Joe Yurkovich, I love it, Joe. Perky, Nutflush Allen, Robert Cherry, Brian Smith, Big Daddy Boom, Rem Most. 3 more games to go in 4 hours sleep here. I love it. Jake Burns in the house. Walla Walla Dose, Joe Walsh. Just my 2 cents. AOD, JW, Big Daddy Boom, 9 Legacy, J Cop, Philly Eagle Flyer. What a great group. Voodoo Ranger, Slow Jams Arsenal, Lucas Ryan. Thank you guys. Lex Steele in the house. Thank you guys all for joining us. Derek Parra ready to get to work. And we got a lot of guys on the Yankees. We're going to talk about that soon. Guillermo Zertucci, Chosen One. All these great cappers rocking with us today. Thank you for joining us. Jermaine, Mr. Spenny, Penny Bombs, Jerry Davis, Gino 420, Londo in the house, Irish King, Isaiah Scurry. Thank you guys for rocking with us. Wine Time, Spooner, Fernando Mendoza, an absolutely great group. DC Capper, Troy Torrance, ready to rock here on Braves Double Result. Adam Lastman, been a long time. Great to see you, Adam Lastman. It's beautiful. BJ in the house. Great to see all you guys. Stephen Hairston, Rob Free. Thank you guys for joining us. Dougie Wise, Boss 707. All right, let's get to work, fellas. Let's talk the National Hockey League Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals with our guy, Ian Cameron. Last week, Ian put on a clinic, an absolute clinic in how to bet a closeout hockey game. He went 6-3 on that hockey game. 6-3 plus 7.28 units. Cashed with the Perry goal. Cashed with the empty netter. He cashed with the over. Cashed with the third period over. You didn't miss much. You Nuge, the Nuge point. I know a lot of people were on Nuge and got hurt there. And with the shots on goal, people were on that as well. You got hurt with the Marchment goal, but it was an absolute thing of beauty. Billy Friedrich, look at that on his birthday. Sending 5 Pub Sports Radio gifted memberships out to our squad. Billy, on your birthday, giving back. Thank you, my friend. You are such a great friend here of the channel. Let's get to work, my friend Ian. And I knew that you were going to be back in the black by the time the season's over. And I still very much believe that. That was a spectacular capping. Now we move on to game 2. I made every single bet again that I made in game 1. You guys know I'm sitting on the plus 800 to win the cup. Bet that at the beginning before the season started. You could have got better than me. You could have got a better line than me. They didn't get off to a very good start. I know my guy Spenny Penny Bombs has him at 9-1. $500 pays out $4K. And it's pretty wonderful situation here. I bet them to win game 1 in the series at plus 150. I've now bet them to win game 2 in the series at plus 110. I thought about that for a long time. And I thought, you know what? If you're still going to give me plus money, well, I'll still bet it. I'm on the Oilers on the -1 line. Again, there are cappers who have a bigger unit size than me. Mine's $300 in NHL. I did go to 1.5 units for the Oilers and the Stars throughout this run. But for me, I'm still going for the big score. If my unit size was $1,000, I'd probably have no problem with the money line. I've bet the Oilers -1 again, and I've bet the Oilers team total over 3 again. Every single time it's under -150, I will add it as my pseudo double up action here, even though I'm putting 1.5 units on it. Let's get to work, Bobano. We're going to start with the line history. We have seen a move over to the Oilers. Remember in game 1, we had sharps all over Florida, and we had a line move towards Florida. Now, 365's gone from -125 to -130. The offshores are still at this offshore is still at -123. So there isn't movement everywhere. On the total here in this one, we have a 6.5. It's not a real 6.5. Now, it opened at a real 6.5 at midnight. Midnight, this opened up. Real 6.5 was minus 120 to the over. It got bet up. Now we have a 6.5. But you can still get the 6 if you want the over, heavily juiced, or get the under 6.5, heavily juiced. There we go. That is the line history. Stuart Skinner, Sergei Bobrovsky. Everybody talked about Bobrovsky being an advantage for the Panthers, and he still is. Look, Skinner is playing very, very well, and he's evened it up. But we know Bobrovsky made 42 saves last night. Skinner didn't have to do as much work as Bobrovsky, and we know that's going to be a part of this series. We also saw the Oilers penalty kill. We heard AM talking about the weakness of the Oilers penalty kill. We have their statistics, just 65.3% penalty killing in the playoffs. Now, they were 78.2 in the regular season. That was 16th in the NHL, but they've struggled, and that Marchand goal was easy. It felt like that was a pretty easy setup for the Panthers, and it was a very tough spot, and we'll go over that here shortly. So for me, I told you guys all that it doesn't matter what anybody else bets. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. That McDavid, in his 10th season after watching the Panthers win the Stanley Cup last year, is destined to win the Stanley Cup this year. And the only way that won't happen is if he gets injured. McDavid single-handedly set up the game time
Two
goal.
brilliant sauce passes from behind the net, identical, both of them. The Draisaitl power play goal in overtime and the Ekholm goal that tied it in the third. Just brilliant sauce pass, just perfect. It's the kind of precision. How are you going to break down a defensive team like Florida? You have to be precision, surgical execution offensively, and it doesn't get better than that.
It was phenomenal.
Yep.
And when Ekholm went up to McDavid after scoring the goal, and we heard the Panthers talk about how this is all business for them. Well, we know that this is all business for the Oilers.
Yep.
When Ekholm and McDavid looked at each other, I was like, okay, we're going to cash everything. Everything. Did you see that press conference? Did they look happy?
There was no celebrating, no smiles, no
nothing.
Yep, locked in. Yep.
What did it remind me of? It reminded me of Game 5 in Las Vegas when the Panthers were coming to Las Vegas and Chandler Stevenson and Mark Stone held the press conference. And Chandler Stevenson talked about his older brother having to retire from hockey at 23 years old for concussions. And Chandler Stevenson said, I'm playing for my big brother tonight.
Yep.
I'm playing for my brother tonight. And I got goosebumps, and I told everybody I know, double or triple your bet on Vegas tonight. Because they're all business. They're going to win the Stanley Cup. When Ekholm looked at McDavid, it was the same look that we've seen Draisaitl and McDavid give each other throughout these playoffs. It was just, everything I wanted to see. It was just absolute magic.
Plus, you can't get the scenes from the Amazon documentary out of your mind from last year after Game 7. You know, Connor McDavid and like bawling his eyes out after losing that game. And Zach Hyman with I know we'll be back here, boys. I know it. My fucking heart. I know it. Yeah.
And the pregame video montage showed it all. Yeah. And you could feel it.
Yeah.
You could feel the pain that they'd been dealing with. They waited 12 months. Right now.
Yeah.
12 months to get back into this situation.
You know how fucking lucky they are, not just to get back, but they get to do it against the team that just broke their heart last year, the same damn team. Yeah.
And us as gamblers, any other team, we're sitting here with a minus 200.
Yeah.
We are lucky. We are lucky. And I've been saying that through this whole entire run, how lucky we are as gamblers.
I'm not counting Florida out yet, but I feel good about where Edmonton's at right now. I do.
Very good. Yep. Very good. Dad Fenn, we're going to hear about Bobano's action here in a second. But yes, I've made the exact same bets I made in Game 1. Team total over 3 and everything. So here we go. The Stuart Skinner from another quote said, when I saw the cup on the ice last year, I was kind of looking at it with googly eyes. Remember when Florida played Vegas? Florida was so excited to be in the Stanley Cup Finals. You know, they had the googly eyes. They lose, then they come back all business. We were all on them to beat the Oilers last year. All of us. We were all on the Panthers. We had the futures, 5-1 conference, 10-1 cup. This is different. And Stuart Skinner says, and this year seeing it, I was here last year. I saw it already. Doesn't even need to look at it. He doesn't even care. Panthers lost for the first time when leading after the first or second period in 3 postseasons. 3 under Paul Maurice. Draisaitl didn't score in the Stanley Cup final last year. The rib injuries, the hand injuries, we talked about that heavy. Yes, it sucks that they lost Hyman, but it's more important that you have a healthy Draisaitl. God, he was phenomenal. Power play goal 31 seconds in. Third overtime goal of the Stanley Cup playoffs that ties him for the most in the single postseason with Perry in 2017, Matthew Tkachuk in 2023. 27 points, 9 goals, 8 assists in 17 playoff games. Second behind Connor McDavid, 6 goals, 22 assists, 28 points. Skinner makes 29 saves, 24 in a row after giving up the goal to Bennett to make it 3-1. The Oilers won't be denied. That's what it comes down to. 10th multi-goal comeback in a game 1 of the Cup final, the first since 2019. The Oilers lead the NHL with 7 comeback wins this postseason, tied with Dallas Stars for the most third-period comeback wins. They tied a franchise record with its 3rd multi-goal comeback win of the playoffs. They also had 3 in 88 and 1990. This was just the 41st multi-goal comeback in the history of the Stanley Cup. Bennett scores 2 goals to set a Panther playoff record with an NHL leading 12 this postseason. Marchand scored. Verhaeghe and Schmidt each had 2 assists. Bobrovsky makes 42 saves. When the game was on the line, Edmonton outshot Florida 14-2 in the 3rd period. Now, Florida was in control the first 3 or 4 minutes of overtime. Matthias Ekholm, what a difference he makes. What a difference. 25 minutes and 19 points. 25 minutes and 19 seconds. He was just incredible. Regular shift on the penalty kill. Scores a massive game-tying goal. So, look, the Panthers are a veteran squad with championship pedigree. They can beat you when they're being outplayed. They can take advantage of your mistakes. The fact that it was 2-1 made me sick to my stomach. I felt sick watching this whole game because I knew that the Oilers had taken the game to the Panthers, and yet here we were down 2-1. This is a crafty veteran team that is as tough as any team you're ever going to play against. The Panthers could be the toughest team the Oilers ever play in the Stanley Cup Finals, because I think the Oilers are going to be here again and again and again and again. I'm all over the Oilers in Game 2. Once the Oilers are up 2-0, I think I take my foot off the gas pedal. I think I sit back with my Game 1 to win the series and Game 2 and the series, and I sit back and watch. I don't think I move on Game 3 or 4 at this point, depending on what we see. Bobano, after the clinic you put on last Thursday, Game 5, Oilers Stars, take it away, my man. The floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm keeping it simple just because I actually wasn't sure we were going to talk about this game today because I haven't locked in everything yet for Game 2. But there's one bet I know I'm going to be on, and that's the one I'm going to give out. It's Oilers team total over 3, minus 135 at BetMGM with that. They could win the game. I feel better about the 3 team total in this one. Because I do expect Florida to push back strong here in Game 2. Will it be enough to win's the question? But, the way I see it is this is now becoming a pattern with Edmonton where in the 3rd period, they've just been dominant. You think about those last few games against Dallas where they're holding they held the Stars in Game 4 in that building, Rogers Place. That was a game where Dallas needed it to avoid going down 3-1 in that series. And they were trailing in the 3rd. And Edmonton only gave up 4 shots on goal in the 3rd period to that Dallas Stars team. And watching the 3rd period last night reminded me of, very similar to that Game 4 against the Dallas Stars in the conference final. 2 shots on goal. 2 for this mighty Florida Panthers team in a spot where, that game. And look, they did have the lead, but they tied it back home 6:33 into the 3rd period. And so they clearly have to open up again, Florida, because the game got even at 3-3. And yet still, the Panthers were only able to generate 2 shots on goal against this Edmonton team. This is a team that's learning how to win. There's no doubt. This is multiple dominant defensive 3rd periods they've had at home. They had the better of the play in overtime. As well. Florida did have a good push at the start of overtime. That's when they got most of their chances. But how can you argue with 24-8, as far as a shot advantage for Edmonton in the 3rd period and overtime combined? When the game was on the line, the Edmonton Oilers were at their best. And this has now become a theme with them for really going back to Game 3, or not so much Game 3, but Game 5 of the LA series. Game 3 and Game 4 in the LA series, they were down and they came back and won. But they have had these dominant, we get stronger, we get better as the game goes on type of performances, really from Game 5 against LA onward. And they look like they're on a mission. And I was trying to say, well, wait a minute. Florida's been so good on the road, so good off a loss. But the one previous time that they did lose 2 in a row in the playoffs was Game 1 and Game 2 against Toronto in the second round. And that was pretty lengthy travel for them, just like the travel for them from Florida to Edmonton. And it's one of the things I said on the Ice Guys show. Reason why Edmonton looked so sluggish last year in Game 1 down in Florida was they were the team that had to make that long flight from northern Alberta to Sunrise, Florida. This year, Florida had to make that flight from Sunrise, Florida to northern Alberta for Game 1. And they looked like the team that was gassed and running on fumes, and the legs were weary late in that game last night. And if I'm at, and I saw the same look from everybody, McDavid, Draisaitl, Ekholm, everyone that got interviewed after the game. There was no celebrating. There's no, just no joy. And I'm sure in inner joy, and they got the job done, but knowing that, hey, this is a beast of a team we're playing. We still need 3 more. It's only Game 1. It's only 1 win. And for that reason, I think Edmonton will play strong and well once again. There won't be that, we're satisfied up 1-0, especially knowing that, they dug themselves a 3-0 hole. They know how important it is to hold serve, I think, on home ice, especially now the 7-1 home record that the Edmonton Oilers have had here at Rogers Place here in the Stanley Cup playoffs so far. So I do think they've got a great chance to go up 2-0. I respect the hell out of Florida, and I know Florida will play a strong push-back, bounce-back game, which is why I'm going the team total route. I'm just going to ask Edmonton to 3 goals or more, which is something they've done pretty much in every home playoff game. If you go back and look, they have not scored fewer than 3 goals in any home playoff game so far. So I think that continues, and that's the move for me. Oilers team total over 3 minus 135.
And I made that same bet also with the Game 2 in the series and the Oilers on the -1 line. I think I know a lot of people, not Flush Allen, a lot of my friends cashed on the team total over 3.5. And, that's great. But the 3 is very comfortable. And if it's under -145, under -150, basically, it's a must bet. Now, not all books offer it. So here is the -1 calculator given to us by the great Ron Crawford. Use that calculator to build yours. I used it to build mine. I also think that this is the game the Oilers win by margin. This is the game that I'm most confident in. The Oilers are going to be skating downhill. They'll outshoot the Panthers 2-1. I was very nervous about Game 1. I'm not nervous about Game 2. Game 3 will be the most difficult mountain other than that Game 7.
Don't forget they had a pair of 8-1 and 5-1 wins against Florida last year at home in the Stanley Cup final. So they are capable of it.
That was a very strange situation, when they were down 3-0.
Yeah.
But it's important to note, though, of course. So there we go. Saturated says, is Bobano sticking around for CFL?
We are doing some CFL. Yeah.
Damn right he is. So there you go. Game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Enjoy the game Friday night. Oh, God, I'm so pumped up about watching it. And thank you for rocking with us here on Pub Sports Radio. Let's move on to Canadian football. It's funny, Bobano. I'm a sort of the cup's half full kind of person. I think that's probably why I've been able to last in gambling. It's the reason why my dad thought I was going to be a screw up. He thinks that if you're a cup half full, that you're going to romanticize, glorify situations that shouldn't be glorified. You're going to be hopeful and dream too big, and you're going to end up in the gutter. I thought that my record was better in CFL last year than it really was, just because. But you know what? It was a double-digit ROI. I mean, I'm not going to ask for anything more than that. But looking at the record, I was like, oh, that's it. 60-49 last year, which I was very, very proud of. But for some reason, I thought it was up 20 units, 55% plus 11.2 units ROI plus 10.28% average line -102. And I'll tell you straight up, it's not good enough. I want more. 10% ROI is the goal in a shorter season, like in a football type season where there's less quantity of action, 5% in, NHL and NBA and MLB when you're going to have at least 500 bets. Let's get to work, Bobano. It was my first year not capping CFL with you. We're going to change that this year, but I did love taking onus of it. I had an incredibly enjoyable time, fully throwing myself into the CFL. And I've made 2 bets here. Samit says, "Is CFL your strongest suit?" Jimmy, no, hockey. It's always going to be NHL. Always going to be NHL. Creekman says, "Do you feel plus 700 for the Rough Riders to win championship is a good bet?" Well, it's a great way to start because I don't think Trevor Harris is going to be healthy all season. So I don't know how you can bet on the Rough Riders in any future capacity. That's my issue. That's always been my issue with Trevor Harris. I've always thought less of Trevor Harris than my colleagues. I thought less of Trevor Harris last year, and he looked as good as I've ever seen him when he was healthy. He's a China doll. Now he's 39 years old, and there's people who have him to win Most Outstanding Player, Bobano, which I was interested
I'm not there, but I do think he'll play well, and I do think Saskatchewan's live in the West and to win it. I do.
Well, the West is wide open.
That's why.
And I want to ask you a couple futures questions, but we'll wait till we cap game 1 here of the season. Ottawa Redblacks 9-8-1, 2-7-0 on the road. They've always struggled on the road. Bobano, we've talked often about what a nice guy Bob Dice is. But can he make the adjustments? Now, he's coming off of a great season. This team plays hard for him. He's a very, very likable guy. Everybody loves Bob Dice. And now he is here entering year 4, running the Red Blacks. There's continuity at quarterback for both squads. You have Drew Brown, the Oklahoma State product. I know he didn't get a lot of run at Oklahoma State, got a little bit of run at Hawaii before that. But Drew Brown, a lot of expectations for him, came up with the Bombers. He knows what it takes to win, and he's going into his 2nd season here. The issue in this football game is that both teams are without their starting centers, and Bobano will talk more about that. Riders without their all-star center, Sean McEwen. That's going to hurt. They're also without Philippe Gagnon, a guard. That's very important. They're also missing Sean Bain Jr. at wide receiver. The Red Blacks missing their tackle, Zach Pelos. They're also missing their center, Peter Godber, and their backup center, Eric Starksala. So it's a very tough spot here, especially when we know a Mosaic Stadium is going to be bananas. It's going to be madness. It's the best place to watch it. Well, I'm sure that Princess Auto Stadium in Winnipeg would say that theirs is the best. But this has always been a very, very tough place to play. Corey Mace enters his 2nd season as head coach of the Green Riders, and he is a defensive coach, and his defense was spectacular last year. You're not going to hear anybody say anything bad about Corey Mace as a coach in his first season. He was excellent. Now, did he make the right offensive adjustments at the end of the season? No, probably not. He's got stuff to learn, but he was excellent. They have 1,000-yard receiver. They also have AJ Ouellette, who's lost a bunch of weight, who is a phenomenal running back. He ran right into the teeth of the defense. But this is a defensive team. League-leading rushing defense. Best turnover ratio, plus 26 is phenomenal. So they also are going to have to worry about 2 new receivers for Ottawa. Eugene Lewis has an 8-game touchdown streak coming into this game. 2nd longest streak in CFL history. And the record for the longest streak of games with the touchdown is 10. Keelan White also joining the team. So this is how I bet this. Now, this line has moved in the last 12 hours or so, unless it's changed the last couple hours, towards Ottawa. And I think that Ottawa and Drew Brown will get their footing, but this is a pretty big move going from the 3.5 down to the 3. Now, it was a pretty big move going from the 3 to the 3.5, but now I think it's a pretty interesting move coming back. I have moved on the Saskatchewan Roughriders first half. If the centers are going to be an issue for the Red Blacks, I want to take advantage of it in the first half. And I'm also on the first half under. Unbelievably, Ian, there was a 17-cent difference at 365 for the under 24.5. It was a flat minus 110. It had already moved to minus 127 offshore. Then it had moved to minus 136. Then it moved to 24. Now it's at 24 at minus 110. That hook is imperative. It's imperative to have the hook. So I'm on the first half under 24.5. I'm on the first half Rough Riders minus 1.5. I'm a little uncomfortable with the market move towards the Red Blacks, but I do get it. People are very high on them, even though they struggle defensively. This total has been dropping. It opened up at 49.5. Now we have a 47 juiced to the over. Now it's pretty heavily juiced to the over. Now these offshores, like the one we usually use for market analysis, they take more vig in the CFL. Why? Because we beat them. They get beaten. So they take more vig. The sharpest books, the most respected books that take 5 cent lines, not in CFL, because we beat them. Bobano, take it away. Game 1 of the CFL season. Ottawa Red Blacks at Saskatchewan Roughriders.
This team played well at home last year. Remember when Craig Dickinson coached there 2 years ago, they had a horrible home record and they fell apart. All of a sudden, Mosaic Stadium, you could walk in there and beat that team and beat them easily. What I like about Corey Mason, his first season as Saskatchewan head coach, is he really did restore some rider pride. The home field became strong again. He had this team well prepared coming out of the gate. And remember, that's year 1. That's new systems. That's new coaching staff. And look how they started. In the month of June last year, 3-0 straight up, 3-0 against the spread for Saskatchewan. They were ready to rock. And I think from a coaching standpoint, and there's nothing against Bob Dice, great guy, wonderful. Everyone says he's one of the nicest men you'll ever meet. But I think from a coaching standpoint, I'll take Mace over him. Some of the things about Dice that bother me are his in-game decisions, his management of the game, when to challenge, when not to, when to take a timeout, when not to. There's been certain things during the game about Bob Dice that have left, for me, a lot to be desired. And I think when you look at coaching, you give Saskatchewan edge. You mentioned all the issues with Ottawa's offensive line. Even as someone that likes Saskatchewan to get the job done tonight, they've got O-line issues. They brought in McEwen to be their center, Philippe Gagnon to be one of their guards, and both of those guys are out. So you're talking about both of these teams missing key starters on the offensive line. Both teams banged up along the offensive line going into this season opener tonight. The question's going to be which defense can step up? Because I don't think either O-line's in the great shape to be dominant tonight. They're both, and I guess the concern for Harris is the mobility issues. But you do have A.J. Ouellette back and healthy, and you're right, the weight loss should make him much quicker in the open field. And for me, when I look at these two defenses, Saskatchewan's really got some talent on defense. Roland Milligan was the leading defensive player of the year in the league last year. He was outstanding in that secondary. The linebacking core solid. Up front, they can get a pass rush. Ottawa's got it. Here's the biggest concern for me with Saskatchewan. With their O-line issues, the strength of Ottawa's defense is their pass rush. Lorenzo Malden, Michael Wakefield, and that group. They are really, really good. And it's going to be up to Trevor. Trevor knows this, though. And as someone that has communication with Trevor Harris, he's been on my CFL show before, he knows this. He's no dummy. He knows his O-line's shorthanded and depleted. He knows he's going to have to get the ball out quickly. And I think you're going to see that from him here tonight in this game. I think what could tilt the game in Saskatchewan's favor is the home field. Ottawa's 2-7 road record last year. Let's be honest, Ottawa just did not play well on the road last year. They just didn't. And I know in Saskatchewan, they got beaten, I think, by double digits last year when they made the trip here to face the Riders. The Ottawa secondary is a big concern. There's a lot of new faces there this year. I'm not convinced that pass defense is going to gel right away. So if somehow that O-line gives Harris enough time to find, a lot of these great receivers, they've got Kean Schaefer-Baker, Keyshawn Johnson and company, Samuel Emelis, who I think is going to have a big year for Saskatchewan. That's where I think the defense Ottawa could blink in the secondary a bit more than Saskatchewan's will, given both teams have some O-line injuries to begin the year. So I do like Saskatchewan. It's not my favorite bet, not even close to my favorite bet here in week 1. But I did take this. Now, I took it -135, -140 early in the week on the money line. It's climbed a little bit since then. But I'm going to go ahead and make it official anyway. We'll lay the price. I'd rather have the money line on my side than the -3 because Saskatchewan's been the king of winning games by 1 or 2 points at home before. They've done it before. So -155. We'll pay the juice and take Saskatchewan money line.
Bobano on the Rough Riders -155. I popped it in the chat for you guys. Shout out to T. Moss joining us. But since 2014, unders are 25-15 in week 1 of the CFL. I'm only on the first half.
Yeah,
Sorry?
but last year, and this is the first time I think in years, based on, I've been tracking it. First time in years, overs were profitable in week 1 last year. 3-1 for overs in the CFL week 1 last year.
Well, what scares me about the full game under is just the ability of Trevor Harris and Drew Brown.
Yeah.
They're comfortable in the system. They're elite quarterbacks in the league. It doesn't
I'm
take
with you on this one, though, Jimmy. I will tell you this right now, and I said this on the Football Frenzy show that I do. If the game that I think's got the best chance to stay under this week in the CFL is this one, in my opinion. So
with the injuries.
To me, 2 battered offensive lines does not equal a shootout, in my opinion. We'll see.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. There is the breakdown of Ottawa, Saskatchewan Roughriders. Bobano, what we're going to do here on Thursdays is just ask with our record-keeping process. We're only going to cap the Thursday game here because we have lots, so we want to use Bobano for. But is there anything else that you want to make official on the Week 1 CFL card that we will discuss throughout our captain tomorrow?
You bet. Because really every other game besides that one, I thought Saskatchewan was still worth it making it official for the show, but there's things I like more on this board. So I'll just rhyme off everything I want to make official here.
Let's do it
for the show for CFL Week 1. Let's go to Friday night. Friday night football tonight. Montreal and Toronto. Very, very fascinating game. East Final rematch. Montreal, of course, lost to Toronto in the East Final last year. That's the game where Chad Kelly had his knee blown up, season over, and Nick Arbuckle had to come in and finish that game. And Toronto still found a way to escape with the win and advance to the Grey Cup, and the rest is history. Arbuckle was Grey Cup MVP in that game. And Nick Arbuckle will start here for the Toronto Argonauts in this game. And look, he shocked everybody with how great he played. And I think a lot of that has to go to Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie is usually a guy that's going to have his team with a good offensive game plan. That's just something he's been accustomed to doing in the past. So no Chad Kelly at quarterback. It'll be Nick Arbuckle. I'm very high on the Alouettes this year. I'm very high on this offense. I'm very high on Davis Alexander, who a short sample size, 3-4 games last year, but he was outstanding, taking over for Fajardo when Fajardo was hurt. He was great. He has got a loaded receiving core. You know how loaded Montreal is at receiver, that they parted ways and said goodbye to Keon Julian Grant, who I believe was now in Edmonton. And they still have a loaded receiving core. They got Austin Mack. They've got Tyson Philpott. They've got Cole Speaker. It's a great receiving core. There's no doubt. Now, they shocked everybody cutting Walter Fletcher, but they like what they've got. Stevie Scott, Travis Tice, Sean Thomas Erlington, who I think is a big part of why they made the move on from Walter Fletcher. They like their running back core. The biggest, and Montreal's defense is great. Noel Thorpe's defense, he's been the DC here forever. They've got great players up front. Mustafa Johnson, a good D-line, linebacking core solid. They've got a great secondary. They got Beverett. They got Sutton. They've got Dequoy, who's one of the best safeties in the CFL. Toronto, on the flip side, Jimmy, this is the biggest concern for either team going into this game. Toronto's defense is totally ravaged. 6 defensive line players that started at least 1 or 2 games last year for the Argos are gone. 6 on the defensive line. They have got new faces galore on the D-line. They lost 2 of their best cornerbacks in the secondary, including one of them to my Ticats, Deshaun Amos, who's now a Ticat, former Argo. That's a lot of loss on defense for this Argos team, and I'm worried about that for them here to start the year. You lose 6 on the D-line. You lose 2 of your best in the secondary. That's a problem. And now new faces early in the year. I like Montreal team total over 25.5 for Friday night football. I don't mind laying the 4.5 with Montreal either. But I am leery, Jimmy, of the spread because I respect Dinwiddie to coach up Arbuckle and the offense to maybe still have success. And Toronto does have a good offensive line. We know that. And they cut Kadeem Carey, but they like Deontay McMahon. They like the speedster that's right behind him as well in the running back core. And certainly, I still think they're going to have some offensive success. So I like the team total aspect of it with Montreal over 25.5. And I like this full game over as well, because I think Montreal can really feast on this depleted Toronto defense, new faces on the D-line, new faces in the secondary. So over is at 47.5 minus 106 for Friday night football.
What was the juice on the team total?
Oh, the team total over 25.5 minus 120.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's Friday night. Saturday, we got Hamilton, Calgary. This is another team total for me with the Ticats, over 27.5 plus 102. And in that game, I'm going to go with over 51.5 at minus 124. Calgary's defense, Jimmy, 31 points or more allowed in 8 of their last 12 games last year. We know it fell apart. They couldn't stop anything. This year, it might even get worse before it gets better. Maybe they got rid of everybody because they couldn't play anyway. It was that bad a defense. Maybe they are going to have some better players. But when you are going into a new season and 75% of your defense has a projected new starter at their position to begin the season, 75% of this Calgary defense with a projected new starter this year that wasn't on the team last year to be in that position. I don't know how you're great right away. I just don't know how the continuity is there for Dave Dickinson and his defense to begin the year. And you've got to face a Hamilton team that was lousy on defense last year, but man, they were awesome on offense. You know, with Bo Mitchell and 5,000 passing yards, you bring in Kenny Lawler, one of the best receivers in the CFL from Winnipeg, and you got him, and you got Tim White, and you've got Keandre Smith. You know, suddenly you've got a great receiving core here for the Ticats, and that secondary's got green inexperience all over it for Calgary. It feels like it's a slice and dice waiting to happen for this passing attack. And all the receivers that they're going to have to go up against, Lawler, Tim White, Keandre Smith, I mean, it could be baptism by fire here. Hamilton's defense should be better, but I've said that before, and it was so bad that it could take time for that Hamilton defense to gel. They got a new DC as well, the former Calgary DC, Brent Monson, taking over. And look, no team made a bigger offensive upgrade at quarterback in the offseason than Calgary did. Vernon Adams, Jake Mayer couldn't play. He just could not play. He was that bad. And, of course, Logan Bonner was no better when he got in late in the season for Calgary. Vernon Adams alone will make this a better offense. And let's not forget, Malik Henry had his season ended in a training camp injury last year and out for the season. He's now healthy. You've still got Reggie Bagleton. You've still got you've got some receivers to work with if you're Vernon Adams here with Calgary. So I think the offense, and Dedrick Mills at running back, I think the offense has some potential. I think the offense could be solid for Calgary. But this defense, man, it was horrible last year. They got new players all over the place. And you got to go up against this potentially lethal Hamilton offense. On paper, this Ticat offense looks great. Yeah, I think it's going to be a struggle. So I'm on Ticats team total, over 27.5, plus 102 is at FanDuel. And I'm also on over 51.5, minus 124 with the full game total there. And one final play, Jimmy, for me for week one. I'm hoping that week one this year is a 3-1 to the over like last year, because I'm on 3 overs here in week one. The only one I'm not on is the Ottawa game tonight. But I'm on Edmonton, BC, over 47.5 at minus 125. Trey Ford's finally the quarterback. Hallelujah. I'm not saying he's going to be great. I'm not there yet with Trey Ford, that he's going to be this CFL MVP quarterback. But he's been deserving of at least being the guy to hand the keys of QB1 to him. And finally, Mark Killam, the new head coach, is doing that here. He's going to give him the keys. Let's see what he's got. Are there concerns, Jimmy, with Trey Ford? Yes. He still makes some bad decisions and bad reads. He does throw some interceptions. His passing ability, he's still got room for improvement with that. But you cannot deny his athleticism and his mobility and just the magic he can make happen when the play breaks down, and he can make something happen out of nowhere. You cannot teach that. And Trey Ford, after being stuck behind fucking Taylor Cornelius and Bethel Thompson and all these schmuck quarterbacks all these years for Edmonton, it's nice that he's finally going to get this chance here to lead the offense here. And look, they got Curly Gittens Jr. At receiver. They've got some weapons to work with. Edmonton, I think their O-line is better. I think what's going to make or break Edmonton is their defense, and I think their defense has improved significantly, believe it or not. Jake Seresna's back here. After being in Toronto, he's back with Edmonton. That's going to help. They made a lot of improvements there on that side of the football. The only concern is with so much improvements and additions, does it take time? And I'm here to say I think Edmonton can move the ball. BC's defense is overrated to me as well a little bit. They gave up 30s in points in the majority of their games down the stretch, the Lions last year. And that was even after getting Matthew Betts back on the D line for their pass rush from the NFL, from his NFL stint. And they still struggled even after getting him back. So I think Edmonton can move the football Sunday or Saturday night in that game. But I really like BC's offense coming into this season too, Jimmy. Buck Pierce is a great hire. We know how great an offensive coordinator he was with Winnipeg. He wants to be balanced. They bring back James Butler, who had his great success as a running back with BC. I think he'll be fine there. It just wasn't a good fit for James Butler in Hamilton. I think he's going to go back to BC, and he's going to be fine there. Nathan Rourke, everyone wanting to just bury this poor guy after last year where he struggled. Was he bad down the stretch last year, Nathan Rourke? Yes. Did he play poorly? Yes, down the stretch last year. There's no doubt. It didn't look like the Nathan Rourke we saw when he first started with BC. But he joined the team midway through the year, coming back from his latest NFL opportunity. This year, it's a totally different scenario, Jimmy. He's a BC Lion. He's all in with this team. He's focused on the CFL. No more NFL distractions. Full training camp with the team, and we saw it in preseason. If you watch the last preseason game he was 8 for 8 passing. He led the team to points on the board in both drives in that preseason finale, and he looked great. He looked like he's ready to it looks like he's ready to be the Nathan Rourke we remember, and he's got obviously Justin McGinnis, Javon Catoy, Keon Hatcher, finally a healthy BC receiving core. So I think we could see points back and forth here Saturday at BC Place Stadium. So I do like over 47.5. From a side perspective, Jimmy, I'm tempted by Edmonton. I really am. But I like Buck Pierce too much as a coach. I like the hire. I think Nathan Rourke's going to come out of the gate storming here to begin the year. So for that reason, I'm staying off the Edmonton side here. And plus, they've been buried in BC historically. They have not played well at BC Place Stadium the last few years. But I do think there's going to be money to be made with Edmonton this year on the road as a dog, because we know at Commonwealth they've had issues and problems for years at home. But on the road, you've been able to make some money with them. I don't know if this is the spot, but I will be looking to take Edmonton in underdog spots on the road throughout the year. I lean to them here, but I like the over more at 47.5. So there you have it, Jimmy. My CFL Week 1 breakdown.
Beautiful stuff here. I mean, there's so much I can say about those things, but I will save it until tomorrow. We got to get on to Major League Baseball. But the main point of all of that is the BC Lions, they loved Vernon. They loved VA. I mean, they loved him so much. So it was a real tricky locker room to come in and take over. And the Lions teams, I mean, the players, you could hear in their voice, they were upset with the way Vernon was treated. And now Nathan Rourke doesn't have to worry about that. And that was a problem. It was an issue. You know, he felt almost unwanted. And that's not a good thing. So I'm interested in Lions futures because I think the West is wide open.
Yep.
In saying that, like a plus 300 to win the West is not enough. So I'm not sure. I haven't moved on any futures. Have you moved on any futures? I know you got to go, but have you moved on any futures in CFL this year that you want to make official or that you're interested in?
So I have one primary future in the East and one primary future in the West. The primary future in the East is Montreal. I'm that high on the Alouettes coming into the year. I think their defense is outstanding with Noel Thorpe coordinating it. And this is about, do you believe in Davis Alexander? And for me, I do. I think he's got the mobility. He's got the arm. He's got the intangibles. He's been working his butt off in the offseason to be ready for this opportunity. I'm buying in that Montreal could get back to the Grey Cup this year out of the East. And I think now the hunger's back, right? They won it 2 years ago. They lost in the East final last year to Toronto. I think the hunger's back for Montreal. So Montreal for me in the East to win the East and the Grey Cup. Let me just tell you what the prices were. I'm not going to make them official for the show, but I'm going to just mention what the prices were that I took on those two. It was with Montreal to win the East was plus 250. Montreal to win the Grey Cup was plus 525 with those two. And the primary future for me in the West is Saskatchewan, believe it or not. Plus 270 to win the West, plus 700 to win the Grey Cup. This is about how close they were last year. You know, they lost in Winnipeg to the Bombers in the West Final. Everybody's lost to Winnipeg in the West Final the last few years. So Saskatchewan to me is right there. They're one step away, you know, from getting to a Grey Cup. And I'm not convinced for the first time in ages, Jimmy, I'm not convinced Winnipeg's going to get back to the Grey Cup out of the West. They could, and they're still a threat. There's no doubt. But I'm not convinced it happens. They're not going to be in the Grey Cup out of the West from now until eternity. So I think Saskatchewan's got one of the great chances to maybe pick them off. You made the case for BC. I don't hate that. I don't hate that whatsoever. So those are two. The Montreal and Saskatchewan is my Grey Cup pick with Montreal winning. That's basically where I'm going as far as the Grey Cup this year.
And what was the line on the conference, the West, for Saskatchewan?
Plus 270 for Saskatchewan to win the West.
Did you want to make those official?
I will not. I'm not, because I think they've moved a little bit, but I did want to throw out that I did bet them. Yeah.
It's great stuff. Great stuff, Bobano. I know we've kept you a little bit longer. Not official. There we go. Bobano on the Rough Riders. I'm on the first half under 24.5. That's moved to 24. And I'm on the first half minus 1.5 as well. We have Bobano on Montreal team total over 25.5 and full game over 47.5 tomorrow. And then the rest of the weekend, Hamilton team total over 27.5 and the full game over 51.5, and Edmonton, BC over 47.5. We are both on the Oilers team total over 3. And I'm also on the Oilers -1 and the Oilers to win game 2 in the series at plus 110. Bobano gave us the over 9 here in Arizona, Atlanta. Bobano, just before you go, because we track you on all of the sports, is there anything else that you wanted to be official in this baseball card as we're going to go down and cap it now? We got Spooner ready to go. Spooner, Jose, and Troy ready to cap this baseball card.
As far as baseball today is concerned, I think it's a kind of lean Jays with Bassett, but didn't quite get there with it as far as that's concerned today. Let me just see. I think there is there was one I was interested in later. Let me see. Underdog shot with the Texas Rangers against Tampa. I like the price with them. I think Jack Leiter is a guy that's going to start getting it going. I know it's been an up and down start to his career. There's no question about that, but I'm seeing some signs that maybe the best is yet to come for this young pitcher. And it does help to be family lineage of pitching, with the, that's got to help him, at some point try to harness his talent, and harness his ability. So I went ahead, and it's actually one of my favorite bets on the board. It's not a baseball card I love today, but I thought the value was great here with Texas plus 134. So I will definitely lock that in. That's the only other bet I'll make official for MLB here. Plus 134. I like the Texas Rangers. I think they're a live dog.
You are in business, Ian Cameron. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Please support our guy, Bobano. Of course, he's got the Hitting the Books YouTube channel. They've moved on to MLB himself and Connor Mack. Also, of course, the Ice Guys. It's the Stanley Cup Finals. Support the Ice Guys, the only show in the universe that caps every single game all season long, and the NBA OG show on the Ski Profit YouTube channel. And support him on X. I'm going to put his X handle here in the chat. Please support him. He had a huge X following, and the the account got messed with, and he's building back up. So make sure that you do follow him, and I'm going to put his handle in the chat. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show, Bobano, my friend?
No, just, let's have ourselves a great Thursday. There's a lot of day baseball. We're excited about the NBA Finals tonight as well. Looking forward to that. We got NHL Game 2 tomorrow night, the Stanley Cup Finals, CFL Week 1. So whatever it is you've got your money on, cash some tickets. Jimmy, good luck to you as well. We'll see you next week.
Be well, my man. There he is, Bobano in the house. All right, it's time to move on to Major League Baseball, and we have just the cappers to rock with us here. The star of walk-off wagers ready to attack the board. We don't have him for too long. We have him for 51 minutes, so we must milk it and go as quickly as possible. Shout out to our guy, and please welcome Mr. Morgan Spooner to the telecast. Spooner, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful today, Jimmy. It's a little humid today. I'm hot at work, but I'm ready to attack this card. I broke the whole thing down last night, got some bets in this morning after I reviewed the market moves, and I'm excited for a winning day.
Yes, and it's been a tough road here with you on our show, but you have not lost a bet in 2 straight walk-off wagers. So I'm sure Jose will have your record up at some point here in the show, but it's just how it works. It's just if you do a show one day a week, there's a lot of risk involved.
Small sample sizes, but
yeah.
let's get on
So
with it.
and we've all been there, and it'd be no surprise for you to reel off 10 straight winners like you've done on walk-off wagers here with us. So it's just part of it. It's just part of what we do, and you're dealing with the consequences of doing a show once a week and the trickiness of all of that. But incredible work on walk-off wagers. Let's get to work here. We have a double header. We're going to talk about both games of the double header. First pitch in 35 minutes. Kansas City Royals 32-29, 13-16 on the road at St. Louis Cardinals 33-27, 19-9 at home. We're at Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Shout out to our guy Dutch Boy Fresh in the house. 72 Fahrenheit, feels like 75, 4.5 miles per hour left to right and in. I should probably refresh this, though. I haven't refreshed it in a while, see if anything changes. But 4.5 left to right and in, nothing changing there. When we go to Ballpark Pal, thank you for sending that to us. A Spooner, where did I put it here? There we go. When we get to Ballpark Pal for Busch Stadium, -8%, -17% homers, -6% doubles and triples, but +7% singles, -8% overall. So not a lot of offense expected here. Weather-wise, let's get into the line history for the spot and the cash flow, and then set the table here for Mr. Spooner. We have here we go. We have the Cardinals at -124, just -124. Open up -126. There's not been a lot of movement here on it. Let's get to the total. From a total perspective, we have an 8.5, -115 to the under. This opened up at 8.5, dropped down to 8, back up to 8.5. It was, just kept bouncing back and forth, and then it stuck at 8.5. So overall, we have no movement, even though we've seen it go to 8. Multiple times. T-Moss is on Michaelis to not get a win. Michaelis not to get the win. Let's take a look at the cash flow for game 1 of the double dip. Is that the right one? Why aren't they giving me the right one? Yes, because this is the Noah Cameron starter. Here we go. Sorry. We have 57% of the tickets and 70% of the cash on the Royals and Noah Cameron. 57 and 70. Interesting. 83% of tickets and 78% of cash on the under. Noah Cameron, the young lefty, is pitching very, very well. 25 and 2/3 innings, 1.05 ERA, 0.82 WHIP. Coming off a 3-2 win at home versus the Reds. 6 1/3, 6 hits, 1 earned run, 2 Ks, and 2 walks. On the road, he's had 2 starts, gone 13 innings, and he's only allowed 1 solitary run. It was a solo shot. Opponents hitting 114 against him. Lefties aren't hitting him at all. 053 with a 153 OPS, while righties have a little better luck, 169, 511. Miles Michaelis got hot. Did that cool off at Baltimore in his last start? 6-4 victory. 4 innings, 9 hits, 4 earned runs. Didn't look very good. He's been quite a bit better on the road than at Busch Stadium. But he's only had 4 starts at Busch, so that is an issue here. Just 21 1/3, and he's at 176 opponent's batting average. It is lefties that get to Michaelis. So let's take a look at the lineup set up for game 1. The importance of the lineups as well in a double dip. So let's take a look at the lineups here quickly, the confirmed lineups, and see what we are dealing with. While that is loading up. Royals versus righties last 30. Oh, sorry.
I said I have them right here if you just want me to read them off quick.
Sure.
All the bats are in for both teams to start. We have India, Witt, Garcia, Pasquantino, Perez, Caglione, Waters, Massey, and Isabel in for the Royals. And we have Nootbaar, Wynn, Donovan, Contreras, Herrera, Arenado, Burleson, Vladdy, and Pajes in for St. Louis. Interesting.
And then God, why is this happening here? Let me get this set up here. Can you talk to me about the most? I'm having a problem getting this up for some reason. Can you tell me the most dangerous left-handed bats in the Royals lineup and how many they have?
Let me switch. I don't have the batter side on this.
Okay, I got mine up now.
So,
okay, here.
It
So
is.
it's just Pasquantino batting 4th, cleaning up, and then of course the young phenom here batting 6th. No one since Bo Jackson, and he even played less minor league games than Bo Jackson. Jack starting at designated hitter, batting 6th. This kid, can you believe how short the very, very quick promotion for the number 6 overall pick in the 2024 draft here? So he is a very dangerous left-handed bat that we haven't really seen explode yet. And then we have Massey and Isbell. Waters will hit. Waters is a switch. Will hit from the left side. So there we go. Not a lot of danger coming from the left side. Bullpen-wise, both bullpens have been excellent. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Game 1 of the double dip. We have TJ going back to KC in both games. Says worst case, hopefully 1-1. Take it away, my man.
So I actually looked at the same thing TJ is talking about, but I don't expect Perez to play both ends of the double header. If he does, it's going to be the DH position, and then I might go back to the well with him. But I'm on Kansas City Royals here in game 1 of this. I just wanted to see some sort of thing that I was going to have Salvador Perez in the lineup. Like you said, Michaelis struggles with lefties, and we have 5 lefties here in the lineup today. I know they're not the best lefties, but when your bad bats can have a good day, I expect the bats at the top of this order, Witt, Garcia, and Perez, to hit every day against just about any of these guys. So I think Witt and Perez will be able to carry this offense. I look at St. Louis versus lefties, and this is why I'm looking at it in the second game too. They're just, some of their numbers on paper look like they're decent versus lefties, but you look at the starters, Tariq Skubal, they got 0 off of. Kyle Harrison, they got 1. Robbie Ray, they got none off of. Libator, they got 1 off of. Framber Valdez, they got 1. Crochet 1. Newcomb, none. That was only a third of an inning. But the point is, they're not really hitting lefties that well, these starters. I think the Royals are going to go up, and I think they're going to have an entire bullpen to hold on to this lead, and I think they're really going to lock into this game 1. Depending how bullpens deploy and how lineups look, I might go back to the well with the Royals game 2, but right now it's just Royals game 1 for me. I think these bats on the road have been playing a lot better. Top 10 in baseball, weighted runs created plus over the last 2 weeks, and I think this is going to be a great addition to have this young bat in the middle of the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, look at what TJ's saying about Caglione. 0 for 5 in his first game, but averaged 98 mile per hour exit velocity. Good God. He just looks like a beast up there. You know, Royals for Spooner in game 1. What was the line that you got?
I got plus 110.
Plus 110 for Spooner. It's just not enough for me. I understand. Look, Noah Cameron's pitching phenomenally well. How about that? What's your expectation of Noah Cameron here? Cards versus lefties, last 30 days. You guys know I like more of a sample size than others. 30 days is the shortest I really use. 239, 687 OPS. Not very good. What is your expectation of Noah Cameron? Is he just going to shut the Cards down?
So when I read the Cardinals versus lefties, that's what I was hinting at. Noah Cameron has some really good stuff. This is a young pitcher I like a lot. The Royals have a really good minor league pitching coaching staff, and when these guys come up, they're ready to go. And you've seen it so far this year with Noah Cameron, and I don't see anything any different today. The Cardinals don't hit lefties. This guy's got really good stuff. I also believe Michaelis is kind of pitching over his head. There's a lot of reasons I like this, to be honest with you, Jim.
You got it. And now, but let me ask you this though: is the market's not one of them, is it?
The market's a little weird, but it's always hard to get accurate numbers when you're talking about doubleheader games. So I try not to put too much weight into it. But I see 57% of the tickets on Kansas City, and I see 70% of the money on Kansas City. I see it hasn't moved a ton, but minus 130 open. I see a minus 122 on some books right now. So there's a little bit of respect, but maybe that's just big coming down. When you said the minus 124 open, I thought that was for the second game.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah. No. This opened up last night, 9:52 p.m. minus 126 for St. Louis. They're now minus 124, but we can take it. Arizona just put up 3 runs, so what a great call by our guy Stacks on the over. Oh, no, he's got Matt Olson. Sorry. Did Olson get home with any of those runs? Let me know. But all of you guys that have moved on the over are in business here. Over at where we used to play Poker, that opened up minus 129, but it didn't open up in the afternoon. It didn't open up till 7:18 p.m.
So we're overlooking that this was open yesterday and the night before that as well, because this is a rained out game and these are the same two pitchers. So the amount of money that came in yesterday is partially factored in, and it's probably kind of a broken odds how that algorithm works, because anytime you see a doubleheader, it looks really weird on the market setup.
This one they've done it right though. Usually it's all screwed up. This is the first time on this site that I use it. They opened this line last night at 7:18 p.m. This line. So, but usually that's a problem I have. I was kind of pleased to see that they're not showing me the line that was available yesterday during the day or on Tuesday night. But generally, that's an issue that I have to deal with here as well. Let's roll on. That is Royals Cardinals game 1. Let's talk about game 2 here. We have Cole Ragans. He did not look very good before he went on the IL. A 15-day minimum he was on there due to the groin soreness. He was at AA Northwest Arkansas. 4 earned runs over 3 2/3 during his rehab start. Again, I don't care. I don't need a pitcher to be lights out. We just watched Kumar Rocker. I mean, it's just like I find when the young pitchers are lights out in their rehab starts, they're about to get touched. So I don't need someone to be perfect, but Cole Ragans just didn't look the same. He just didn't look the same this year. Do you know this? This is interesting about Cole Ragans, that we haven't seen him since May 16th. That was his 4th straight home start. So he actually hasn't pitched on the road in majors since April 18th. And I'm just not sure what to do with him. I'm not treating him like the ace I treated him like last year. That's for sure. Matthew Liberatore on the other side, lefty versus lefty matchup, 3.08 ERA, 1.06 whip. He got touched in 11-1 loss at the Rangers. It was a strange loss. The market indicated that he was going to get touched, but the Rangers aren't hitting lefties. So for them to destroy Liberatore was interesting. We have at home Matthew Liberatore, 5 games started. He's only allowed 6 earned runs in 32 innings, 198 opponents batting average, has been spectacular. The Royals they have no power whatsoever against lefties. They're hitting 240, but with a 598 OPS. It's one of the lowest OPSs with an average of 240 I've ever seen. The Cards versus lefties, I mean, their OPS is not very good. It's 692 with a 239 batting average. And again, both bullpens have been very good. I wonder if this helps. If this helps St. Louis seeing Noah Cameron in game 1, then seeing another lefty in game 2. Maybe you can touch on that as well. Let's touch on the line history here for game 2. This is 7:45 p.m. This is the last game of the night because it's going to be all NBA. At 8:30 p.m. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have minus 114 for the Cards. They opened up minus 126. So here we've seen a move. There's been a 10-cent move from plus 116 to plus 106. And then when we get to the total in this one, we have a 7. Wow, that's interesting. That's very interesting. I did not expect that. This has just gone down, down, and down. It's a surprise. And when we look at the cash flow, I'm not sure how much information they're going to give us on the cash flow. None. So take it away, Spooner. Any interest in game 2?
I have less interest in this. Like I mentioned, my lean is the Kansas City. I'm a little bit worried. If you look at the Cardinals' bats specifically, they match up really well with Cole Ragans' pitch mix. You mentioned Cole Ragans. This is his rehab start. They're top 5 in baseball versus the 4-seam this year. They're 6 in both offensive efficiency versus the slider and the knuckle changeup that he likes to throw. I think this is the Cardinals team that, if they lose that first game, are going to have that motivation to come back and win this second game in a doubleheader. You never really want to get swept. So that kind of scares me. You mentioned the Cardinals bullpen's been really good this year. I'm not sure if I fully agree with that. Over the last 14 days, they're 23rd in baseball with xFIP and 25th in ERA. And on the full season, they're 20th in ERA and 18th in xFIP. Over the last month, they did have some good showings, but I don't think this Cardinals bullpen is good as the Royals bullpen. And when you don't have 2 pitchers that are going to go super deep, maybe Liberatore can go decent against the Royals, but I question how far Reagans is really going to go into this game. Then I'm putting a lot of faith into a bullpen that I'm not sure how much work they're going to have used in that first game. And there's too many variables that I don't, when you try to work a bet out, you're just like doing rigorous proofs, and that things aren't there. You can't prove it here, and there's not enough for me to move yet, but I like the Royals more.
I was hoping, I'm surprised this is down to a 7. I thought that the runs could come in this game, but maybe it's Liberatore. Maybe it's trusting Liberatore to bounce back against the Royals team that is terrible versus lefties. Maybe the question marks around Cole Ragans are real, and maybe it is. But then we have this market move towards the Royals. It just doesn't correlate. It doesn't correlate for me. I was almost going to try to talk myself into Cardinals the first 3 or first 5, and good God, was that Pittsburgh Pirates first 3 a thing of fucking beauty yesterday. I loved the cap that we did together and came up, found that with Burrows. It was just made me feel very, very good. All right, we have Spooner on game 1 on the Royals plus 110. Let's bring on our producer of our show, co-host here on Betting with the Bag, star of Say Hey Plays, coming to us from our home studio in the Southtown 101 in San Antonio, Texas. Let's see if he's moving on either of the doubleheaders, Royals, Cardinals. Please welcome our friend, Mr. Jose Bouquett, to the telecast. Jose, how are you?
Jimmy, I'm doing well. I had to put my leg down because you made me self-conscious about it, but I am doing good. So nice to see you guys.
It's all working then. All working. Jose, you had a great day yesterday. Friends and family cashed as well. It was
so easy, the easiest bet of the world.
It was awesome. It was very, very, very good here. Very good. We have Dave Berkey in the house. Our guy Berkey said just ate about 80% of the bagel before realizing it's covered in mold. So there you go. There you go, Berkey. That's not the best way to start the day, but talking about this doubleheader at Busch Stadium might be. Mr. Bouquet, did you move on either game of the double dip?
I did not, so we can move on. I do have 3 games officially locked in. If you look at line openers and line movement, you'll be fucking easy to find out what those plays are. But yeah, exciting day yesterday. We're sub 1 unit now for the season, so here we go. We're back, we're rolling, and now
let's get it. Shout out to my guy Alec Dirks. It's was one of the best feelings I've ever had in my entire career after the game last night.
Oh, the Oilers?
It was one of the best feelings I've ever had. Like knowing how many people, rocked with me, knowing that how many people moved live when they were down with me, just knowing all of that, knowing that we were going up against all the sharps. It's and Alec Dirks, thank you for the kind words. I've had a bunch of people reach out to me. It's literally like I don't remember the last time I felt that good. I was just sitting there. I think because I felt so sick during the game. I felt so uncomfortable. I hated watching it. I was just, I think that was part of just the relief afterwards. I honestly felt sick to my stomach. I fear for all of us. I fear for all of us for what we do every day. Because I was, for 4 hours, I was like this sick to my stomach in the dark.
Yeah, it's funny. And I feel so confident with the Oilers, and it's just your confidence that you instilled. So I just sit back and just wait and wait for them to do their thing. Did you move on them live too, by the way? I mean,
of course. I only got plus 135, but it was tricky handling it. Always, because I remember I tell you guys, it's tough to get in on the first period if your team's a favorite. You kind of want to wait till the end of the first, but
yeah, I waited to the between second and third. That's when I pounced.
Slow jams, you're right. You are absolutely right. And when you've been in a relationship for a long time, you don't get it as often, but it's still great when you get it, man.
And shout out to TJ. I kind of like this. The early games, I might be the only person that does. Like they roll right into the game because live betting these games have been very nice as well. Betting the Red Sox plus 3.5. Juicy as it was, cashed easily. By the way, Spoons, nice to see you as well. But. Oh, you're muted over there, Spoons, but it's nice to see you. But yes, the cash in the Red Sox is great. I should have moved on the money line too, but a live under 21.5 as well.
We talked about it too. We talked about it.
That was so nice. But yeah, shout out to TJ.
And it is Billy Friedrich's birthday. We need birthday picks for Billy Friedrich and Kong. That I knew a few of you guys had put a lot of money on, like Turnsey as well. And I think it was relief more than anything else. But I was sitting there like this. I just felt I sat there for like 20 minutes and just felt good because the losses hurt so much that you have to allow the wins to feel good. And I don't mean going online saying, I'm the greatest capper in the world. Look, I cashed again. That's 20 in a row. I'm 18 and 9 plus 85 units. I just mean, let it feel good. Let's sit back and just let it feel good. So I'm very thankful that you guys, trusted and rocked. Let's get back to the diamond here. 2:10 p.m. Eastern with the Detroit Tigers, 41-22, 20-14 on the road at the Chicago White Sox, 19-43, 13-17 at home. The Chicago White Sox are 13-17 at home. I love it. Right field in Chicago, Illinois. We have the pig milk play of the day. And Burke is the one guy I'm not sold on at home. Everybody else I really love at home. And Burke, he doesn't need to be a right field. Now, he's been much better of late. A 2-1 loss at the Orioles, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 6 Ks, 1 walk was very good. His splits are fine. It is righties who are hitting 270 with a 791 OPS against Burke. If you look at the righties, Torres, Torkelson, you expect Perez to hit from the right side. But Baez and Jake Rogers. It's a deep lineup the Tigers have, but I guess other than Kerry Carpenter and Torkelson, who really scares you. Troy Torrance says, don't bet the White Sox today in any way, shape, or form. Kong, yeah, there's a lot of us that are tired tonight, man. A lot of us that are tired tonight, dude. I think about you getting up at 3:30 in the morning after, because how could you leave that game? You couldn't leave the game. And then you're so pumped up after the goal. That's tough. It's a battle here. And Billy Friedrich says that's more Cubs fans' hatred. So much of that in here.
By the way, Billy, congratulations on the White Sox are in process of getting a new ownership. Bullshit. Reinsdorf's out. Matt Ishbia, I think, has a brother, and he's going to start owning the White Sox here soon. They started that process.
Jermaine on the Tigers -2 says Casey Mize is a road warrior. Casey Mize, one of my favorite pitchers in the league, 6-1, 2.82 ERA, 1.14 WHIP, 51 innings, 12 walks. He has allowed 8 home runs, 5 of which have come out on the road. And he's coming off a poor performance at the Royals, 3 1/3, 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 4 Ks, 2 walks. Righties hit him hard, 273, 766. Lefties struggle immensely against him. The righties in this White Sox lineup, Meadrith, Caro will hit, Switchy will hit from the right side, Elko, Taylor, and Capra. I mean, that's a really weak group of right-handed bats. Tigers' righties last 30 days are not hitting. 237, 698 OPS, and the White Sox as well, 222, 628 OPS. Both bullpens have struggled here. So I wonder if Casey Mize is dealing with any kind of arm fatigue. I wonder what's going on with Casey Mize. This total is an 8. It's -108 to the over. It opened up at 8.5 and dropped to 8 an hour later. Got back up to 8.5 about an hour and a half later. It stayed 8.5 for a while, then it dropped down to 8. So it's been all over the place, but it has moved down a half run, a legitimate half run. We get to the money line here for this one. We got afternoon action. We have the White Sox at +169. They opened up at +185, so a move towards the Chicago White Sox. When we look at the cash flow, and Spooner, if you could hit the ballpark pal for us, that would be great. If we're looking at the cash flow here for this spot, we have 66% of the tickets on Detroit and 61% of the cash. Interesting that Troy would tell us to stay away from the White Sox because market-wise, it's a pretty nice situation. 88% of tickets on the under, 93% of cash line moving to the under. Tells you that there's low volatility. Tells you that that Burke should pitch okay here. Take it away for us, Spooner. Tigers, White Sox.
Yeah, I don't have a bet in this game. I do have a strong lean to the Tigers. If you look at their team total, it's really juiced. 4.5 is not anything I'm interested in getting into with a total of 8.5 in the game. I think Casey Mize is fine. I know he didn't have a great game versus Kansas City, but if you look at his road starts all year, they're just a little bit lower quality than his home starts. But if you look at him, he went into Colorado and pitched very well against that Rockies lineup. I look at that very similar here, except you're not having to pitch in cores. I think he can really handle this White Sox team. I don't really want to take a White Sox team total under either. I looked at that. There's too many ways. A -1.5 is just too expensive for me. I couldn't bet this, but I think Casey Mize is fine. I think Sean Burke's probably a little better than his numbers show at this point in the season. He's got a 1.4 whip versus righties and a 1.45 rip versus lefties. So everybody's getting to him. And these Tigers bats, while you mentioned it, haven't been that good versus right-handed pitching this month. On the full season, they're still 10th in baseball, weighted runs created plus. And on the road full season, they're 5th in baseball. I think this is a team that can get to the Tigers today. I don't have my money on it, though.
This is... I wonder why Troy is telling us not to move on the White Sox. I mean, do we trust Burke at home? I mean, market's telling us there's low volatility. Jose Bouquett, what do you think of this spot?
I think that you're going to end up betting a first 3 under in this game. That's what I think. And I think TJ, this smells like a TJ White Sox first 5 plus a half.
Oh, I'm sorry. -8% runs today and -21% doubles and triples. Everything else is about neutral at this park.
Wow.
Plus 120 for the plus a half. I'll be rolling with that officially. Shout out to my guy, Sean Burke. This is I believe in Sean Burke. I have less belief in Casey Mize. But those fucking coaches there in Detroit, man, that's why I think they are the best team in baseball right now. Their coaching is just on another level. Development right now, pitching development on another level. But yes, I will be on White Sox here, first 5 plus a half, plus 120.
Wow. Okay. TJ.
And by the way, TJ's told me to go fuck myself. And he's saying he's going on Detroit. So
I think that's all he said was just that he's going on Detroit.
No, again, but that's how I'm taking it.
Oh, okay. All right. White Sox first 5 plus a half. You got that at plus 120?
Yes.
There, Mr. Belvedere knows the most famous Sean Burke. God, I miss those Whalers. And I got my Whaler hat right there. Man,
I wonder if Lynn Belvedere knows about Bill Ranford.
I'm sure he does. Mike Liut is who you need to ask him about. First goalie captain in a long time till Luongo was a goalie captain. Then they banned
Sure, a famous Edmonton Oiler, I'm sure, right?
No, sadly no.
Ah, fuck.
Well, I'm a little let's talk. Let me just talk before we move here. Let's talk we got Philly Toronto next, a more afternoon action. I just want to go over what Casey Mize has done of late. I'm not sure. I guess I just have a bias because of that last game. Say what's better?
I have his game logs if you want me to read them off.
Yeah, I got him now here as well. I guess it's just that, I mean, he had the tough start at the Angels, but then, 2 quality starts like you talked about, the Colorado, then home against Cleveland, and then he got touched up at Kansas City. There should be a lineup that he just kind of rolls through. Just Canadian football and tomorrow's NHL, Londo, at this point. Nothing in MLB, but I am interested. Let's just take a look and see what that first 3 under would be. I have 32 minutes to make a decision here on this one. Look at this. First 3 under is -125, hey? And they're still offering a 4.5 on the first 5. And I just don't really love what Burke's done, but there is some interesting, the weather being so detrimental to offense is a bit of a surprise here. Okay, I'll figure out if I want the first 3 under, but by the way, first 3 unders have hit 6 in a row again. So I had the 6 in a row winning streak that stopped on Monday. And now we have another 6 in a row, and we're only on Thursday. So we've hit 12 of our last 14 first 3 unders, which is great. 42 and 22. Are you fucking kidding me? 65.6%.
First 5 unders are the devil.
Tigers are getting Parker Meadows back. He's leading off for them today. That's a really nice boost for their lineup. This Austin Meadows' little brother. He's been killing it at AAA for years. You go there, it's like watching Willie Mays Hayes in center field every time. He's stealing bases. He's hitting home runs. He's an exciting player to watch. I'm glad to see him up at the majors and healthy again.
Well, hitting home runs is not what I associate with Willie Mays Hayes.
I'd like to talk about something. I was very confident went 2-0 in the first 3 unders. I was very confident in the Cubs Washington first 3 under. And that was minus 135. And I was happy that it was expensive. So this first 3 is minus 125. And yet the 8 was an 8. Was it an 8.5 come showtime? It was an 8.5 during showtime. Then it moved back to 8, but it was always heavily juiced to the over. So why would it have been 10 cents more expensive than this one? I'm kind of lukewarm towards the first 3 under 2.5 here. Let's move on to Rogers Center, Toronto, Ontario. I'm not saying I'm not going to move on it, but I'm going to sit with it. I'm not just going to hammer it at this point.
I'll be very interested to know what you do on this game, Jimmy. But in my personal opinion, the White Sox aren't going to disappoint us on Billy Friedrich's birthday. They wouldn't do such a fucking thing.
No, I hear that.
That's the most important factor in this game. Billy Friedrich will not be disappointed by the White Sox today.
Does it not remind you of that Phillies-Jays game on Tuesday?
Yeah.
That was a similar spot. You had both Troy and TJ saying, back the Phillies. We had a huge line move towards the Jays, and the Jays were down 8-0 before you could take a sip of beer. Troy says database 66.7% to the over. Chris saying that's the best line of Sean Burke is going to see in a bit. So, in turns, he says, I can't believe the difference between first 3 and first 5. Thank God.
It's just absurd.
Why did I find this out now? Could have got it.
And then again, just being reinforced, betting that first 5 the other day, and then 3 fifth inning runs happen, and I lose my bet by the half a run. Like that right there is the script that every first 5 bet feels like just written up right there every fucking time.
Yeah. Troy Torrance says White Sox at home in this market profile 3-8 straight up, 3-8 on the run line, and 8-3 to the over. Wow.
About to be 4-8 for old Billy Friedrich.
Okay, so we have a few different pitchers today that are coming off getting lit up and smoked. Brandon Pfaadt, he didn't bounce back.
He did not.
Is Jesus Luzardo going to bounce back? 5-1, 3.58 ERA, 1.34 WHIP, 81 strikeouts and 70 He's only allowed 5 jacks on the season. 2 of them came in that 17-7 loss at home versus the Brewers last out. 3 1/3, 12 hits, 12 earned runs. On the road, he's throwing 35 1/3, and he's been very good. Just allowed 31 hits, 9 earned runs, 46 Ks and 12 walks, 233 opponents batting average. Obviously, when Luzardo pitches, you throw a bunch of righties against him. Spooner, you've talked about his mental makeup, not heavily, but you've talked about the idea of him now going to a winning team and stepping up, and he did exactly what you had predicted. Now we have a different prediction that needs to be made. Does he bounce back and show character here? Going up against Chris Bassett, who has not looked good of late, coming off the 11-7 loss at home versus the A's, 5 earned runs over 5 innings. The Jays are hoping he keeps pitching well, but not because they want to trade him all of a sudden. They think they can get into this playoff race, which we doubt. 6 starts, 33 innings, 39 Ks, 9 walks, 4 homers, 275 opponents batting average at home. He's got the consecutive home starts. Lefties are hitting him very hard. 321 with an 867 OPS. They're hitting him hard. So we've talked about the Phillies lefties. We have the confirmed lineup. Stott batting first, Harper third, Schwarber fourth, Kepler 7th, March 8th, Marchand 9th with the switchy. So he'll be hitting from the left-hand side. The Phillies bullpen's bad again. The Jays are destroying lefties, 275, 774 OPS. Phillies are righties, 262, 740 OPS. We have an early game. Roof's going to be closed. Let's get into the line history here for it. We have the total at 8.5 minus 107 to the under. This opened up at 8 and immediately moved to an 8.5. Back to 8, then back to 8.5. We have a half-run move to the over. I think it is a legitimate half-run move. On the money line here, we have the Phillies minus 109. They opened up minus 117, so we've had to move towards the Toronto Blue Jays. And then when we get to the cash flow for this one, we have 70% of the tickets on the under and 72% of the cash on the under. But we've seen it move up. We have 50% of the tickets on the Phillies, but 46% of cash on the Phillies. Mr. Bouquet, take it away here, Phillies Blue Jays.
Yeah, people in the chats have already mentioned it. The market kind of screaming Blue Jays here. I'm on the Blue Jays plus 101 full game. Opener at minus 122-ish. Where we used to play poker here. Penny has it at minus 117. Line all the way down to minus 109 on both sides here. And it is, 50-50 basically on the tickets and money. So I'll roll with the market. I'll roll with the Blue Jays here, full game money line. And that's the thing that pissed me off yesterday a little bit. Doubling up on the Orioles was a little frustrating because, it always feels like it should just be, one full game bet for me. But yeah, full game money line for me on the Toronto Blue Jays.
Screwed me with the Giants too. And not only that, but I didn't move live on the Giants. And I don't, when you have that enormous advantage in the bullpen, I think it should be an automatic live bet, not on the money line, but on the spread. I don't know why, why is this, a heavy move? I mean, this isn't a heavy move to me. I mean, it's a 50-50 spot. The Jays open up at plus 106 and they're now plus 101. I mean, people trusting Bassett at home. I want to fade Luzardo. I don't see the market screaming at us. I mean, the fact that we weren't on the Minnesota Twins on the run line yesterday was us not listening to the market screaming at us. I don't hear anything from the market here. Let's hear what Spooner has to say. Phillies, Blue Jays. I'm about to bet the over, though. Phillies, Blue Jays. Take it away, Spooner.
So I capped this one last night. As always in Toronto, I kind of peeked at the roof status. I saw it was going to be cloudy, small chance of precipitation, and in the 60s. So I kind of figured it was going to be closed. I was talking with somebody about the game, and they were telling me how good the Jays are versus left-handed pitching. And I think that's just something how you read data. I see their 5th WRC plus versus lefties on the season and 4th over the last 30 days, but they've only scored more than 2 runs off the lefty starter twice in their last 10 starts there. And one of them was versus Jacob Lopez, and the other was versus Jeffrey Springs. And I have Luzardo as a much better pitcher than either of those guys. Christopher Sanchez, they got 1 off of, 2 off of Sears, none off of Newcomb, 1 off of Kikuchi, 2 off of Anderson. They're really pedestrian numbers. And I think this Phillies team can out-hit that. Chris Bassett's a good pitcher. If you look at his last 2 starts, though, he's given up 5 earned in both of them. And what's special about today that he doesn't do that? Obviously, what I haven't mentioned yet is Jesus Luzardo. And this is a guy I really like. I think we're going to have a lot of opportunities to back him here this season. And I'm not sure that today is one of those. I had a Phillies circled last night, and when I woke up and looked at the market move, as everybody's stating, it's a Blue Jays market. And I look at Luzardo to give up 12 hits, 3 walks and 12 earned, and not even 4 innings. You're tipping your pitches. You're showing the other team something. And while I believe the Phillies probably can pick up on that and find a way to hide it really quickly, I'm not sure if we see it the next start out. And when the market's telling me they don't, maybe I just don't believe it. The Blue Jays bats really match up well against Jesus Luzardo's pitch mix too. So it's one of those things, not enough things correlated for me. I saw some red flags, and I'm not trying to go to the ticket window ignoring red flags. That's just how you burn money.
I mean, I don't understand. The Jays are 21-13 at home. They have a better winning percentage than the Phillies do on the road. I mean, this is where the line should be. Yeah, Ken Mizrahi, we hammered CFL, my man. We hammered it, so that's a little earlier. We hammered it. I doubled up on the game tonight. It was fun, and I'll hit the games tomorrow. It was fun. Okay, Jose, what did you get on the Jays?
I got plus 101.
Jose, can you please give me a bullpen situation for both squads here? Because I'm trying to decide first 5 or full game. I'm not doubling up.
Sure. Romano, 20 pitches yesterday, got the loss. Strom and Kirkring, 10 and 11. Tanner Banks, 15 pitches. All of those guys probably available here today as well. Toronto on the other side, Jeff Hoffman, 7. He'll be available. Brandon Little and Chad Green. Little 20 pitches, so probably not available, but they have the whole rest of the bullpen ready to go as well.
And it's a travel day. They probably want to get out of here. So the full game's gone from 8 to 8.5 with all the money on the under. So what is the first 5 done? The first 5 here has it actually went crazy. It opened up at 4.5 and it dropped down to 4 at 4 in the morning. Stayed at 4. And then now it's back at 4.5. We've actually had 4 cents to the under movement on the first 5. But this Phillies bullpen is not to be trusted. Okay. I'm going to leave that Tigers White Sox game alone here, but I do like the very much like the spot here. Okay, let's roll on. I'm a little confused. Let's bring Troy on because I'll just ask him here because I thought he was doing the Yankees game. Troy, do you have a time issue? Do you need to go on now?
No, I'm good.
Okay,
I'm good. I just hopped in because I don't know. I'm free right now, and I was going to comment on the what I was seeing in the White Sox game and this game.
Okay, do it. Let's perfect timing then. Thank you, my man. Let's hear it. Well, take it away. Take it away.
Spoon,
And welcome,
Jose,
my man. Troy Torrence, second baseball appearance here of the season. It was great to have you, my man. We don't football season around the corner, but I miss capping with you, my man. So
I was hearing you talk about CFL action today, and I just started getting the chills just thinking about football coming back already.
You know, I'm telling you guys, capping CFL a full season leading into NFL, it makes you so sharp for week 1, so ready to go. And I know it's just a 9-team league, easy to jump on, but I love it. Troy, welcome, my man. So what do you want to start with? Do you want to touch on the White Sox game before the Phillies-Jays game?
Well, you know, actually, when I had revisited that White Sox profile, it completely changed from what I had originally capped it at. That's a market in division, big home dog of plus 150 or greater. Moving away from them, you want to fade those home dogs every single time. That's not the case anymore. And actually, the market-wide profile favors you, but still, the White Sox at home in that market type really haven't been good. That's all I really got on that. I just have the Tigers in a money line parlay with the Yanks. But with this Blue Jays Phillies game, I'm all over the over. I bet it over 8 early this morning. Huge trends towards the Blue Jays and the over. I opted to go with the over just because it's really hard for me to trust Bassett. He's not a guy I believe in. He's like Mikolas to me, you know, a pitcher who I was really down on. I thought was going to have a really tough year, but he's had a really great season up until May recently. You know, 5.06 ERA in May, allowing 3 or more runs in 4 of his last 6 starts, and his last 2 games obviously getting obliterated. And he's been terrible against left-handed hitters in his entire career, dating every single season back to when he first started. So I actually opted to not buy the Blue Jays and just take the over 8, and I would still like it at 8.5. I mean, I think we have a whole 1.5 runs of margin here. You know, when I bet it at 8, so you got up to 9.5. I still would consider the over because that sharp move towards the over would also favor the profile. So
I like it. I like it here. Spooner, we have a tricky situation with you now as we don't have you for much longer. I think we'd be better off having you either pick the next game that we break down or just tell us the spots that you want to attack on the rest of the card. What would you prefer?
I'll read out my card here. We can just go up, continue on regularly. I would like to hit the Athletics game on screen next, so we can do that, and that'll be the last game I touch. My full card, I get the Royals money line in game 1, plus 110. I have the Athletics team total over 4. I built that. That's a minus 104. I have Rays -1 at minus 106. I have the Dodgers money line at minus 130 and the Padres money line at plus 100.
I'm Padres at plus 100. What was the minus 130?
I'm posting it right now in the chat. You can just copy and paste it.
Perfect. Okay, well let's set this Twins A's up. I'm going to bet the 8 on the over. I don't. Maybe it's safe. I don't care. Minus 122 is fine. So Jose, will you set up Twins A's and hand it off to Spooner? And then Troy, do you want to just stick with us now? Oh, I think.
Say it again, Troy.
Yeah, I'll roll with you guys.
All right, let's make sure his audio is right.
Refresh real quick for us, Troy. Hit a refresh.
Yeah, why don't you refresh? We'll get you. Okay, there we go.
But
okay.
Mitch Spence, let's talk about him while our guy Jimmy does his thing here. Mitch Spence, 2 innings, 2 2/3, 3 innings kind of guy. This year so far, he's been in the Athletics bullpen. This is his first start of the season. RotoWire as of right now, and I'm going to give it a refresh just to make sure it's giving us the most accurate information. There's no primary listed, so Mitch Spence, 3, maybe 4 innings here today from him. His last appearance, like I mentioned just now, Toronto, 7 batters faced, 2 innings, 1 hit, 0 earned runs, 2 strikeouts, no walks. Faced Toronto again, 2 2/3, 2 hits, 2 earned runs. His longest outing, like I mentioned, 3 innings at the Dodgers, 3 innings, 2 hits, 1 earned run, and he had another one against the White Sox, 3 innings, 2 hits, perfect there. So not too bad. Last year, if you guys remember, Spence was a regular starting pitcher. Faced Minnesota, did he? Let's find out. Here, he faced them once, 5 2/3, 9 hits, 4 earned runs there. So he's got some familiarity, but it's not too bad. On the other side, we've got old Festa, who's come up, and it's not Matt Festa, it's David Festa here, another Festa. Festa, his last 3 appearances were on the 23rd, the 14th, and the 11th of January, February, March, April. So it's been a while since he's been up here in the minor leagues. His last appearance went 5 innings, 3 hits, shutout, 5 Ks, 1 walk. And he went 3 2/3, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 7 Ks, 1 walk before that one. So he's been pitching pretty well here, and I'm always interested to see Jimmy. This might be one of those classic. He got a taste of the majors, and he's been up before. He got 13 starts last year. Got a taste of the majors this year again. Got sent down to the minors to figure his shit out, and now he's back up in the majors here. So I'm very interested to see if he comes out here and pitches well, especially because of that factor. Market in this game, we've got 59% of the bets, 83% of the money on the Oakland A's here. Pretty surprising. 60% of the money and 59% of the bets on the under as well. Line opened up where we used to play poker at minus 175 here. Now minus 192. I need to do a refresh of my money line site here real quick. Yeah, minus 192 now, and at penny minus 190, where it opened up at minus 190 there as well. So fascinating stuff here. I will probably end up staying off here, but I do think Festa has a pretty good start. Total is super high at a 10. You know, obviously we're in Oakland here, and it seems like my totals odds page is not going to be cooperating today. So I'll pass it on to our guy Spoons, who's on the Oakland A's here, correct?
You're muted, Spoon. And also important that Festa got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So that it wasn't it with nothing to do with his performance on the mound. He got hurt.
I have the team total over 4 in this game. Festa had started the year in the minor leagues. He didn't have a great start to the season. Got absolutely hit really hard by the Clippers. This is a guy that sat out for a few weeks, dealt with an injury in the minors this season. He's had a few good home starts there in the minors, but this is a kid. I think you really need to bring him up in a good spot if you want him to be successful in the major leagues. And I look at this as a really bad spot to bring him up. If the A's weren't playing how they are, I might be looking at their money line, but I think Festa is going to get touched today. I think the A's cover this team total in the first 5 innings. This is one of the more offensive ballparks today. Plus 15% runs on Ballpark Pal, plus 25% home runs, plus 9% doubles and triples. I just don't think this is a spot where Festa is going to have a good, successful first start in the majors this year. And when I see that and a minus 190, it's just none of it adds up. You look at the total and the team total for the Athletics, you can find it anywhere at 3.5 at minus 140, and that's 3.5 runs in the stadium with that offense. It's just a gift. It's something I looked at, and it's a lot of juice. And do I really want to put minus 140 on the Athletics? And the answer was no. So that's why I just built the 4 instead of taking that 3.5. But I really think they get here. This is a spot I like them a lot. The Twins bullpen is pretty good, but the stadium is not a place any pitcher wants to pitch.
It's tough. Festa's 3 starts all came at home to, Tigers, Mets, and White Sox. I was really impressed with that Mets start. 4 1/3, didn't allow a run, struck out 6, walked 1. It's
I agree with you, Jimmy. I think the kid, to me, he was a buy pitcher, but he's been out. Now he's coming. I mean, Spoon makes some incredible points. And I struggle with this A's, especially in their home ballpark in Sacramento this year. Like, I don't even cap these games in Oakland or in Sacramento right now, just because I feel like the database doesn't apply and the Athletics are just free falling right now. But he makes some really strong points. They've still been hitting the baseball. They just cannot pitch. They cannot defend. They give up too many runs. I kind of would lean with Spoon in this case, especially on getaway day.
How many innings Spence going to go? He's not stretched out.
I would expect like 4 there, and then you have to trust the Athletics bullpen, which is, in any way you look at this, the worst baseball bullpen. It's terrible.
3 innings, 4 innings max. Yeah.
Which is why I have the team total isolated.
I get it. I understand it. With Festa, the first road start of the season in a very tough pitcher's park.
But he was better on the road last season at the same time. So, but I mean, this team, the Athletics, is just so far of an outlier right now that it's just so hard to get a read on.
And righties get to Festa. I mean, it's just this season, so sample size is small. I would want to see what's happening to them in the minors, but righties have got to him. And Wilson, Rooker, Langoliers, Muncy, McIver, Schumann, Clark. So every righty they could put in the lineup, they do. It's just Soderstrom and Butler are the 2 lefties.
Festa through 3 starts this season, 1.39 ERA with a 5.71 xERA, a 2.45 opponent batting average, a .291 expected batting average.
Surprised that the total's gone from 10.5 to 10. Maybe it's just the travel day as part of it here. I mean, there's a ton of volatility in this game. The line also opening up at plus 173. I mean, this got down to plus 158 at 10:30 this morning. This got down to 155 at 11:20 this morning.
So now pitchers weren't announced at that point.
And now we're just back, from square one. And then looking at the cash here, 59% of the tickets, 83% of the cash on the Athletics. I completely understand the look here. For me, I just don't have enough that correlates for me. I'm surprised that it's gone from 10.5 to 10. Maybe that 10.5 is just so high that people see it want to fade it. But I get your look. Spooner on the A's, team total over 4 minus 104, Rays -1 minus 106, Padres money line. And then he's already given us the Royals, who are up 1-0 at plus 110. Our guy Morgan Spooner has not lost a bet. 2 straight walk-off wager shows, going for 3 straight this Sunday, and it's a great show. Please support our guy Morgan Spooner on Sundays as well as on X. I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. So for me at this point, the only move I've made is that Philly Toronto over 8 at this point, but there's more coming. Here is Spooner's X handle. Please, if you don't follow him, please do so. Spooner, my man, thank you so much for making time for us. Sorry we didn't get through more games. It's my fault. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show, my friend?
No, everybody, just good luck. Keep riding those Oilers. Let's keep putting money in our pockets. That's such a fun look. Not a huge hockey guy, but that's fun. Real quick on David Festa. Traditionally, he had troubles with lefties in the minors going back to 2022, 2023, but that really changed, and his kind of pitch mix changed. He's also added a 4th pitch in the minors this year, and I'm not sure how that'll add up, but I hope everyone has a great day today. Good luck. That's it.
There he is, Mr. Morgan Spooner, joining us. Let's roll on Fellas, next up for us, we have 3:40 p.m. Eastern action. Baltimore Orioles 24-36, 12-19 on the road at the Seattle Mariners 32-28, 16-16 at home at T-Mobile Park in Seattle, Washington. We have a lot of confirmed lineups here. We have the confirmed lineups for this one. Zach Eflin versus Brian Wu. Eflin came back from the IL and looked lights out last start, which was a bit of a surprise. I wonder if he can carry it over against this weak hitting Seattle Mariners team. Now hitting .218 with a .640 OPS versus righties. Now 32-28, just 4 games over 500 and playing 500 baseball at home. Jose did not want me to bet the Mariners futures, and I was a little upset for a while. I'm no longer upset, and now very thankful. This team does not look very good, but they have the pitching. So I said, I don't know what to do with them here. I guess it depends on what you think of the Houston Astros. For the Orioles, they got us to cash yesterday. All of us, every one of us here on screen cashed with them. Troy was a big backer of the Orioles as well. Holiday, Rutschman, Henderson, O'Hearn, Carlson, Kerstad, Rivera, Mateo, and Handley turning the lineup over for the Orioles. Wu's splits are very good. It doesn't matter what side that he faces. For the Mariners, you have Crawford, Polanco, Rodriguez, Cal Raleigh, big dumper himself, Rosarena, Rock and Rowdy, Tellez, Taveras, Master Buani, and Cole Young, the highly thought of prospect Cole Young, who hit that game-winning RBI in his first game in Major League Baseball. Very highly thought of prospect. So that he turns the lineup over. And Eflin gets hit a little harder by lefties, but his splits aren't a problem either. Those are the lineups. Let's take a look at the weather here for today. We have cappers in the chat moving on this one. We have chosen one on the O's first 5 plus 130 here. And let's see what we're dealing with weather-wise in Seattle. 64 Fahrenheit, feels like 62, 6.3 miles per hour left to right. It gets up to 7.2 miles per hour, but it's not too big of an issue. We should see what we're getting from Ballpark Pal. I thought I had it up. I apologize. Here we go. Ballpark Pal has T-Mobile minus 9%, so minus 4% homers, minus 14% doubles and triples, minus 4% singles. Brian Wu is a pitcher that TJ's been backing consistently and getting paid. TJ, are you moving on him here up against Zach Eflin? Let's take a look at the line history. The Seattle Mariners are minus 142. They opened up at minus 162. Huge move to the Orioles. Plus 145 to plus 131. That is a fascinating move to the Baltimore Orioles, looking for another victory here. The total 7.5, and it's heavily juiced to the under. The interesting thing is it comes out at 7:25 p.m. and 2 hours, 15 minutes later, it's an 8. And it stays an 8 for 6 hours. And then it goes to 7.5, and then 11 a.m. it hits a 7. So U-shaped movement, very strange. Overall, we've had 21 cents of movement towards the under. On the money line here for this one, we have the Mariners minus. Oh, I did that already. Okay. So then we just need to hear the cash flow for this one. And the table is set. We'll hear from Troy Torrance first. 60% of the tickets on the Mariners, 61% of the cash on the Orioles. Then you have 92% tickets, 91% cash on the under. If it wasn't for the U-shaped movement, I'd be very interested here. And Ronnie Crawford in the house. Major League Baseball play of the day is the Seattle Mariners. Ron Crawford, no concern with this market move against them. Ron Crawford, MLB play of the day is the Seattle Mariners. Ron Crawford! Troy, the market is speaking. Are we listening?
Yep. I'm definitely listening. And this is a price range I'm very familiar with. This market type in general, between minus 160, minus 140 for the home team. We really see a lot of efficiency in this range. Now, the problem is when you get down to the lower totals below 8, 7, 7.5, 6.5, it gets a little choppy. So you're dealing with very small sample sizes. But ultimately, the Orioles profile on average at 53%. And that's over a pretty large, pretty massive sample size. So 53% on a plus 120 sounds pretty damn good to me. The most consistent trend for this, from the database is definitely towards the over, but the Mariners at home in this profile, 5-9, actually after yesterday, 5-10 straight up, and they went under yesterday. So 8-5 to the over, and the overs on the road in this profile are 2-0 straight up. Wu, to me, he's definitely borderline elite pitcher. He's got a 3.11 xERA. He's been elite at home, which is not a surprise being in Seattle. But, at home, he has seen a lot of right-handed dominant lineups like Minnesota, New York, Texas. Well, I don't even know about Texas, really, who they were playing with in this game. But the Athletics, he's much worse versus left-handed hitters. He's still really good, 231 average, 674 OPS. So he's still solid. But I still think that he hasn't seen a lefty-dominant lineup, especially at home where he's been great. It's hard to make a case against Wu. On the other side, I can make a case for Eflin because, the advanced numbers say favorable regressions looming. He's coming off an unimpressive blanking of the Chicago White Sox. He's actually been better on the road this season. This is where I would like to back him based if you just look at the raw numbers. He's been great versus the Seattle lineup too. They're hitting 216 off him with a 554 OPS. And with a favorable ballpark in these type of conditions, this is where I like to back pitchers like Eflin, especially with the favorable regression aspect. And if you've been following what I've been betting on a daily basis, I've been betting these O's since the Red Sox series. So they had the Red Sox, the White Sox, and now they're here with the Mariners, took the first two. I'm going to continue buying this O's team. I've been in the chat saying the same thing. I have expectations this team's going to experience some upward mobility, and I'm going to be I'm going to plant my flag in the ground behind this team. They've embarrassed me in the past. I'm back. I'm going back to the well. I'm on the Orioles. I took them first 5. So it's not like I want to say I'm fading Wu, but it's more of the case with the bullpens. Obviously Mariners have a better bullpen. They're more rested. The Mountain went last night. He had a struggle to get out of the 9th. So I took the first 5. I think it's plus a half, minus 110 for 1 unit. I believe that's the best way to play this game.
Yeah, you're getting that plus a half in there.
At minus 110, I thought it was pretty decent, but I doubt it's there anymore because the line dropped another 7 cents since I bet it, and not the first 5. I'm just saying the total game in general.
Very, very interesting and appealing. Mr. Bouquett, your thoughts here?
Yeah, I'll ride with Troy here, and shout out to Troy for getting me that money the other day on the Cardinals team total as well. We don't have to talk about our differences we've had, Troy, and your record against me, and how much I've lined your pockets recently as well. But I like the Orioles here as well. I've bet them the last 2 days. They're on a 6-game winning streak, I think, something like that. So I feel like I've just kind of been riding the hot hand here. So I'll join our guy Troy here on a first 5 plus a half here again.
And look at TJ as well. This is it from a guy who's made so much money backing Wu. All right, I'm betting this now.
Sometimes you just, as old Peter Loshek says, you just gotta sit back and listen. Plus,
it makes me reading TJ's message there makes me want to open up my one of my books right now and bet it again.
Wow, I mean, this is a guy who's been backing Wu nonstop, and that I love seeing that too. Okay, let's see what I'm dealing with here. I'm gonna bet this.
I got minus 115 for the plus a half. I just bet it.
I'm gonna bet this now.
Troy, you got minus 110, right?
Yeah, I did.
It's not bad. Yeah, I mean,
I don't hate that at all.
No.
Especially with the 7.5 total and dropping fast.
Yeah. And Wu not looking as dominant of late, and the Orioles, might be feeling okay about themselves for the first time in a long time. Yeah, I'm gonna get the minus 115 too. The bet we're moving on, Londo, is the Baltimore Orioles first 5 plus a half. First 5 plus a half. So I'm going to bet this now. While I'm doing that, Jose, could you set up Padres, San Francisco Giants? A game I'm very interested in. I still pretty upset. You know what happened? And this is something I just want to say out loud, so I stopped letting this happen. When the game was 2-0 Padres, I was thinking of betting the Giants live. And then I didn't, and it went 5-0. And at that point, and this is what I need to say out loud. At that point, I was thankful. I was like, oh, it was a good move, not bad. Instead, I got to think, now move. You have a huge bullpen advantage. Don't sit back and think you're right. Now move with the better line. I wish I had done that when I didn't, but I did. And I lost Giants first 5, but did catch full game. Jose, can you set up Padres Giants and send it over to our guy Troy, and then I'll come in after. I'm going to get this bet in.
Sure. Let's talk about these two pitchers, Dylan Cease versus Robbie Ray, a pitcher on my backlist and someone I think is a semi-fraud. And it's tough to be a fraud at 7-1 record, but I'm going to continue to challenge Robbie Ray throughout the season, especially as the season gets later in the year. So we'll talk about him first here. 7-1 record, feeling good about himself. Last 3 starts, 1 earned run at Miami, 1 earned run at Washington, shutout, 7 innings at home versus the Kansas City Royals. Just feeling good about himself. 3 earned runs against the Arizona Diamondbacks here, but it does indeed seem like the market is screaming Padres here, and we'll get the Lord of the Market, Troy Torrence, to talk about that here shortly. At least I'm hoping the screaming market is right here at the very least. Robbie Ray, Dylan Cease now on the other side. A guy that's been on my backlist all season. He's going to be a free agent next year, and my thought obviously was this guy's going to show out and go get paid next year, and then maybe he'll be a fadeless guy after that. But he's kind of been up and down, to say the least. Has not been that dominating, $200+ million pitcher that he could be. 4 2/3, 7 hits, 3 earned runs, 5 innings, 3 earned runs, 7 innings, 3 earned runs against Pittsburgh, at Atlanta, at Toronto here. So it's been pretty interesting to see why, or try to figure out why this is happening. His stuff plus is still pretty good. Location plus is at 103. So maybe he's just not locating as well as he once was. Wager Talks numbers here. We have, as I scroll to find it here, 92% of the bets are on the under in this game, obviously because these two pitchers are good, but 60% of the money is on the over in this game, and that 92 just went to 89, so very fascinating. 57% of the bets on the Giants here, 59% of the money on the Padres here. Where we used to play poker at, open this up at minus 120 at San Francisco Giants. It is now minus 105 each way here. Penny opening up minus 123, now down to minus 111 Giants here. I am on the San Diego Padres. The first bet I made today, I got it at plus 105, and I'm trusting the market and putting my faith in the market lords here. Troy, please tell me I did not walk willingly into a trap.
No, but this is a tricky price range for me. So I bet the Padres in game 1 at plus 150. I won. I bet the Giants yesterday at minus 101, and I won. And I just feel like that's as far as I go in this series. Like, a lot of the results in the database are break even, meaning it's like 50-50. And right now that would mean you're minus EV on the Giants, and you might be able to still get a plus 100. If you have plus 105, that's a different story. My problem is, like, right now at 2:40, we're about an hour and 30 minutes removed from first pitch. The market could change a lot from here because it's very polarizing when you start. Right now, I see them at minus 115. They could end up at minus 105. That completely changes the profile. They could be minus 125. That completely changes the profile. So in this range, I really tread carefully, and especially in this type of game where I had one team in game 1, I zagged perfectly with the Giants. I don't think I want to go back in, but if I did, gun to my head, I'm 100% back in the Padres in this game. Even though the Padres, they've been pretty bad versus left-handed pitching, especially if you look at the game log. How they do, it's tricky because they actually have been up against quite a bit of lefties this season, so it's up and down. But lately, they have not been good. I think they are I got it right here. San Diego Padres are 20th in the MLB since May 1st. 84 weighted runs created plus.
Yeah, 224, the 607 OPS last 30 days against lefties. And Robbie Ray at home has been spectacular. I mean, I see the market moving towards the Padres, and I saw, they saw a lefty yesterday in Kyle Harrison, whom I'm higher than I should be. The guy's cost me so much fucking money.
Kyle Harrison?
Yeah, he's probably cost me more money than any pitcher in Major League Baseball, I'd say.
Well, Jim, I was texting about it yesterday. I mean, you're probably one of the guys that I truly follow, pay attention to, and root for. Didn't he cash the game before yesterday though?
He did. Yeah, he cashed me that we had the first 3 under, and he pitched beautifully. But again, that was against the Marlins. I mean, any lefty can shut down the Marlins. It seems. Now the Padres are going to see Robbie Ray. Robbie Ray's had 6 starts at home. He's allowed 8 earned runs, and so okay. So here, shout out to Jeff joining us here in the house, shouting you out, Troy, and richly deserved for that. But yesterday, I got a message from Nutflush, and he said, "Look, this total is ridiculous." He said, "You just bet the over. The over is going to cash." And here, I mean, when the weather seems even more positive for offense, these bullpens are, the Giants bullpen that's been very good as taxed. The Padres bullpen looks terrible. But even with the wind blowing out the way it is, minus 11% on Ballpark Pal. I'm curious, what was it yesterday? Let's go to Ballpark Pal from yesterday here. I wonder if yesterday it was minus 10%.
The database was on the over in both of these games. Today it's leaning over, but there's not a wide margin. 54% for the over, small sample. It's hard to trust, but I do have concerns with it, but I'd be on the over only. Even though, you look at these two pitchers, it's hard to bet overs.
Oh, Justin McKelvey, you're right. Says, what was Bo Jackson talking about? Chick-fil-A is catering their trip home, the Phillies trip home, and the Chick-fil-A is getting to the airplane at 5:55 p.m. So Bo Jackson believes that this will be a fast game, and he's on the under.
That's the type of
good analysis.
I like to hear that, honestly. It's little things like that you can only find here.
Yeah, but I am on the over. So, TJ says, follow the market.
Some cold Chick-fil-A apparently on that plane. Some cold ass Chick-fil-A.
I need some third inning magic. I need some magic right now to get out of this. I got the first 3 under in Cardinals, Royals, got 2 on, nobody out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the first 3s because look, 42 and 22. It's been much easier than the bottom of the 5th.
And at least you're getting, again, first time through the order is so big.
Yeah. Well, you got some breathing room. So let's get to the let's get Michaelis to deliver here. Okay. You know what? I guess I'm getting mixed messages here. We have the lefty in Robbie Ray, who's been so good at home, but TJ's right. The market indicating that he's vulnerable here and that Cease is going to shove. Speaking of the market's been pretty tight with Cease as well. And there's Nutflush Allen headed to the under in the San Francisco Giants game. Okay, there he is right there. The Giants whisperer. We are going to get him on screen. We need him on screen. So hopefully we can figure out when we can make that happen, Nutflush, because we'd love to have you break down these Giants games with us. Well, so I guess there's nothing for me in this one. Nothing for me. I'm going to stay off of the spot here. But maybe I shouldn't. I guess if he's leaning towards the under, I find it hard to believe that Robbie Ray is going to get touched. I think what the market is telling us is that Cease is going to pitch great. This just moved back to 7 offshore. So overall, we've had 5 cents of movement to the under at 7.
There's a double play ball. Come on, get him. Let's go. It's fucking huge, bro.
Oh, no. He's here, guys. The guy who loved Raising Cane's is here.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't why limit it to just the first 5? I look at the first 5 line and how it's moved, and first 5 moved 4 cents. The full game moved like way more than that. And
you got what you needed. Double play out of the inning.
Yeah. Oh, we're out of the inning? No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he's one play behind. Well, he saw the double play, but he knows he's already out of the inning. Yeah, pop fly gets us out, or gets you out, I guess.
So then the question here, here is, why would I not be on the first 3 under in this Giants game? Let me just see. I want it to be expensive. I want it to be very expensive. Let's see what it is. The first 3 under is
150.
No, I want it at this number, minus 165. So you have to bet a 2.
I might even get on this with you. I'm trying to find. So what I've noticed on getaway days, and I've put together like a 13-game sample of it. So I'm not even going to speak to the results right now, but I've noticed that there's with each team, they have a trend. Do they score runs? Do they win? Do they lose? I'm always looking at it now. Last game on the road, last game at home, things of that nature, like the Giants. Because I want to get on this with you. I mean, we can move on. We could come back and revisit it if you want. I'm going to peek at it. So they're home to home. They got a home to home series here. The Giants do.
Don't worry, guys. The Racing Canes guy is still here. He's in our chat. He's been in our chat all day. He just uses different aliases. That's all. Okay. All right.
Canes sounds fucking fantastic though right now. For
6-5 over, 2 overs, 2-1 to the over. 2-1 to the over for the Giants in this spot by margin, 6-5, 8-4. I'm kind of feeling that juice first 3 under. Kind of feeling that.
Yeah, Ken, it's because the Belmont's there, right? So they're forced to start earlier. So
road to road Padres 7-6, 4-3. Yeah, I don't know. 8-7, 3-2. Yeah, that's mixed, but I'm kind of feeling that, Jimmy.
I'm moving on it. Team total under 2, but I'm gonna have to bet this here now. So I'm gonna start setting it up, but I can do this. I can multitask. It doesn't start for 1 hour and 19 minutes here. Mally Mal says Casey Mize is laboring. Let's see what's going on here. 2 guys on, bottom of the first, 1 out. Something didn't look right watching him in the last start. Didn't look right. But not enough for me to. I'm very, very interested to see what happens in this spot here. All right, let's roll on, fellas. Next up for us here, we have the New York Mets, LA Dodgers. Dodger Stadium in Los Angeles, California, where the Dodgers are just 22-11. I say just because they're only 12 games over 500 overall. We had an expectation that they were going to be, a ridiculous 110 win team. That is not the case. The Mets have a better record than the Dodgers. David Peterson going up against Landon Knack. Let's take a look at the weather here at Chavez Ravine. 72 Fahrenheit, feels like 7.2 miles per hour to right field. Gets up to 8.9 miles per hour. Shout out to our guy, Jay Peasy. We don't see him enough around here these days. He's going to be back. But shout out to our guy, Jay Peasy. We miss him. And the voice that you hear from our intro. This total opened up at 9.5 minus 116 to the under. It got up to 10. It was 10 for a while. Now we're back at 9.5. Overall, we've had 3 cents. Well, we've just had a tightening of VIG. Nothing. No movement. Let's call it that. No movement. Then we have the Dodgers at minus 124. Very cheap. Opening up minus 144. 15 cents of movement towards the New York Mets from plus 130 to plus 115. Let's get into... What does Ballpark Pal have this for Chavez Ravine? Sorry, let me move over here. Chavez Ravine is plus 2%, plus 12% home runs, minus 4% doubles, triples, and 0 change on the singles. We get to the line history we did that already. So we need the cash flow. Cash flow wise for this game, we have 58% of tickets on the under, but 64% of cash on the over. U-shaped movement. Now we're back from whence 65% of the tickets on the Mets and 78% of cash, and the books are concerned.
Wait, what do you have for cash flow on this game?
I have here, and this is not from Action.
Right.
We don't use Action anymore. On the board here, I have 65% of tickets on the Mets and 78% of cash on the Mets.
Do you know what the the data compilate, what books they're referencing for that cash flow?
Yeah, Circa, Superbook, South Point, DraftKings, Caesars, BOL, Heritage, Bookmaker.
Wow. I mean, this is making me see. I've built a database based on 3 years of cash flow from all public books. I mean, it's what my database is based on. But hearing that, it makes me want to add a second layer of cash flow, because that's exactly the books that I care about the most. And I think that's going to reflect the line movement much better. But at the same time, having all the public books, looking at that cash flow, you get the different perspective of, where the public is, where and I think you also get a lens from that angle as well.
Yeah, that's true. I think just the total started bothering me so much that I just
Annoying. So annoying.
I just can't. I just couldn't do it anymore. How many times are you gonna say 99% of tickets, 99% cash on the over?
But here's something that's funny. Actually, there's like maybe 10 games. I'll pull it up. But when the public is on the under, or when there's like more than 40% of bets on the under, every game has gone over this season. That's from the action. I mean, I don't use action, but it's exactly what you used to report.
Yeah, no, it's tricky. We've moved from action over to Wager Talks cash flow information. That's what we're using now. And then I still use the same site that I've always used now for 9 years for line history. And it's where I work down in Costa Rica. Okay, so the market screaming here that David Peterson and the New York Mets are live. Peterson's been great on the road. He's been great at home. He's a very good pitcher. 2.69 ERA, 1.26 whip on the year. He's only allowed 4 home runs. The performance against the Rockies, and 1 earned run over 5 2/3. Rockies are nothing but. So it's righties that can get to Peterson, but I mean, you can say that about almost any lefty, generally speaking. And the righties are dangerous. Mookie Betts, Teo, Pujas. Don't know if I'm saying that right. Edmund, the switchy, will be hitting from the right side. Hernandez, Miguel Rojas. I mean, this lineup's not very good. I mean, it's crazy to say that when you got Ohtani and Betts 1-2, but I mean, it's not that tough of a lineup, honestly. And I know that they'll add to it. So that's Peterson going up against Landon Knack, who looks quite vulnerable. Landon Knack, 6 innings, 5 hits, a solo shot, 6 Ks, 3 walks, 18-2 win at home over the Yankees in his last start. He's pitched in 4 games at home. He started 3 of them. 22 hits over 20 innings, 12 earned runs, 282 opponents batting average. He's had 5 home runs at home. Righties are annihilating him. 286, 941 OPS. Marte, Alonso, Taylor, Alvarez, and Acuna. So they still have 4 lefties in the lineup: Nemo, Soto, McNeil, and Beatty. The Mets bullpen is over 2 earned runs better over 9 innings than the Dodgers over the last 30 days, just rolling. Dougie Wise says, for me, it's Mets or nothing today. I get it.
White Sox don't score. Oh, my God. Today might be my day.
Oh, I hope so. The Dodgers are raking lefties, though. 275, 815 OPS last 30 days. Mets versus righties, 237, 740 OPS. Mr. Bouquett, Mets Dodgers, any movement for you?
Yeah, Mets for me, full game money line, plus 118. When I bet it earlier, there was about 50-50 cash flow. Now, like you mentioned here, 65 and 79 now on the Metropolitans. The line opened up minus 140-ish. According to that site, the site we look at as well, minus 135, where we used to play poker. Penny opens it up at minus 144, now down to minus 125. I just think that's too much. I thought that was too much at the opener. Minus 140. I know the Dodgers are really good and all that good stuff, but I think the Mets maybe their second best team in the National League. I haven't done like a power rankings or anything like that, but the Mets are really good too, is the point. And I think that should be much closer than minus 140. I bet it at plus 118, and I'm glad maybe the market's adjusting and making me feel a little better about it. So Mets full game for me.
Mets full game here. Why are we not on the Mets, Troy?
I'm trying to figure that out right now. I mean, database is very hard towards the Mets team in this case. And what I like to do with Dodgers games, especially when they're playing another good team, is to see how, what happened when two teams with above a 52% win rate, go head to head. And this is the market that we're seeing. And I'm seeing all Mets, Mets from that standpoint, line movement towards them. You base it on the line where the price currently is, base it on the total, base it on whatever you want. It's all Mets, and I haven't moved on it yet, but hearing Jose and you go through this game is making me want to move. Now, my problem is still like, you think about Dodgers, Mets, and we know the Dodgers are a better team. I mean, neither of these lineups, I think you said, Jimmy, you said that the Dodgers lineup doesn't really scare you very much, right?
No, it doesn't. I mean, it is tricky saying that. I just mean that we've built it up so much. And,
right. Relative to the expectations for this
Yeah.
Dodgers team.
Yeah.
And the Mets, I feel the same way about the Mets. I feel the same way. Like the lineup doesn't scare me. I feel the same way as you do about the Dodgers, which also makes me want to back the under. And maybe is it recency bias? Where you were on the over yesterday, correct, Jim?
I was on the first 5 over, and I know a lot of friends in the chat were on the your fee 3-0 after the top of the first.
I know. I was on the over as well yesterday. So, but I agree with you. It's got to be Mets or pass. David Peterson, Dodgers versus lefties, they've been hitting them. David Peterson's a quality lefty. I kind of trust him. Landon Knack is another pitcher, though. At the same time, I believe in Landon Knack. I've seen him throw some dirty pitches. I've seen him when he needed to in high leverage situations, put the ball in a spot in a perfect location. I think he's underrated relative to his expectation. So I go back and forth with this game, but I would definitely lean with you on the Mets.
Well, I'm going to bet it. Dizzy Rossi on the other side says Dodgers or nothing. So we have either side of the fence, but I'm going to bet the Mets here. This is not a fade of Landon Knack. This is just, if I break it down here I've got a almost 2 earned run advantage over 9 with the bullpen. The Dodgers hit lefties hard, but I think Peterson is better than Knack, even though I'm not down on Knack. And now Knack's got back-to-back home starts, and he just shut down the Yankees. So I get it. I think the line is telling here. So I have moved on the first 3 under 2 in San Francisco, San Diego, and I'm in the process of moving on the Mets game, and I will tweet all of this out here in a second. So we are in business. Spooner says, slam to work Dodger spot. Look at Peterson's start versus the Dodgers that just happened. Zigzag effect here. That was at home. He's been so good on the road as well. Let's see what happened to. We have Landon Knack going up against the Yankees and pitching is the best start of his career. Do we think that's going to happen again here against the Mets team with right-handed bats like Pete Alonso that can hurt you? Let's take a look at that start for Peterson against the Dodgers. 7 2/3, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 7 Ks, 2 walks. The thing is about David Peterson that we just see is he's so consistent. He has not allowed more than 2 earned runs in his last 7 starts. And he's allowed more than 2 earned runs once all season. Once. But TJ said the same, says no way I go with the Mets here.
It's funny because the Dodgers are 0-2 straight up in this profile. 2-0 to the under. The Mets on the road, they don't even have a game like this in their market history because all of their games, on average, I have a 3-game sample, so it's very small. Obviously, I got a 12-cent price range, so it's a very small, but it's very specific. They are 0-3 as well, and they're also 2-0 to the under with 1 push on an 8. But all their totals are 7.5, 7, and 8, and the 8 ticked down from 8.5. Something's telling me that the under's the play, and it's definitely really hard. And basically in this weather during the day, the game went under yesterday, but I'm kind of feeling like the under is probably a good way to play it.
Yeah, but if they're saying that Peterson could get touched here, all right. I have not pressed the button on the Mets here. I'm not going to press the button just this second. I'm going to think about it a little more. Jose Bouquett. Oh, Jose's. Okay. Let's. So nothing official here for you in Mets Dodgers. Troy?
No, not for me.
All right, let's roll on. Astros Pirates is next here. PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. A Ballpark Pal has this plus 5% overall, minus 6% homers, plus 18% doubles and triples, minus 1% singles. And TJ says, for the record, I'm not on the Dodgers either. I just don't think this one is worth the risk on the Mets personally. And Perky says if Knack mows the Mets up, then he's going to start getting taken seriously here. And nice job, Jerry, catching the team total over for the Diamondbacks. Great job.
TJ, do you have an opinion on the total in this game? I'm wondering.
In the Mets-Dodgers? Mets-Dodgers.
Yeah, in the Dodgers-Mets, yeah.
All right, Justin McKelvey's the Pirates team total under 3.5 here, going up against Framber Valdez. We have Helen Mitch Keller on the other side in all of her radiance, all of her beauty. Let's take a look at, we read the Ballpark Pal. Let's just take a look at the raw numbers for the weather. It is a drizzle early. They could push this game back a little bit. It's hot, though. Hot in Pittsburgh. 4.5 miles per hour to the left. That's why we see it offensive. Gorky is on the Mets money line. I forgot about that, Gorky. I do have that copied and pasted. And DC Capper, top NBA, plays on the Thunder minus 9.5. Framber Valdez going up against Helen Mitch Keller. Let's take a look at the line history here. We have Keller at plus 126. He opened up at plus 139, now plus 127, but still 12 cents movement towards the Pittsburgh Pirates. Then on the total here, we have a 7.5. It's juiced to the under slightly. This opened up at 8, and it lasted there for an hour and 16 minutes before it moved to 7.5, where this stayed. And, you know, even from that 7.5, we've had 3 cents of movement to the under. So, and Mr. Belvedere says, on top of being the Blue Jays plus 1, I'm going to be with you guys on the Orioles first 5 plus half and taking a shot here with the Pirates plus 130. And we have DC Capper on the Valkyries here tonight. I'm very close to being on the other side of that, DC. I may not, though, especially knowing it's your top play. I just, you know me, I faded the Mercury. They got destroyed. And now, obviously, I'm interested in backing them. But we'll talk about that here shortly. So let's roll into this, but let's talk about the cash flow then here. So we've seen this line move towards the Pittsburgh Pirates. We have, where the hell is it? Sorry. Here we go. Interleague action. We have 62% of the tickets on Houston, 50% of the cash, 91% of the tickets on the under, 94% of the cash here. So Framber Valdez, 5-4, 3.12 ERA, 1.06 whip, being very good this year, but he's coming off a completo 9-inning beautiful performance. So the question obviously is, and I know he's a guy who can just eat up innings, but how many innings did he go? How many we know 9. Sorry, how many pitches did he throw in that? And was it anything out of the ordinary for the Bulldog Framber Valdez? We have, sorry, let me go to see all here. He threw, 83 pitches. Good
He's a
God.
dog, yeah. He's a fucking dog. And I would break my dick off if the Red Sox traded for him.
TJ says Pitt first 5 was plus 135 this morning. I'm surprised TJ wasn't a TJ special, whether you went on the first 5 plus a half with the way Mitch Keller has been throwing as well. So Framber Valdez locked in. Splits are phenomenal. He's just a hell of a pitcher. Mitch Keller, terrible win-loss rate, but who cares? He's got great numbers. 3.73 ERA, 1.26 whip. He's only allowed 4 home runs this year. Coming off, he had another quality start, but it's a 3-2 loss at the Padres. At home, 7 starts, 39 innings. Hasn't been that good at home. Opponents hitting 280 against him. 3 of his 4 home runs have been allowed at home. And it's lefties that get to him. Lefties hitting 294 with an 800 OPS. This game is in red because of the expectation of early rain. I think it still goes. Who are the lefties that could hurt him? There are none. Caratini's a switch hitter. Jacob Melton. This is a great spot for Mitch Keller here. A great spot. Oh, and you bet that too. Wow. And 15 cents of movement. Okay. Wow. This is a great spot. Astros versus righties, 259, but with no power, 718. Pirates are not hitting lefties at all, 205, 581 OPS. So then the question is, why am I not on an under? I guess you could say because of the weather being so offensive. Is that enough? We've seen this at a 7.5, and it's opened up at 8. And we have bullpens that are being not trustworthy. The Pirates bullpen 4.98 ERA last 30 days. Astros 4.12. What do you think of this spot, Troy? First 3 under.
I want to talk about the market and get your opinion on this real quick, because this to me is fascinating. And when I see stuff like this, I know I'm doing the right thing by getting into the weeds like this. So I'm going to look at this profile. I'm going to break down what I'm looking at right now. So we got a line move towards the Pirates. So we got a line move towards the home team. Right now, the home team for me that I base my, what my database is based off right now is at 124. So I take a 10-cent range in both ways. So I'm looking at any game between plus 114 and plus 134. A market move towards the home team. Now we incorporate the total, and this is where my mind gets blown. So if you look at when the total is less than 8, right? Because this is a game where I want to back the Pirates. And historically, before I even built the database, this would be a Pirates or pass spot because of the line movement. And I was on the Pirates yesterday, by the way, so I cashed with them. So if the total is less than 8 in this type of market with this price range, the road team is 18-8. This is where the sharp trap was born. 18-8 straight up, 69%. However, just tick that total up just 1. Let's just look at 8 alone, right? If you just filter it down to when the total lands on 8, I know it's 8 or above, but I'm just going to look at 8. The home team is 11-6 straight up, 65%. And this is out of division. I'm not including divisional matchups in this profile, because in division the markets operate completely different. But that little difference makes a complete different profile for me, right? You could open it up to 8 to 9, and there's still 58% on the money line in a 65 game sample. So it's like, I don't know if it's worth it for me, because I've had so much trouble with Keller. I feel like every time I back him, I get it wrong. And a lot of times it's because of the Pirates offense. I could see Valdez shoving. I could see Mitch Keller shoving. I think you're looking at this the right way. And I'm trying to decide if I want to back this first 3 under as well.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that is hurting it is the early rain, and maybe could it be pushed back a little bit, and then obviously offensive weather, hot, sticky day. Other than that,
rain helps that. And not only does it make it more hot and sticky, but there's more expected runs per game when you have rainy conditions.
I mean, this is a very similar spot to what I just bet in that first 3 under 2 in Chicago. I still haven't moved on the Mets. Mr. Belvedere says Pirates
thoughts
spot.
on what I said, Jimmy, about the market, how it's completely polarized. If you look at totals that are high and totals that are below 8, above 8, 58% for the Pirates, below 8, 70% for the Astros.
Wow. Let's hear what Jose says, and I'm about to pull the trigger. Jose, take it away.
Yeah, I didn't get too deep into this game. I guess I just skipped this game on accident when I was capping this morning. But I don't really have much. Framber's a dog, and I just typically wouldn't want to back him here in this repeat spot. But he threw only 80 pitches, so maybe it was just an easy day at the park for him. So I'll just stay back and watch you guys get that cash, hopefully.
The Pirates versus left-handed pitching, 61 WRC plus. Again,
205, 581 OPS in the last 30 days. I mean, they don't hit them at all. Okay, I'm moving on the first 3 under 2. It's a little. I'm getting minus 160 on the 2.5, plus 140 on the 1.5. I'm just going to
Jimmy, I know your mind's racing right now, and I know you got a lot going on. You're trying to make a bet. You're trying to figure out if you want to bet this under. But when you're done,
yeah,
I'd appreciate it if you answer my question, because this is where I need perspective, and I don't have any right now.
Okay, so you're the question being, if it's 8 or higher, it helps the Pirates. If it's under 8, it helps the Astros. And then, so what do you do with that information?
Yes. So you were listening. You just were just wrapped up. Yeah, that's exactly it, Jimmy.
Well, I don't bet a side in that situation because it's too close. The line, it's just too close.
Yeah.
It's the
now if 2 years from now when I have 5,000, 10,000 more games, then I'll be able to make a decision more confidently. But yeah, I agree with you.
But part of the reason why I find it so easy to say that is because I'm betting the first 3 under. So I'm scratching my itch. I mean, if I wasn't betting,
to be honest, the Pirates against left-handed pitcher, you got to give them a little bit of slack, but then you can take it the other way too, because they've seen great left-handed pitching this season, especially in the last 30 days. Chris Sale, Peterson, Suarez, Lodolo, Liberatore, Boyd, Imanyaga. I mean, they've seen elite pitching, but guess what? Framber is also in that caliber. So
very much so.
Very much so. By the way, Lynn Belvedere asking, Troy, can you just share your bicep routine with us? We're just trying to get vascular,
I don't do biceps ever.
Oh.
When I go to the gym, I bench, I squat, or I do hang cleans or power cleans. So I do clean, squat, and bench, and I only spend 30 minutes in the gym 3 times a week.
Wow.
I used to be built like a fucking brick house, but that's no longer.
Some people are saying that's probably the reason why that I'm going to beat you in this race is that
because you do biceps.
No, it's I would never do such a thing. I would never touch the gym with my fucking soul. But some people saying 3 times in the gym isn't enough, Troy. It's just simply not, especially when you're competing with a high level athlete like myself.
But I compete in this. Actually, this is the basketball. This is the basketball league I play in. There's 3 ex-NBA players, a ton of players that play overseas. It's really competitive. I still play in that league, and I'm top 5 in points, rebounds, assists, steals.
I hear basketball stats. I don't hear speed here. I've got stork legs, as Lynn says.
Jose,
all right,
Jose, let's do it. Let's do it. You've been talking about this race. Hey, I'll be in San Antonio ready to race. Wait till I'm fucked up, and I'll run sideways and still.
I guess I should fix that.
Good. I can't wait. Come to the next Palooza, ladies and gentlemen, because you're going to see Troy get dusted by the Venezuelan wind. That is me.
Okay, I've moved on 2 bets. I'm on the San Diego, San Francisco first 3 under 2 at -113, and Houston, Pittsburgh first 3 under 2 at -108. I used the Ron Crawford -1 calculator for both. You can get better numbers. I imagine that MGM or something like that. But I've moved on those. So my first 3s of the day were 42 and 22 right now on these first 3 unders. 42 and 22, and that is we've cashed 12 of our last 14. We've cashed 6 in a row, and we just had a 6-game winning streak on first 3 unders snapped on Monday. So it's not like it's low quantity. 42 and 22, 65.6%, plus 18.38 units. ROI plus 28.72%. Average line -111. And I'm just moved on to. So, which then it means that I've not moved on the Mets yet. And I don't see why I would, honestly, with TJ and Spooner. Now, I know TJ hasn't bet the other side, but Spooner both saying that I should not. So I won't. Cactus Black in the house. Welcome. Let's get to work here, fellas, and move on to the next game. So I've made 4 bets now, and I feel good about the card. So I'm on the Philly Toronto over 8 at -122. Orioles first 5 plus a half at -115, and I just moved on those 2 first 3 under 2s. Thank you, Blackthorn, my man. OG Lowbag right there. Same with Rob Free. OG Lowbagger says took a chance on the Astros, even though I hate betting on Houston. And Big Daddy Boom calling Jose the Venezuelan rocket. And LJ from H-Town says, don't forget the Cubs trend, Troy. So, wow. And the line just moved to the Blue Jays to -110. Wow. And Billy Friedrich says, Stocks, Strand, the base is loaded again. Justin McKelvey with the over 9.5 there in his pocket. So I'm the only one moving on Houston, Pittsburgh. Is that right?
Yes, I'm not.
Okay.
At this point, I'm really close.
Troy will talk himself into it.
Yeah, well.
All right.
Certainly will.
Let's roll here. We have the Cubbies. Justin McKelvey on the over. Also on PCA over 1.5 bases minus 105. What a phenomenal season PCA is having here. Jermaine says Mize threw 65 pitches through 2 innings against the White Sox. Spencer says Troy looks like a man who ran a 4.4 or a 4.5 in his prime. Is that facts?
It's facts. 4.54 was my best time, but I was usually typically 4.58, low 4.5s.
AM
Slow.
says, AM says over the day. Cubs Nationals over 9.5 is the over of the day. And Mr. Beveldayer says, I'll save everyone Troy's breakdown. Cubs first 5. You have Drew Pomerantz on the bump here for a bullpen day. Have they listed a primary for the Chicago Cubs? Yes, Colin Ray. Colin Ray, a pitcher that I like. It's just the older I get, the more I like these soft tossing fucking nobodies. Jake Irvin, 5-1, 3.93 ERA. Speaking of a soft toss and nobody, 1.17 whip, 47 strikeouts in 73 and a third. By the way, Pomerantz has looked great. I mean, we're only talking about 13 and 2/3, but 15 Ks, 3 walks as part of this bullpen day. Handing the ball over to Colin Ray. Jake Irvin here, last start was terrible. 9-7 win at Arizona, 6 earned runs over 5 innings. But at home, he's been money in the bank. He's allowed 13 earned runs over 36 and 2/3, 6 starts. Allowed just 30 hits over 36 and 2/3. 221 opponent's batting average. Righties are getting touched up. Righties are getting hit. Righties are getting shut down. 198, 564 OPS. It's lefties that are getting to him. 261, 767 OPS. So the over of the day from AM. And we have lefties in the lineup. Happ will hit from the left-hand side. You got PCA from the left-hand side, Kyle Tucker from the left-hand side, Bush from the left-hand side, and that is it of the expected lineup. So it's going to be tough to get through the top half of the order, but then it should be a little easier. The Nats are, we don't want to get too caught up in their lefties because Pomerantz will be in there for an inning. Billy Friedrich, on your birthday, we still have a birthday pick to give you. Billy Friedrich, have a great day though if you're out here, man. Happy birthday to our friend Billy Friedrich. So the Cubs first righties last 30 days, 272, 798 OPS, and the Cubs bullpen's best in baseball over the last 30 days. Nats bullpen has been bad all season long. So that's the situation. Let's talk about the weather in Washington. 86 Fahrenheit, feels like 87, 7.2 miles per hour out to straightaway center, dies down to 6.3, which means this is the number 1 park in the league for offense, tied with Sutter Health Park in Sacramento, plus 15% overall, plus 20% home runs, plus 12% doubles and triples, and plus 5% on singles. So take a look at the cash then and the line history. We have this total right now at 9.5, juice to the over. Some of the public clown books are not pushing it hard to the over. The sharp books are. This opened up at 9 this morning at 8:08 a.m. By 8:11 a.m., 3 minutes later, it was a 9.5. Then it's a 10 at 9:31 a.m. At that point, this line had only been available for an hour and 23 minutes. It's gone up a full run. But then it comes back to 9.5. Overall, it's a real legitimate half-run move to the over. And then on the money line, wow, what a game. Now it's 10-7 in Atlanta. Wow. And then
did you move on the first 5 under? First 3 under, excuse me, in the Detroit game?
No, I did not. I watched Mize's last start, and I was uncomfortable with it. But it's in play. I'm fine though. He's not pitched clean.
It would have been super sweaty. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine with the. I mean, it's the idea is about be right way more than you're wrong, and then bet a lot of those spots, basically. So I'm fine not moving on a spot that I had uncomfort with. There's been no market move at all towards the Nationals. This line's just standing still. Cash-wise here for the Cubbies Nats, we have 70% of the tickets on the Cubs and 73% of cash, no movement. 60% of the tickets and 83% cash on the under, which is wild. Absolutely wild. Troy Torrance, your Cubbies in effect. Take it away.
Yes, this is a game that I have bet, but I bet it a little bit differently. I've changed how I've been betting the Cubs recently, just because of how strong their bullpen has been. That was the reason I always stayed away and only was on the first 5 for so long. And luckily I did so because their first 5 was great. They were blowing it in the bullpen, but now it's kind of flipped a little bit as some of these pitchers are seeing some regression. And there's a vast difference between today and yesterday's market, with the total being greater than 8.5. That completely changes the profile. And I trust that 9. I have a much bigger sample of, the split on 9 over and under versus 7.5, 8. There's just way more data to work with. So I have a lot more confidence. This current profile ranges from 63% to 71% in favor of the Cubs. And I see that not much has changed from what I was working with earlier. The Cubs are 3-0 in this market type. All 3 of their games going under by margin too. 5 runs, 6 runs, and 3 runs. The Nationals are 1-1 in this market type. They're 0-1-1 to the under. I think that, more pitcher. I wish I had stats, and I bet you somebody could find them. And I'm opening up the chat just so I could see if anybody has this. But what happens when you have a starter like Pomerantz with the primary behind? Because every game I watch, when you got that situation, like the Brewers yesterday is the most recent example, the team with the primary pitcher wins. And I think Pomerantz has been incredible. Obviously, he's due for regression. Anyone with a 0 ERA is due for regression. But I think he can get through 1 or 2 innings, maybe even 2 innings today, despite this high total, because then we just watched it yesterday. Boyd dealt versus this lineup, and I think Pomerantz could do the same thing. Now, I do have problems when I get to Ray, because he's starting to regress towards his 4.58 expected ERA. He has terrible numbers versus lefties this season: 324 OBA, opponent's batting average 896 OPS, but he's given up 6 runs in his last 2 starts, and both of them were against Cincinnati. And we know that they have power lefty bats in their lineup. They have most of their quality bats are lefties in their lineup. And those drove not only his expected numbers up, but his left-handed, his numbers against lefties through the roof. Because historically with Rea, if you look back at his career, he has not been significantly worse versus lefties. The splits are way closer, and I think that that's ultimately the Rea. So I don't know how much we want to put in the lefty bats getting to Rea, even though I think Rea has room to regress. I'm not saying Rea is going to pitch great. I think Pomerantz has a good start. Rea probably does give up between 1 and 4 runs, but I think that the Cubs offense with this high total, I like them. I like the Cubs with high totals. They perform great at home. Unbelievably at Wrigley. Unbelievable, the numbers with them with the high total. But on the contrary, still, winning over 65% of their games with high totals. So on the other hand, you got Irving, and he, regression is looming for this guy right here. 3.93 ERA, 5.09 ERA. He has terrible numbers versus this lineup versus the Cubs. 325 opponent batting average, 875 OPS. His BABIP at home is really where we're going to start to see this regression come. That's what is the indicator for me. I think the Irvin is a perfect candidate for Cubs to bounce back after getting blanked. The Cubs are 7-0. LJ from H-Town sent me these stats. I don't know if he's been in the chat or if he's in the chat right now. I don't see him. But LJ hit me with this message last night. It's not like LJ messages me like really very often. I think the last time he messaged me was for a Texans game a year and a half ago. But he messaged me today, last night. Cubs are 7-0 straight up off a road loss in the same series. 5-2 to their team total over. The Cubs are the best team in the MLB off a loss. The Nats are 2-6 straight up at home off a win since April 20th because they went on a little rampage very early in the season. And the Cubs have only been shut out twice this season. The next game they played the Dodgers. They got shut out by the Dodgers. Then they played the Dodgers again. 16-0 they win. San Francisco, they get shut down the day before. They play San Fran again, and they win 9-2. So I fully expect the Cubs to bounce back. I bet them full game money line. I bet at -142. I put it up earlier this morning, and I also got a Cubs Yanks money line parlay for +126.
So Cubs -142 and Cubs New York Yankees at what was that?
+126.
+126. And a question here from TJ said, are you not worried about the 70% ticket, 73% cash on the Cubs line moving to Washington?
I am because, I know that the Cubs are a public team. They're going to be public, whether you look at action, whether you look at odds logic, whatever the case may be. But we see this all the time. The Cubs operate independent of cash flow, really independent of the database most of the season, even back to last season. Quite frequently I'd be looking at a profile filter down to the Cubs, and they would be contrary to what the market-wide trend is. And I think that continues, at least until I see any type of evidence that that's going to change. Yeah, that is concerning. It is.
Wow. What an interesting breakdown. A lot to think about. Jose Bouquett, Cubbies, Nationals.
Yeah, it was a great breakdown. Troy, Jimmy did a great job with two, obviously, but I'll stay off this game. I lean Nationals here. I like my guy Jake Irvin.
Diamondbacks blow the lead in the ninth inning.
Well, they led blue. It's 10-10 now.
11-10.
11. Wow,
that's
Jesus.
painful. Plus 150
painful.
Down the fucking.
Well, no action for me, Jimmy. To keep it short and sweet, I like Jake Irvin. I leaned under, but this game seemingly is moving to the over. So.
And why? And so I can obviously it's your database is telling you that these games go quite under. Now, is there ever? I guess the high total is reflective of the weather, so that's the answer to that, right? You don't need to have the weather in your database because if it's a higher total, it's usually reflecting.
Right. I would like to say that I'm capturing that aspect through the total itself. And I actually stopped looking at starting pitchers because for a while I was entering the starting pitcher of that game, and sometimes I'll still go back and look at some of that, but I started to find that only threw me off more. I had a massive downtrend when I started operating in that manner, because I think I want the line to capture who's in and who's out of the lineup offensively, or who's pitching and who's not.
Wow. Okay. Well, I don't know if I move on the Cubs here. On the over here. I'm going to need a little bit more time on that one. Troy, on the Cubs official. We do have with the first day of action, the spreadsheet, all that for Troy, which will add these two. Great having Troy rocking with us here. So
it's funny. I think the first time I was on, I think I won 2 or 3 units, but it was because of the team I think we talk about next.
Well, let's talk about them. We have a very exciting spot here on the board. We've heard BJ's best bet. We've heard others. And for those of you who like the New York Yankees, you'll be glad to know that our man Troy does as well. Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. My guy Slade Ciccone, ditched by his former team, the Arizona Diamondbacks. I was very, very surprised. Ron Crawford, New York Yankees 21-3 spreadsheet spot. But TJ says his ROI on the Yankees this year is poor. Let's see what we are dealing with. Ciccone against Max Fried, who's been nothing short of spectacular until he faced the Dodgers last start at Chavez Ravine. At home, though, 6 starts, 7 earned runs. That's it. 184 opponents batting average, and he's got the reverse splits. It's the lefties that are hitting him with power while the righties are not hitting him at all. BJ says all over the Yankees. Max bet, best bet on the board. Slade Ciccone coming off getting touched up at home versus the Angels. He's had 2 starts on the road, and he's been okay. 4 earned runs over 11 innings. 14 strikeouts and 2 walks, points hitting 233 against them. Guardians versus lefties last 30 days, just 233, 605. And the Yankees aren't really destroying righties, but 247, 784. It's just that I'm biased because I always see them at the top of those lists. And then the Yankees bullpen's been a real problem. 4.70 ERA last 30 days, while the Guardians bullpen 4.08 ERA. And the free bands play today as well. I've got all the copied and pasted up at the top, so I'll go over all you guys who are on the Yanks. But Dougie Wise best bet, BJ best bet, and we have the cash cow situation here for Troy Torrence. So let's touch on the weather here in New York to get us started. According to Swish, this has 86 Fahrenheit, feels like 86, 8 miles per hour out to left field, dies down to 6.3 miles per hour. When we get to the ballpark, pal, they have Yankee Stadium plus 12%, plus 40% home runs. Minus 8% doubles and triples, minus 4% singles. LJ from H-Town says Yankees 16-5 versus AL at home outside their division in third game of a home series since 2023. We also had Mikey Money joining us here in the chat. It was great to see him in the chat. Mikey Money of Sports Money fame. We miss his clip very, very much. Very, very much. I tend to lose focus even thinking about that clip. But let's stay focused. For the love of God. Do you think she gets 10,000 steps a day?
No.
Let me see that again.
Are you sure?
Yes. She's fit.
She is fit.
All right. We
Troy,
have
any thoughts?
Sorry?
I asked Troy if he had any thoughts.
No, let's keep him focused here. Let's keep him focused.
No, he's muted. It's okay.
Let him just think it. Yankees opened up minus 250. They're now minus 278. There's just been a constant move towards the Yankees. Now, it wasn't right off the hop, though. This line came out at 7:15 p.m. at minus 250. It took till just after midnight for it to move a cent. I mean, this hadn't moved in actually, really, it took 11 hours for it to move 7 cents or 8 cents. But now we see the movement. The Yankees are at minus 278. Let's take a look at the total here for this one. We have this total at 8.5 minus 110 to the under. It opened up at 8.5 and it quickly moved to 9. That only took about 2.5 hours. Then it got back to 8.5. The real interesting part is, after the line being out for over 12 hours, it moved down to 8. I mean, that's the surprise. Now we're back at 8.5. Overall, we've had 14 cents of movement towards the under here. So let's take a look at the cash flow and then hear more about the cash cow play of the day on the Yankees. 83% of the tickets on the Yankees, but just 58% of the cash. Now, again, with the cash cow, well, I'll let Troy touch on all that. That's not as important. 86% of the tickets on the under and 72% cash on the over. So mixed messages from the marketplace. Troy, take it away. The Guardians, Yankees in the Bronx, baby. Oh, I think you might be muted, my man.
My bad.
Yes.
North.
It's my bad. All right. Yeah. I texted you right when I seen this morning. This is absolutely the sweet spot of the cash cow profile. In conference, not in division, all the cash per Action Network, right? 88% of the cash, 90% of the bets is where I like it. Priced above minus 250 and the line moving with significance. I mean, the book is showing major concern here, knowing they put out a wrong line. They're moving the line every book you look at. And that's a beautiful thing. And I think that there's 0% chance that this market gets invalidated at this point. This profile is 29-3 straight up, 91%, 23-9 on the run line, 72%. On average, the home team wins by 4.44 runs. The Yankees are 3-0 straight up in ATS, winning by 5-5-3. The Guardians in this profile on the road are 0-1 straight up in ATS, losing by 4 runs to the Braves last season. The Guards, on the road, when the home team's priced minus 200 or bigger, they're 0-4 straight up, 0-4 ATS. And this is market-wise, everything checks out. Then you get to the matchup. You have Fried with a 1.92 ERA. He's, everyone who's having that great of a season has some regression in some of their expected numbers. But both numbers actually dropped considerably after his last start against the Dodgers. 5 innings pitched, 8 hits, 6 runs. Jimmy touched on it. 4 earned runs coming in the 6th inning. And if there's anything I've learned I've learned many things, actually, from Jimmy the Bag. The importance of the market. I spent 3 years of my life quantifying it, and, I made $30,000 because of it. Live bet unders after a pitcher gets out of jam in the 1st inning. Look what happened. Look what happened in just today with the White Sox, or yesterday with the Nationals Cubs. Game goes flying under. Fade pitchers like Gusto for with interpreting the psychological aspects in their first road start and all that. But most importantly, we want to back Cy Young caliber pitchers coming off their worst start of their season. Especially a guy like Max Fried in this situation against the Guards who cannot hit left-handed pitching. If you just pull up the game logs, it's pretty embarrassing. I actually bet their team total under against Rodon in the first game of the series, under 1.5, and they got blanked through 5 innings. I think they scored 1 run that game. Yeah, we want Cy Young caliber pitchers coming off the worst start of their season. We want Max Fried. And then on the other end, you got Sassoni with a 5.28 ERA, 6.61 xERA, only 3 starts this season. But in his career, he's been much worse versus right-handed hitters. It's not reflecting this year because he's only had 2 starts because 2 of his 3 starts came against lefty dominant lineups. And then the Yankees second on the season against right-handed pitching, plus 124 WRC. Like, this is everything checks out in this game. This is definitely my highest graded play of the season. I've already max bet it, and I'm honestly considering. It's hard to think about any other game today because I just want to focus on this game. This is where my money should be going. There's no holes in it from the market-wide profile, the individual team-oriented profiles. It's an extremely favorable matchup. Yankees off a loss, Fried off a bad start. I want the Yankees. I got 2 units on the Yankees minus 1.5. I got 2 units on the Yanks, so the double result plus 100. I got a unit on the Yankees and Tigers money line parlay, but that was in the first market. That game's already popped off. And I got Yankees Cubs plus 126. And honestly, I know I'm not doing this show on a daily basis, so I'll just leave it at that. Because if I was, I would want I'd want 7 units to be on this. I want 7 units reflected on my personal record for the Yankees.
Wow. That is bullish, my friend. That is bullish. Jose, how do we not move on the run line?
I moved on at minus 135. Would it be cowish instead of bullish in this situation? Yeah, but I moved on. I don't have to say much.
Bulls are cows that fuck, Jose.
Wow.
Yeah, minus 135. In my experience, this line closes minus 142 at most books on the run line.
Not all cows fuck.
No, sadly no.
So should we call Troy's play the cash bull play of the day?
No,
1-0.
Cash cow just works. Cash cow, you got the alliteration, man. Don't worry about who's fucking Jose.
I'm always worried about
that. So I have for official action here for Troy, just here on the show, just the Cubs and the Chicago Cubs, New York Yankees. I'm adding here the Yankees minus 1.5, right?
Correct. And I bet it at minus 125, but
no, you're welcome to have it at minus 125. It's fine. Okay. It's not. I mean, you could get it. You can find it.
Also, the double result, Jimmy, plus 100.
Oh, the double result. Of course, that's how you double down. Of course. I don't know what the hell was I not thinking. I've not been hitting the double results as much as now that CFL's back. I should get that hammering. The double result, of course. And that for me. So you got plus 100 on the double result.
It's still available too, plus 100.
Double result, of course. Now Slade is my guy. We'll try very hard to fuck this up. Here we go. Sorry, I gotta click on it. Yankees even at 365 minus 110. 1-0 White Sox. Billy Friedrich on his birthday.
Come on, well, I know what Troy's addition to the friends and family parlay will be.
This is true.
Yankees double result for Troy.
I'll even put the minus 1.5 in the parlay just to make it a little more juicy, because a minus whatever the fuck money line would be.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would not put I wouldn't even put the money line. I'd put the run line. Let's juice it.
All right, let's roll on here, and it is not the friends and family today. It's our Billy Friedrich best bet for birthday bet. Billy Friedrich birthday bet. That's what it is. All right, let's roll on now. Troy, can we keep you for this final game?
Yeah, there's only one more, right?
Yeah, just one more, and this one's a beauty. We heard already from Bobano. Bobano gave us the Rangers money line. I am now expecting Jack Leiter to shove. Start in and start out. I'm expecting him to deliver 2-0 White Sox now. And a lot of love coming to our friend Billy Friedrich. Jack Leiter, 4-2, 3.66 ERA, 1.20 whip. Started the season phenomenal. It was something that Jose predicted. Got a blister, was out for a long time, and got touched when he came back. Again, he is a kid. You know, after starting so well, after being so horrible last year, you can understand why it wouldn't just click immediately. It's taken a little bit of time. Now he's rolling. He's not being great. Well, he's got some interesting stats on the road. 15 strikeouts and 13 walks is strange for him, over 18 and 2/3, 4 starts. It doesn't reflect what he's doing at home. I don't think that that's going to be an issue as we move forward. I think he's going to show why he was such a high draft pick. I think he's going to show why he was considered such an elite prospect. And I believe him. His splits are phenomenal. He's just, I'm going to start hammering lighter starts. Going up against Pepio, who's starting to pitch very well himself. Now, he's had 8 starts at home and some in very tricky weather conditions. He has had 47 innings at home. He's only had 23 on the road. And he's been touched up in some of these home starts, but his splits show that he's, going to deliver. And if you only looked at the spots where he started, where weather wasn't a big problem, then he's been much better than the numbers indicate. And those are the pitchers that we're looking for, pitchers that are better than the numbers indicate. He does get hit by righties. Again, it is sort of a weather situation. Langford, Young, Simeon, Garcia, Berger. It sounds more difficult than it is. Those guys aren't really hitting that hard. So, Rangers versus righties last 30 days, just 218, 648 OPS. Rays versus righties, 241, 709 OPS. Both bullpens have been really good. Rangers bullpen better than the Rays bullpen over the last 30 days. So the first question is, what is the weather like here? We know that it's going to change throughout the night. It starts off blowing out, and that ends after an hour, but it's hot and sticky. 85 Fahrenheit, feels like 94, and it dies down to 2.7 miles per hour. So let's take a look at what Ballpark Pal's expectation here of Steinbrenner Field, plus 9%, plus 30% home runs, minus 7% doubles and triples, minus 1% singles. Now, if I did have concern here, we saw Drew Rasmussen in a pitching situation where he was going up against another very good pitcher. That pitcher was Pablo Lopez. And we knew Rasmussen was used to these conditions, and he handled them much better than Pablo Lopez. I wonder if that's the same here, if Pepio is so used to these tough pitching conditions compared to Jack Leiter. I wonder, I just sort of thinking out loud there. So let's take a look at the line history here. We know it's an offensive evening, but it'll get less offensive as the night goes on. From a money line standpoint, here we go. From a money line standpoint, we have the Rays at minus 133. They opened up at minus 143. So we had to move towards the Texas Rangers, who've gone from plus 129 to plus 122. On the total here for this one, we have a 9. It's minus 118 to the under. This opened up at 9, and it dropped to 8.5. Then it got back up to 9. Overall, though, we've had 13 cents of movement towards the under, pretty legitimate amount of movement. And then when we get to the cash flow, 67% of the tickets and 83% of the cash on Texas. Lines moving towards them. 82% of tickets, 86% of cash on the under. Here we go. Troy Torrence, our final spot on the board with you, rocking with us. Thank you for joining us today, my man. Rangers, Rays, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure actually why I stuck around, because I absolutely hate this game, and I gave out the play I needed to come out and give, and I probably didn't need to because we had so many heavy hitters in the chat on the Yankees. So yeah, I don't love this game. I feel like these ballparks that are AAA ballparks, I'd just rather not participate, just because it just doesn't seem like the database is meshing this season. And I think that speaks to both these two teams. I think, the Athletics and the Rays are very volatile. I struggle to understand what we're going to get on a daily basis. If I had to play this game, I'd probably play the Rays on the money line. But yeah, I'm not really interested in this one, Jim.
It does make the numbers so much more difficult to quantify. I completely understand. Now, there was a time where we were cashing the unders heavy
and the
in
overs here, right?
Overs in the afternoon. I wasn't a big part of that. I mean, I saw it because I'm not much. I don't bet a ton of overs, and my ROI is not very good. I don't seem to be able to fire when I need to on them, and then they're in my head, and I screw it up like I did with the Dodgers game yesterday. Let's hear from you, Mr. Bouquett. Rangers, Rays.
Yeah, I found this game to be pretty conflicting. I like both pitchers. Pepio, a guy preseason I was looking to back. Leiter as well, preseason, a guy I was looking to back this year. Bobano, thinking that he's going to bounce back and pitch well here, made me feel like, okay, this is why I think this might be a back spot for him here. But I like Pepio. I probably should just bet an under in this game, but, the ballpark kind of scary, I guess. It's the line's moving towards the over where I'm looking at. I mean, again, my total site has been shitty today, so Jimmy, you'll have to correct me if I'm wrong there. I see 8.5 openers, and I'm going up to 9. So I like the Rangers here. I like Leiter, and I like the under, but I'm not going to move on any of it, and I'll just stick pat with what my card is now.
This is TJ saying I'm closer to the Rays. I think that the one benefit that I can have would be that Pepio is used to it. Maybe, but you know what? This is. I think you're right, Troy. That I don't know. I mean, when we look at, I think that Pepio is better than his numbers indicate because he's been pitching in this situation. But I just said how high I am on Jack Leiter, who probably could get touched here. Spooner says, I sent you a spreadsheet of these offenses, and I think it's clear why I am on the Rays. Let's take a look here. Oh, yeah, the Jack Leiter pitch mix. And then the Rays numbers here at home versus right-handed pitching. Yeah, I forgot that Spooner was so heavy on this. I need to sit with these numbers here for a little longer, but
he likes the Rays.
He does, yeah. Yeah, right-handed starting pitchers especially have been getting touched up by Tampa, and the Rays at home have been hitting right now. Interesting. And Leiter's pitch mix, setting up nicely for the Rays. I'll have to sit with this information for longer, but thank you for sending it to me, Spooner, my man. Cactus Black says, if you like both pitchers, why not take a first 5 under? So for me, Cactus Black, I don't bet first 5 unders anymore. Why would I not bet a first 3 under? I think that there's real issues with the stadium not being able to block the wind in the outfield. It just doesn't block it. And it makes it very I think that, we read the article early in the year and Spooner put it to our attention why that this ballpark was going to handle weather, intensely, and the weather was going to dictate the outcome of the games even more than Wrigley Field. And I felt like we had a grip on it early, and then I don't know if I've got the same grip on it. But I think that the main thing here, and I would have to get over my issue with Leiter, and my issue is a positive thing with Leiter, is Pepio's used to these conditions. And we saw Drew Rasmussen dominate in that situation. Why wouldn't Pepio be able to do the same thing against a team that's not hitting righties? So, and then Cactus Black, the weather becomes more helpful for unders about 9:00. It's harder for the offense every 10 minutes. So I don't know if I bet. Now we know that night games are much easier to get under the total than afternoon games, but there's just so much to go into it. And again, Cactus Black, if you've seen the 42-22 record, how many of those, and Troy can back it up, have been pitchers with an ERA over 4.5? Both pitchers. 80% of them?
Yeah. I was going to say way over 60%.
Yeah. Oh yeah. You look for pedestrian numbers. You look for pedestrian numbers, market moving to the under, and the weather helping. You put it all together.
Or an extremely juiced 2.5.
Yeah, the -130, -135 is the ROI is disgusting on them.
But I think you're like 3-0 when you I think you built it too, but when you were over -150 on the first 3 unders.
The market is very telling, and the Dodgers yesterday was that was a 3.5, which was so high, and then 3 runs scored in the first inning and they stopped scoring. But to give you an idea here for the market in the Rays game, which again, like, you want it to be expensive. you want it to cost money because it shows the books are concerned. The under 2.5 is plus money here. I've not bet any of those yet all season. So 3-1 Royal, says Mr. McKelvey. All right, let's review action here. So for you, Troy, we have 4 bets for record-keeping purposes. Cubs money line, Chicago Cubs, New York Yankees parlay, Yankees run line, and Yankees double result. Is that right?
Oh, yeah, but I'm going to have to add one because I don't want the day to depend on the Cubs. I want it to depend on the Yankees. And if I break even, if Yankees do their job, and I'd be chasing units. So I'm going to add a Yankees minus. I'm going to bet this as well. I'm going to add a Yankees alt line. I'll take the -2, -110.
Yankees -2, -110 as well for Troy. Troy, you have moved over to Dub Club. I don't know if everybody knows about this, but do you want to let people know where they can find your action?
I mean, I still post some things on Twitter. But yeah, I moved over to Dub Club for a variety of reasons. It's pretty cheap. I $20 a month. Got a good community, a lot of people in the chat that really care, really believe in the market. And I mean, I'd love to have you, but it's not like I'm not a salesman, right? I'm not going to come out here and sell Dub Club. You can find me on Twitter. I'm going to be on the show as much as I possibly can, and I can't wait for the NFL season.
And a big part of it was, and Troy's at this point chosen not to call these guys out.
Oh, I'm getting close with the one. Yeah.
But they're famous Instagram cappers that were just stealing Troy's breakdowns and using them as their own.
Snapping, like not just taking what I wrote, but actually taking snapshots and posting as if there was their own.
Yeah. And they're huge following frauds that when he chooses to call these guys out, I don't need to push that, Troy, however you want to handle it again. But we know that this industry is full of frauds, and there's some famous frauds on Instagram putting out Troy's work as if it's their own. And when he chooses to, if he chooses whatever, to call him out, I'm going to do the same and call these fucking thieves, these fucking low life thieves. They don't, liars, everything you can imagine. But that's the reason why he's had to put it behind the paywall. If these guys on Instagram weren't, and of course they're on Instagram, not X, right? Because we'd see it on X. So they can't. They're only Instagram. They don't have X following because
they don't have any X following.
None.
Both of them, especially the one. The one is just he owes me money, and it's a long story. But yeah, I want to put him on blast. But here's the problem: if I put him on blast, I'm not going to get that money, and I'd like that money. And he's keeping me on the hook too. He's keeping me on the hook. Like he's going to send me something. He sends me a little piece of it, or like it's a shame what's going on. But it's a shame what you see in this industry. There's so many frauds, so many people that are not only like irresponsible, they're unethical, and it's fucking sad. And I believe that I went on a Dub Club for multiple reasons, but one of them is because I do believe I add value. Thousands of bets that I'm in now for after going public. And Jimmy, I mean, with this channel specifically, I'm always willing to give out my action because without this channel, I would never be, as profitable of a capper that I am now.
Well, we're very fortunate to rock with you, my man. So thank you for joining us today. It was a great surprise. I love it. And we have a cash cow situation here. Follow our guy on X here. And, TJ's saying that because the one that you dislike the most, I kind of dislike the other guy, and there's more than just those two guys. But support our guy here. However you choose fit. As you heard from Troy, he's not a salesman. We're not salesmen. So just however you see fit. Here is his X handle in the chat for our guy, Mr. Troy Torrance. Troy, thank you for rocking with us, man. Any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
I appreciate you, man. And Jimmy the Bag, we trust. Go Oilers. I wish they lost kind of selfishly. because I wanted to sit in on it. I was watching that overtime period like, damn, I can't wait to hammer this if they lose this overtime.
We were all saying that. Everybody, like, we were messaging everyone. We're like, God, how hard are we going to hit this? How much are we going to put on if they lose this game? How much?
Yeah, I said the same thing. I honestly was like, am I going to put another $100? And again, my fucking $100 are not anything compared to your guys.
No, but that's an important part of your bankroll. Don't sell yourself short. You're young.
Relative, man.
Yeah.
Like when I first started capping and I started going live on Twitter because I started building the database out. I was at $50 a unit. About 2-3 months before that, I was at $25 a unit. So it can happen fast, bro. It can happen fast. You just have to fucking keep making good bets.
Before I went down to Costa Rica, I had $100 a day. That was $100 a day I had. I mean, that at that point I'm 35. I just, I mean, it's just you have to work with whatever what you got. Work with what you got. That's why that's why I love the futures market, because I could just solely credit, throw it out and all that. But so you build it up. You build your bankroll up. So don't.
Here's the hardest part about bankrolls, man. After going through, a poker career, a blackjack career, and a sports betting career, all gambling, it's like once you lose and you have to lower your unit size, you just have to do it. You have to do it. If you take a big loss, go on a big downswing, you have to lower your unit. You can't get caught with your pants down because bankrolls could be depleted so fast. That's the hardest part about this is maintaining your bankroll appropriately, and it's still very hard for me when I go on a downswing and I have to make that adjustment.
And your life depends on it. So our lives depend on our bankroll. For me, it's not happy wife, happy life. It's happy bankroll, happy life. So I love it. Troy, thank you for rocking with us. We have our guy Billy Brisbane ready to rock backstage. Troy, get that cash, and I will be in touch, my friend. Looking forward to watch your Yanks play tonight.
Thank you.
There he is, Mr. Troy Torrence. Jose Bouquett, my friend, please review your action before we get into NBA and WNBA.
Yeah, Toronto money line plus 101. Luckily, they're up 2-0. Mets money line plus 118. Padres plus 105.
4-0.
4-0 now. That's beautiful.
That first 5 was Call My Name, but full game's fine.
Love it. Mets money line plus 118. Padres plus 105. White Sox cash that actually already plus 120. That was a great start to the day there as well. I need to shut it down. Shut it down. I need to cash my bets out. But first 5, Baltimore plus a half, minus 115. And my first run line bet of the year, courtesy of Troy Torrence, minus 1.5 at minus 135. So shout out to you, Troy. I am now, if you want to update my record real quick, I guess update myself real quick. I am now down, or I'm up 0.003 units this year, 108. 113 now. So we'll see how it all works out.
That's here. Probably just 1-0, right?
Whatever, Jimmy. I'm bad.
No, you're not at 0.003 units. All right. But great work, my man, Mr. Bouquet. On the ones and twos, it's time to talk basketball. We have just the man for the job. NBA, WNBA. I still haven't moved on this NBA game. I'm ready to fire, and I cannot wait to cap with your next guest. He is the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast, alongside our guys Big Show Picks, Just My 2 Cents, Millsy Mills, and Joe Tadero. He is also a monster capper in football, basketball, baseball. Please welcome to the show from South Jersey, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
What's Gucci? Happy little Thursday here. A little bit frustrating of a day, but you got to put in the work here for the next 4 days and have a nice little weekend. Weekend starts on a Thursday.
Let's get to work, my friend. I'm excited to cap with you. Let's get into NBA. I was on a bad run in NBA before Pacers took care of me for a double up to get me feeling better about myself. It's been a long season, and I want more money, and I expect to get that. So let's get to work here with the game 1 of the NBA Finals. Indiana Pacers 50-32, but just 500 team on the road. At the Oklahoma City Thunder, 68-14, 35-6 at home. Paycom Center in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Let's get the. Do we have this here? Yes, we do. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you, Jose. Let's roll. Justin McKelvey on the Pacers under 111.5 and the Oklahoma City -9. I said on Medicate Monday to Dutch, I said, if we get to Thursday and the Oklahoma, and because he's on the Pacers, and I said, if we get to Thursday and the Pacers are plus 8.5 or 8, I said, you are in business. But if they are minus 9.5, you're in big trouble in Little China. And they're minus 9.5, minus 110. Now, you don't talk a friend off of a dog, but this is going to get to 10. I should have betted at 9. I was very interested to see what line movement would happen here. And we have got that information. It's a very strong favorite line. So far this year, when this line's moved a half point in this range to the favorite or a full point, that favorite has been very, very successful. And this total is at 230. It opened up at 230.5, got up to 231.5, and now we see it 230. I had planned on using Operation Garcia in the NBA Finals, and I said that if one of two teams, if either the Pacers or the Thunder were in it, I wouldn't bet Operation Garcia, and here they both are. Now, I'm not saying that you should move on, that you should not bet in the NBA Finals Operation Garcia. I have a bias from what the Pacers did to me last year and what the Thunder are capable of doing here. Johnny Gunn says OKC might be too rested. I think that the Pacers have been off for a long time as well. So that concern's gone for me. But I can understand it coming up and being part of it. Mark A here is on the 9.5 and the under 230.5. Let's take a look at the cash flow here. From a cash flow perspective, we have 52% of the tickets and 63% of the cash on the Pacers, and this line's moved to 9.5. That's extremely appealing. We have 67% of the tickets on the under and 61% cash on the under. We've seen a small move back to the under. Small. And Dougie White's considering the Thunder team total under. So let's roll. The pace of play much faster than I thought we were going to get in the NBA Finals. Pacers have played the playoffs at 98.44 possessions a game. Oklahoma City faster than that, 100.60 possessions a game. I think we'll find this being played around 99 possessions a game. I think it's pretty easy to say. Pacers have shot the ball phenomenally well. 49.7 from the field and 40.1 from 3 during the playoffs. Well, Thunder haven't shot it as well, especially from 3, just 33.6% from 3 and 46.4 from the field. What I talked about on Medicate Monday was that the Pacers have not seen this type of Thunder defense in the playoffs. I also said that if it wasn't Mikal Bridges on the New York Knicks, it was Lou Dort on the Knicks, that the Knicks could have beaten the Pacers. Now, maybe you could say, well, you think too highly of Lou Dort. And that's possible. He's a Montreal kid. So that's possible. Rob Free says the Thunder double result's the way to go. It's just too expensive, Rob Free. And the market move on that double result is unbelievable. It opened up at minus 300. It's now minus 200. So it's a very expensive, Rob. I guess you could use it as a parlay piece. Or maybe if you were betting $5,000 on the game, maybe then you could handle that kind of vig. It's just far too juicy for me. JW on the Pacers plus 9.5. So that is, we've seen everybody on the Thunder except for our guy Dutch Boy Fresh now JW backing. So there's good company there. Joshua Alexander says Thunder easy as you like. They can name their score here. OKC bench players are way better defensively and offensively compared to the Pacers bench. And BJ says I think the Thunder puts belt to ass. This 9.5 will be the first bet I make after the show. I need to get it in. I could have got the 9, but I did really want to see the market tell us. And the market has, I believe. You have two members of the league's all-defensive team, Lou Dort, first-teamer, Jalen Williams, second-teamer. You have Lou Dort, Alex Caruso, and Kaysen Wallace, three-headed monsters that will make it very difficult for Halliburton. We haven't started talking, we haven't talked a lot about Chet Holmgren's rim protection, but, Chet Holmgren, Isaiah Hartenstein versus Miles Turner and Pascal Siakam, I think it's set up here. Turner can just go missing on the glass. He can just go missing, and here that won't be the case. Canadian Capper joining us. Great to see you, Canadian Capper. And it's a 10 now at Caesars. I gotta get this in, man. I gotta get this in.
I would get it in now, Jim, because out of the 8 top sports books that I'm looking at in the state of New Jersey, DraftKings and Caesars have moved it to 10, and everyone else is following suit.
Shit. No, I mean, it's not the end of the world here. But I need to get this in. Okay, I'll do that. I'll set this up and let you hammer, and then I'll just bet this here. But for me, it's that this is a bigger team. Isaiah Hartenstein was a great pickup. Chet Holmgren getting another year older. Not that he's bigger or stronger, but Miles Turner this year almost had as many 3-point attempts as rebounds. I mean, that's just, come on. Now you have Siakam. You could say Siakam plays bigger than he is, but he's only 6'8". That's their next biggest starter. Now I know that they can bring in Thomas Bryant and Tony Bradley, and they've done that, against the Cavs and against the Knicks when the team that they're playing up against will, get big. AM has his model saying Thunder by 13.1, -10, -11 don't matter. Markelle playing SGA triple-double the whole series. Wow. So the Pacers can't run the Thunder into the ground with their transition offense. So that was my big point on Medicate Monday, was that we saw the Pacers dominate the Knicks with the transition offense, and they have outscored their opponents by 8.5 points per game in transition. That's the best differential in the playoffs. We saw it in Game 6 when we just sat back and made a lot of money on the Pacers. They outscored the Knicks 46-18 in transition in Game 6. But the second best differential is the Thunder. They've outscored their opponents by 8.1 points per game. And what happens when the Thunder get a turnover? They run. They run and run and run. 16.9, and in the playoffs even more, 17.7 opponent turnovers per 100 possessions. That is an enormous number. 16.9 is huge. You get into the playoffs and it's 17.7, and now we have 2 defenses that are great in transition. We know Halliburton wants to run. The Pacers have a high efficiency offense. It's been phenomenal. And look, it's because of Halliburton. He's been incredible. This season, the Pacers were number 3 in field goal percentage while committing the 4th fewest turnovers. I mean, yes, that's phenomenal. Both teams have depth. Carlisle, 9 players averaging more than 10 minutes per game through the first 3 rounds. Dagnall has the same thing. 9 players playing more than 10 minutes. You could say that Carlisle has far more experience than Dagnall. That's legitimate. Carlisle is a hell of a coach. And the last time the Pacers were in the NBA Finals back in 2000, for Larry Bird's Pacers, who was the assistant coach? It was Carlisle. Shea averaging 30.1 points per game the last 3 seasons, 34.2 points per game in 24-25, 6.4 assists per game this season too. It's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm going to bet the Oklahoma City Thunder just full game. I've been in this situation too so often in the regular season at this number, Brizzy, at this exact number where, the Thunder are down at halftime, or the Thunder just haven't flexed, or they haven't shown out depth-wise, and they don't really have they don't have an enormous depth advantage against Pacers as they would against other teams. Take it away, my man. Here we go. Brizzy, Game 1 of the NBA Finals, Pacers Thunder. I'm going to make my bet right now.
Yeah, not my favorite to lay this amount of points in the NBA Finals, but you do what you got to do. It feels like the general public is backing the Pacers based off of a number and not what is really on the scene or on the docket. The historical trends heavily favor the Thunder in Game 1. Home favorites in Game 1 of the Finals are 19-3 straight up, 18-4 ATS, -4.5 or more, 16-3 ATS since 2004. Each of those wins were by 8+ points. The only straight up wins that I can think of off the top of my head off of those 3 teams would be the Detroit Pistons that beat the Lakers team that stopped the three-peat, Rick Carlisle's Dallas Mavericks team that beat the Miami Big Three, and I think the other team was the Raptors beating the Warriors back in the day with Pascal Siakam on that team. So those are the only 3 dubbed straight up in game one. So I don't know, man. The Thunder were the best home team in the NBA this season, 43-7. That's carried that momentum over to the playoffs, 8-1 during the playoffs, winning each game by double digits. I just don't like the guard matchup here for the Pacers. They're going to have to face a lot more looks at the guard position than what they faced throughout their playoff run to get here. I think Lou Dort and Jalen Williams' defense is going to be a nightmare for their backcourt. I backed Oklahoma City -9.5. Caesars has the best line. You can get 50% profit boost up to I believe it was $100 up to 50% profit boost on any bet in the basketball game. So I went over to Caesars and placed that one. But player prop that we're going to attack here in this game is going to be OKC's Shai Gilgeous-Alexander over 1.5 3-pointers +1. Let me look at the odds on that. It was +120 when I wrote it down, but it went up just slightly. This one is going to be a sweat, but it's just hard to pass up the odds on him at plus money with the way that he's been attempting a lot more threes recently in the last series. You're going to just see the way that teams are going to try to attack Shai Gilgeous-Alexander off the pick and rolls. They're going to have to throw two bodies at him when he's driving the paint, and that's going to lead to him kind of taking or settling for more jump shots. We kind of saw Jalen Brunson in the end of that last series against the Pacers. I mean, Jalen Brunson was firing the bitches from the three-point line, and those were the shots that the Pacers wanted him to take. And I can kind of see the same defensive game plan being here for SGA. Jalen Williams is definitely a person I've circled for this series, as I would love to back his player props. It just feels a little bit too high for me market-wise. 4.5 assists juiced at -160, 22.5 points at -106. I think Jalen does get to 20. But it's like one of those don't love, don't need to be betting on things that I like in this game. But I do love the Thunder here, -9.5. And I think SGA gets going from the three-point line in this matchup. SGA's three-point prop over 1.5, all threes on FanDuel at +120.
Oh, I love it. I love the breakdown, Brizzy. I'm right with you on it. We are in business. It's the Oklahoma City Thunder, and we'll have, again, if the Thunder win by 30, I'm not going to want them in game 2. I just want them to cover this. I want them to win by 11-17 or so. And also, chosen one on the Thunder first half -5. That is the bet chosen one. Now, again, this is a bias I have, but backing Thunder in the first half, I have a negative ROI this year. So it's fine. I'm ready to bet them live. I'll be looking to bet them live. And that's how we will attack it. Johnny Gunn saying, is Pascal the only one with finals experience? I can't wait to talk about that game, JW, here, that Valkyrie game we're going to talk about here shortly. But Siakam has looked like such a steadying influence, such a veteran influence on this team. Obviously, we love him up here in the North very, very much and miss him. Who is it that would give you the outlier performance from the Pacers? Every team needs the outlier performance to win a basketball game. Who do you like?
Benedict Mathurin. There's never been a game that Benedict Mathurin has ever been afraid of somebody on the other side. There hasn't been a game that he hasn't fucking caught the ball and just shot the shit for no reason. I mean, Benedict Mathurin's a G. If he could stay out of foul trouble, he'd probably be in the starting lineup for the Pacers. But we remember the Pacers run last year. The Pacers run last year came to a halt because Benedict Mathurin was out of the lineup, and he was their leading bench scorer last year. So they're a little bit too reliant on TJ McConnell. But quick, short answer, it's got to be Benedict Mathurin now. But it seems like one of those type of games, though, where if I had to pick this game specifically, they're going to need a lot of production from Andrew Nembhard and Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin from the aspect of, as you alluded to, Miles Turner shoots a lot of threes, but he doesn't really bang too much down low. You saw in the last series, Obi Toppin kind of got loose in games 3 and 4 in that series. And then I would say Andrew Nembhard, just from the aspect of the Thunder's guards force so many turnovers or causes so many problems picking people up 94 feet. If it's Lou Dort, Jalen Williams with the length, or even Carson Wallace, as we've seen come off the bench in the last series, played a pivotal role for the team. I think Andrew Nemhard's going to have to do a lot of playmaking ability if Tyrese Halliburton's not going to be the one doing it.
I cannot wait to watch this game tonight. And the NBA Finals got a lot of work to do to keep up with the NHL Finals after what we saw last night. Brizzy and I on the same action with the Oklahoma City Thunder. Kong's Clip says, don't forget about me. He's on the Pacers, plus 9.5 says Pacers cover this game. And I'm telling you right now, they're live to win this game outright. You know, you never talk a friend off a dog. So good luck, Kong. And you're in good company. You got JW, Dutch Boy Fresh. So you are in good company. And again, though, which is being very appealing to me, 63% of the cash right now on the Pacers, which I find extremely appealing. Lucas Ryan saying Cason Wallace, who's a monster. 4-0 A's. 4-0 A's. Thank you for that heads up. Festa's first road start. I mean, every single time over the last 3 weeks or so that we've had a pitcher who's been hidden or a pitcher who's not started on the road, they get hit immediately on that road start. And I should have attacked it, but you know, it is what it is. And we have Brizzy on Shea over 1.5 threes as well. There we go. It is time for us to move on to the WNBA Commissioner's Cup action here. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, Brizzy. We get started with the New York Liberty. The undefeated New York Liberty, 7-0, 3-0 on the road. The Washington Mystics, 3-5, 2-1 at home. We're at Care First Arena in Washington, D.C. Let's get to the line history here for this one, because I'm trying very hard not to get too cute in this basketball game. It's a very interesting situation for the Liberty, and I want to talk it all out. A line opens up at minus 12.5 for the road defending champion Liberty. It moves to 13 last night around 8 p.m. Then it moves to 14 at 8:30 p.m. It goes back to 13, then back to 13.5 again. This morning at 7, it's a minus 15. Minus 15. And now we're back at 12.5. Juice to the Liberty. You can still get 13s. From a total side of things here, we have a 163. It's minus 110 to the under. It opened up at 162.5. This climbed up to 164.5. And then actually comes to 165.5. I didn't realize that. 165.5 at 8 this morning. I didn't know that. Now we're back at 163, juice to the under. A half-point move towards the over. So let's get into the cash flow for our first WNBA game on the board. 62% on the Liberty, 62% of the tickets, 68% of the cash, 82% of the tickets on the under, but just 55% of the cash on the under. Justin McKelvey says Mystics under 74.5 team total, minus 115. And AM says Liberty minus 13. The line is still way too short. This line should be Liberty by 20. And all of the articles are saying the same thing. That Liberty should be bigger favorites than even this. So New York, at this point in the season, we're 7 games in, have been outscoring their opponent by an average of 20.6 points per game. They have the best offensive rating. They have the best defensive rating. Only 2 of their 7 wins have been decided by less than 14 points. They're coming off their 7th straight win to start the season, and it was dominant as dominance gets. 100-52 at home over the Connecticut Sun on Saturday. 48 points was the second largest margin of victory in WNBA history. That finished off a stretch of 4 games in 6 nights. So now New York is rested and very rested. They don't have a game after this until June 10th. It's strange to play so much and then destroy your opponent and then be off for a little while. The Mystics coming off their 5th loss in 6 games, 85-76 at the Fever on Tuesday. And they lost badly at home to the Liberty on Thursday. They lost 85-63. So what do? They defend the paint very well. And obviously, New York can beat you from the perimeter if they need to with Ionescu and others. I feel like, and I'm trying so hard not to get 6-0 Mally Mal. I love it. I'm trying not to get too cute. I really am. But I don't see, after winning by 48 points, how they're going to be completely locked in early. I just don't see it. And I'm trying so hard not to bet the Mystics first quarter. I'm trying so hard, and maybe I just still do it. So I'm going to wait to hear what our guy Brizzy thinks here. So take it away. Take it away, my man. The floor is yours. Liberty Mystics Commissioner's Cup, Care First Arena, Washington, D.C.
Yeah, it's like Vegas is having problems finding the right line for the Liberty to get their two-way action that they're looking for. Last Friday or last Thursday when these two teams played, the Liberty's second half of a back-to-back, I mean, they smoked the Washington Mystics on a -8.5 spread line, win the game by 22 points. The whole entire public, I felt like, was on the Mystics plus the 8.5, second night of a back-to-back. Then they followed up in their last game with a 48-point win over the Sun. Like you said, the widest margin of victory win in league history. Situationally, I kind of like the spot for the Mystics here. Like, home rematch, head coach wasn't there the last time that they played against each other. And that's not what you want to do against the best team in the league. Total-wise, the Liberty have gone under for their last 7. Washington under 6 of their last 8, but that doesn't describe the full picture to me. Offensively, top-rated team in the league, 90-plus in 5 out of 7 games. Washington's three-point shooting numbers are still pretty high, and they've allowed 80-plus points in 5 of their last 8 games. I think Washington backdoor covers this line and is live for an outright win. If not, I think this game goes way over the total. I think we see a lot better, more fluent offense from Washington than what they put up last Thursday. Favorite prop in this game would be Brittany Sykes, but that line's just moving all over the place. I haven't been able to I got to odd shop and see where I can find this 8.5 rebounds and assist line because it moved to 9.5 on FanDuel. But I still think there's some meat left in the bone at 9.5 at plus 112, plus 110, depending on where you're shopping. I expect the Liberty to crash and send 2 at Sykes when she drives. It was very effective in the first meeting. If I had to give her like play style for like an NBA player, she plays like SGA, if that makes sense. Of like she'll drive the lane, pull up, jumper, get it, do the little dribble thing, can hit a 3. But I think if you send 2 at her, she's just going to have to pass a lot more out the double team. They're going to have to try to use their bodies down low because it's the first time in a while that the Mystics have had all their front court players healthy. Of Kiki Efren, the girl that played with Juju Watkins at USC. She's been smashing this year in her rookie season. Stephanie Dolson's finally got benched. Aaliyah Edwards, who was a top 10 pick from Connecticut last year, she's finally just came back. She's been playing a lot better. Who else is on? Emily Angster's been looking pretty good off the bench. I mean, they have a plethora, and that doesn't even include Shakira Austin, who's been like top 3 leading scorer on their team for the last couple of seasons, and she's coming off the bench this year. So I think the Mystics have enough bodies to throw at the Liberty to, catch the Liberty slipping here on a nice little off day. Day before the weekend, probably going out after this game as well. I like the Mystics here in this spot.
So do I. I just got to figure out how to bet it. Maybe I should just keep it simple and take the full game. But I kind of like Liberty be a little sleepy off the hop. I got to figure out what to do. 8-0 Jays here, so we've got at least the push there. 5-3 Cardinals. Wow.
All right. Depth, though. The depth of the Mystics would be the edge of the Liberty. Like if the Mystics beat the Liberty, it would have to include their bench outscoring the Liberty. If you had to make a X mark on the Liberty, their depth is terrible. I mean, like people that are coming off the bench are pretty shitty basketball players. I mean, you got Kennedy Burke, Satu Sabali's sister, fucking Brittany Gardner. Like their bench is awful. Like if somebody gets hurt or in foul trouble, like they're fucked.
I got a lot to think about. But I when a team wins by 48 points, I line up to fade them in the next game. And then you had the strangeness with the Liberty playing 4 games, 6 nights, and then barely playing here over a week. So I wanted to get involved. Yeah, then you have the Mystics Rebenga. A lot appeals to me here, and I'm going to decide how I'm going to handle it.
Molly Moss says, who's out there doing something besides Sykes? Don't disrespect my girl, Sonia Citrone from Notre Dame, man, out here pooping on these bitches out here in the WNBA. You've been back in Citrone props. I mean, she's been cashing.
This is going to be okay. I've got to figure this shit out. Brizzy, what do we make official for our record-keeping purposes, my friend?
We're going to go over 162.5. I think the Mystics score a lot more points than what they did in their last meeting last week, and that's how we push over the total 162.5. And I think the Mystics backdoor cover this line.
So the over 162.5, what vig is that?
Minus 112 FanDuel Sportsbook.
Minus 112 at FanDuel. Then are we going to add the full game Mystics?
No, I want to. It's like temporary because I got to find out where I can find this Brittany Sykes 8.5 rebounds and assist line. I went from the time I wrote it down to the time that I went to the bathroom, came back downstairs. The shit moved on me to 9.5. So I got to look at the numbers of 9.5 and all that. But I like Brittany Sykes' assist of like she's gonna have to dime tonight. Usage rate really high, 31% usage rate's crazy for the WNBA. I believe that back there last week, and we were talking about how she's the second leading scorer in the WNBA, and she cashed that prop pretty easily.
Interesting. Yeah, they're not offering just the points and assists or rebounds. They're offering the assists alone at 365, 3.5 minus 150 to the over, and the points, assist, and rebounds is 28.5 juice to the under.
Yeah, if you shop market wide, I mean, you can find 27.5 minus 122 at FanDuel. The W sports books offer rebounds and assist lines, so it's like I gotta figure out how I can get in there because I think her rebounds and assist line is way too fucking low. I think she can go over her. It's like one of those ones where like the models are going to say the Liberty have the number one defense against assist for the season or whatever, but that doesn't account for she's going to have the basketball in her hand the whole entire time. Head coach tonight for the Mystics, their conversation in the locker room before they come out here, they have to run the Liberty off the floor. That's the only way you're going to beat this team is running them off the floor.
Wow. Great breakdown. So at this point then, Brizzy, just the over 162.5 minus 112. I got to figure out what to do on this game. And also, you guys know that the Fridays in out 25% with my local. If you're over 500 or under 5 or down 500 or up over 500, whatever. And so I tend to be a little more cautious on Thursdays because of that, but I got to let that go. And by the way, for you guys, I'm in week 2 now. Week 2 of 365 not letting me cash out. Spoken to them multiple times. And
I had a problem with Bet365 last week. I put a 5.5 spread ticket in a UFC event that was over fucking 2 months ago. They tried to tell me that he didn't cover the 5.5 spread. It took them over 2 months to give me the money back on the ticket. I might have to stop fucking with Bet365.
Well, I only use it for my live action because my local uses the same lines. But you guys have known what the Oilers have done for us. I mean, it's a ton of money, and it's no pregame action, only live action. Now they've not allowed me to cash out for 2 weeks. So I'll let you guys know what's going on with that. This is the first time anything like that has happened. This is the most money I've made off them. And again, this is no pre-flop action, only live betting. And now we're in week 2 of them not allowing me to cash out after years. So I'll let you guys know how it bangs out, but I'm nonplussed. Okay, let's roll into game 2 here. And that was a fun breakdown. I'm enjoying this very, very much. By the way, we're not going to be able to race today. We're going to have 2 races tomorrow, or we could do a $100 race. We'll put a poll up if you guys would rather have 2 $50 races or one $100 race. So that no racing today. Let's talk about the final game here on the board. Thank you guys for rocking with us. I think obviously, if you guys saw me at Pubapalooza, I was like in shambles. It'd been the worst 6-week run of my life. Hanging out with everybody has turned it around drastically for me. And so I'm really pumped up, obviously. But capping my first full year of WNBA after, fooling around with it a little bit, has given a spark that I've enjoyed very much. And I think I know what I want to do here in this game. Golden State Valkyries 2-4, 1-2 on the road at Phoenix Mercury, 5-3, 4-1 at home at Phoenix Arena in Phoenix, Arizona. When everybody gets off a team, I want to get on. And everybody had gotten off the Minnesota Lynx because they weren't covering. The public was, fading them, but yet they went in this matchup against the Mercury. The Lynx went from -10.5 to -12.5 after not covering 5 straight games. And it was, to me, that's when I want in. I've been in this game for a long time, and I know when I want in. Similarly, with the Mercury no showing and the Valkyries playing above their head, I want to be on the Mercury now. But I do want to assess this all out and set this up. I just wanted to say that out loud before we get into the action. Let's talk about the line history here. First off, the total low, 157. Opened up at 157.5, so very little movement. On the spread here, we have Phoenix -6 and -112. This opened up at -7.5, got down to 5.5, got down to 4.5. This was a -4.5 this morning. I wanted the market to marinate. We've still had a 1.5 move towards Golden State, and this could just keep me off of the game, possibly. We get to the cash flow here for this spot. We have 61% of tickets and 88% cash on Phoenix. This is just going to get me off of the game. I really thought that the public was going to be on Golden State here. 62% of tickets, 82% cash on the over. Justin McKelvey with Valkyrie, a +6.5 in his pocket. And tell me he didn't just say that. It says, I want to take Mystics so bad, but I took them in the game last week and got shit pushed in. It got me a tad shook. Of course, tell me, it's important that you say that out loud so you understand that your subconscious is fucking with you.
No, we talked about how that game was so stale. How do you have a first-year head coach that's been there for a week and a half and he's not there for the game like that? I just can't bet a team like that.
I thought that you're absolutely right. But even just from a market indication, it was the second half of a back-to-back. It was their third game in 4 nights, and the market was moving heavily towards them. I mean, we know what happens in that situation. Everybody thinking that you're fading a tired basketball team, and that's not the case. So let's get into this spot here. In that, I've been beating myself up for not being on the Liberty in that game because there's a couple teams. Golden State Valkyrie have been very good to me, and they've been very good to a lot of gamblers. But I did not think that the public would be on the Mercury here. Golden State comes in off their third straight loss, 86-75 at home in Minnesota on Saturday. Collier returned. I wanted to be on Golden State. Now, they only covered by 1.5, so I find I wasn't on them. Burton goes for 22. And, Golden State fell off in the third quarter, and then they shot 37% from the floor. This team can't score. I mean, their offense is bad, but they have a ton of effort, and they play good defense. They can't score. They're last in shooting percentage. They're last in three-point shooting percentage, but they have 4 players in double figures. They have Kayla Thornton at 12, Burton at 12, Salon at 12, and then Tiffany Hayes at 10 points a game. The Mercury come off a loss to the undefeated Lynx. So the Golden State loses on Saturday, at home. And the Mercury lose 88-65 at home on Tuesday. No Alyssa Thomas. She's not expected to be back here for this. It looks like she might be out for an extended period, but I'll let Brizzy touch on that. The Mercury just couldn't shoot. I mean, they're 5 of 30 from 3, and then they get beaten up on the glass. And so the left calf injury for Alyssa Thomas, we think that she's going to be out for a while. Lexi Held went for 16. Sabali 15 and 8. Sabali leads Phoenix right now, especially with Alyssa Thomas out. I guess I'm going to stay off because this is a spot where I want to go back to the team that just got destroyed. And so this is Mercury or no bet. And if the public's on the Mercury, then I guess I'm off. But let me hear what Brizzy has to say. Take it away. Phoenix Arena, Mercury hosting the Golden State Valkyries.
Yeah, it seems like the injuries to star players of Copper and Thomas are finally kind of catching up to the Mercury. Offensively, they've just struggled to get going offensively. 71 points or fewer in 4 of their last 6 games. Under is 5-2-1 for them this season. The Valkyries have gone under 80 points in 5 of their 6 games this season, and of their last 6 games this season. They've been a gritty first half team, but they are still yet to find their identity. Like, they're covering first half spreads left and right. It's just them not having an identity is costing them down the stretch, and they can't close out a fucking basketball game. They have to have, like, I don't think this stat's available for the WNBA, but without even like looking at it, Golden State Valkyries have to be the worst net rated team in the WNBA in the fourth quarter by a wide margin. Like some of these fourth quarter performances are like, what the fuck? But I do think that they come out hot in this game. Like this game should be back and forth, low scoring, and then probably the Mercury pulling this one out late. I really like Satu Salabi. Her points and assist line tonight's at -118. This is a really good buy low spot with Thomas being back. With Thomas being out, her usage rate is just sky high right now. And we saw when she played for the German national team over the summer. I mean, she led the Olympics in scoring throughout that quick little duration period. 31% usage rating in 3 games without Alyssa Thomas on the floor. And Golden State, their main struggle defensively has been stopping first option players. Players like LA Sparks, Kelsey Plum, Brittany Sykes, Washington Mystics, Dearica Hamby, LA Sparks, Brianna Stewart, New York Liberty. They all had season high point totals versus them. But I do like the under in this game, under 157, -115. The Mercury are just a team that you always want to back historically at home. They're just a really good home team, one of the better home crowds in the WNBA. I think that they covered this line late, but I definitely think Golden State has the capabilities to make this a live bet where like they're up at halftime or this game's so low scoring at half that you can get in on the Mercury live. I feel like the live line is going to be bouncing all throughout the whole entire game. The only thing that makes me a little bit nervous is don't want to be met back in the Mercury too much on the spreads without Alyssa Thomas in the lineup. I mean, Alyssa Thomas is like the equivalent to like Nikolai Jokic in the WNBA of like, she's like their point forward. The offense runs through her. She's probably the best defensive player in the WNBA. But I also feel like I can't trust either of these teams' scoring options outside of Satu in this game. I just don't see who's going to really crack double digits. Like the girls that you name that scored double digits for the Valkyries are not like world beater type of players. Kayla Thornton came off the bench for the Liberty, for example. Saloon, I mean, yeah, she's better than her brother that plays for the Charlotte Hornets, but I mean, she's like the only bright spot in the offense. Veronica Burton, it feels like every fucking chart better bets her under on her points, and she just hovers around that 9.5, 10-point line. I just don't like this offense too much. If they played more Julie Van Loo, I would be a little bit more giddied up, but the rotations are just unpredictable. Like Tiffany Hayes being active the last game and her not playing, like she's your best player by a wide margin. 6-man player of the year last year in the WNBA. Until they find their identity, that's when I'll start backing the Valkyries of like the Valkyries. You want them to be good. They have good pieces on their team. They just can't put it together. I feel like the Mercury are going to cover this game in the long run, but this game goes under. Home team spread and the under.
You on the under 157.5. What's the vig there?
-115 Caesar Sportsbook.
Is there anything else you want to make official for this spot?
No, but I probably will have a ticket somewhere on Satu Salabi, but it won't be a unit, so it won't be an official play.
Okay. Now I know a lot of you guys are on the Valkyries here in the chat, and you don't talk a friend off a dog. But I will say this to you. I think it would be helpful to your bankrolls if you never faded a team again in basketball, hockey, or football that was just embarrassed at home and has a consecutive home game. If you only backed the team that was just embarrassed at home with a consecutive home game, your ROI, I guarantee you, is going to be up. Now, you have a lot of you moved on the Valkyries and the line went with you, and we're seeing that the public is on the Mercury, which I'm surprised about. But truly, in basketball, hockey, they weren't at home on Tuesday in that 88-65. Oh, you're right. They were at
Cup game in Minnesota. I felt like the get-ups.
Minnesota. You're right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, G. Martinez. That's important. You're right. It was in Minnesota. Sorry, what were you going to say?
The get-up game for them without Thomas on the court was the Sparks game. That was a game that they were down by double digits going in damn near to like the fourth quarter, and they came back and won that game 85-80. And then they almost beat the Lynx prior to that. That was their first game without Thomas in the lineup, and that game was 71-74. So it's like
And
Feels like
yeah, that covered against Lynx. Yeah.
that little error is kind of wear it off a little bit.
No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. No, it doesn't. I'm off because I thought the Valkyries after the Mercury got destroyed, and that was my note-taking mistake. So, I mean, it's thank you. It's very, very important, G, that you fix that. And I look like an idiot right now. But if you do keep that, a team getting embarrassed at home with the next home game. But you're right. That was in Minnesota. That does change things. I thought that the public was going to be all over Golden State, and I was going to swoop in and back to Mercury after fading them last week. I'm shocked that that's not the case, and I'm not going to bet the game. Now, I'm going to recheck all of these numbers again in 4 hours and see if it's changed. But you guys know me in basketball, hockey, football. Not baseball, but basketball, hockey, football. I want to back teams that have just been embarrassed. It's and sitting in it. It's why I run to the window to back them. Another thing I want to mention, just because it's in my head right now, is that we watched two young pitchers, and Brandon Pfaadt and Jesus Luzardo, and some people thought they'd have a bounce back performance. Maybe we should recognize that the young pitchers don't bounce back, and that it's the veteran pitchers that do. Now, again, I've got to look into that more, but both Luzardo and Pfaadt shit the bed again. And we see veteran pitchers zigzag, but maybe the young pitchers don't. Again, we got to put more time into that. I guess I'm going to be off Phoenix Mercury. The one thing I'm not going to do is swoop in on a public side. I thought it was not going to be a public side. And I do not see one person other than, Brizzy talking about it, but not moving on it. I do not see one person on the Phoenix Mercury. Not one. So
I mean, if you blindly back, because the Mercury are before Diana Taurasi retired last year, the Mercury are my favorite WNBA team, the team that I probably watched the most. And you blindly put money on them at home, and you count that shit by the end of the season, and it cashes more times than not. Like, there's so many things that I could bring up from last year, years in the past, of like the Mercury's home road splits are fucking awful. Of like, on the road, they're one of the worst teams in the WNBA. At home, they're one of the best teams in the WNBA. It's just one of those weird things where they have one of the better home crowds in the WNBA, and they definitely get behind their home fans. And even though they have a switch of a core of players this year, they've been kind of embodying behind their home fans, and they've been rolling at the crib. 4-1 at the crib this year.
Another thing that has always made me uncomfortable is the U-shaped market. The U-shaped line movement. Something Peter talked about years ago when we worked together in Costa Rica. I always makes me nervous when the line moves heavily to one side and then comes all the way back.
Yeah, but do a poll question, though, of like how many people even know that this game's a Commissioner Cups game? Like, people are betting this game just because they're WNBA models. They don't even know that Alyssa Thomas is out, and this is a Commissioner Cups game. So, like,
I don't lean towards thinking that gamblers are ignorant idiots.
Yeah, but
I get it.
Would be surprised.
I get it, but I don't think.
And Giannis would be out of the lineup and be like, "What? Giannis is out? Yeah, that's why the line's 6.5."
No, I hear that. I just don't know. I hear that. We do have a 1-0 Orioles here. 1-0 Orioles, and the Padres Giants going to the top of the third at zeros. It's a pretty big inning for me on that first 302. Pretty pumped up about all this. So, Brizzy, you have the under 157.5 in Valkyries, Phoenix Mercury. You have the over 162.5 in Liberty Mystics.
Yeah, top player prop leans are Brittany Sykes over 8.5 rebounds and assists, or 9.5 rebounds and assists plus 112. And I also like the Satu Salvi points and assists, but can't make those official because they're not full unit bets. I play a lot of WNBA daily fantasy lineups, so that's how I get a little bit more player prop action in there. Been smacking in WNBA DFS, so that it's been showing in my player prop ROI. So hopefully we can try to. I got to figure out how I can get on top of these games a little bit earlier to send out, because these WNBA player prop lines are moving like 2-3 points by the time.
They move heavy, yeah. Yeah, they move heavy. So if you know anything that you tweet out on a I know it's tricky, but anything you tweet out on a show day is official. You do that, you know. And it will also help, you know, people needing to keep the notifications on for you. So I'm going to move on to Mystics. I'm just not sure how to, and I don't want to double up, but I feel like that's the easiest way to do it. I'm going to be on the Mystics, and I guess, and then again, I'm going to double back with the Valkyrie Mercury spot as well. So there you guys go. We have a chance here for quite a solid day in Major League Baseball. We're going to go over all of our action here shortly. Brizzy, you're the man. Thank you for making time for us. Brizzy and I are both on the Thunder -9.5, and Brizzy's on the over in the Liberty Mystics game. I'm leaning towards first quarter full game. We'll see how it bangs out. And then I guess I'm not going to back Mercury if they're public. I'll cheer you guys on the Valkyries here. So there we go. Brizzy, my man, I'm going to pop your X handle here in the chat. Tell us a little bit about the big UFC card on Saturday in our live stream. We have our contest up. Free contest, $100 to the winner. Tell everybody a little bit about the spot, my man.
Yeah, big live stream this weekend. You already know Sugar Sean O'Malley coming back for the belt against Merab Davashvili. Make sure you guys tune in Saturday for the live stream. And if you guys haven't already, look at the Locker Room Podcast page is up under the video section there, and all of our plays for this weekend. And then Saturday's live stream, me and Jerry are talking, linking up, and hopefully we'll be together in person down AC, live betting the card with the boys all on screen. And if you guys are in the AC area, make sure you hit me up at Getting Bills over on X, and hopefully we guys get you on stream.
Oh, that's dope, man. You guys are all meeting up AC?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down to Golden Nugget specifically because they don't have a sports book in there anymore. So the sports book section with inside Golden Nugget is a ghost town, which is perfect for streaming. Because I feel like a lot of people don't understand. You go to a sports book, but they have the volume on. You can't play the volume on the YouTube, so you can't sit in the sports book and do a live show.
No, absolutely. That's dope, man. That's dope. Anyone in the AC area, hit up our guy, Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, thank you for your time. I popped your X handle in the chat. Please hit that link and support our guy, Brizzy. Brizzy, any last words for the Capper supporting the show?
Yeah, keep on stacking that cash. Big weekend ahead. Make sure you guys tune in. Pub Sports Radio on X and the YouTube Shorts. A lot more shorts coming out. Me and Joey just did one, just going over main card picks. So a lot of information and content within 60 seconds.
I love it. Thank you for your time, Brizzy, my man. All right, let's review action here. Let's review action. We have we're off to a real possibly good start. We have 4 bets made in Major League Baseball today. We took the over 8 in Toronto, Philly. It's 8-0 in the bottom of the 4th. So just need one more run there. We are on the Orioles first 5 plus a half. They're up 1-0 in the 3rd inning. We have San Diego, San Francisco first 3 under 2. There's 2 out in the top of the 3rd, 0-0. We are streaking on those first 3s, and I don't want to get too caught up into it, but I'm pretty excited about it. We stayed off the Jays and the Mets, talked off of those spots, which is fine. It's fine. I do not believe in paralysis or over-analysis paralysis. I do not believe think long, think wrong. I want to think for as long as I fucking can. I want to sit in the shit for as long as possible. As you know, we have long shows here. So here we go. Worth it. Thank you, my friend. I love it. I love it. Worth it. Now we got 3 more. We need 3 more. We need 3 more. But I've already hammered game 2. So let's review all action here. It's been a great start to the week. We went 8-4 on Tuesday, plus 3.78 units. We went 6-3 yesterday, plus 2.75 units. So we're 14-7, plus 6.53 units. And today's story is still to be told. Coming off a 5-3 day in MLB, feels good. We have here to get started. Let me just go over everybody's action. Gorky, our guy Gorky in the house, gave us Swiatek, Spain to win in 90. Ottawa Red Blacks money line, Mets money line, Boston money line. Billy Friedrich, pig milk play of the day is White Sox first 5 plus a half. I got to figure out a birthday pick for our guy Billy. We have Kong on the Pacers plus 9.5. A Nuke Worker on the Rough Riders -3. Stacks play today. Number 1 was Olsen RBI. Number 2, Raleigh RBI. Lamont Williams is on the full game over 230.5 in NBA. And Gerald Jones, best bet. Phillies Jays over 8. Great work, Gerald. Truth Teller on the Tigers -1.5. The Phillies, the Orioles +1. Go get it. Go get it. Truth. Bobano gave us the over 9 in Arizona, Atlanta, which is great. And he's also on the Rangers. So if the Rangers cash, Bobano joins us next week. Oh, my bad. Sorry about that, Gorky. Thank you. My bad. If we can do that, Bobano will be in the black in baseball, which is great. Thank you for all that you do for us, AM. Thank you for all that you're doing for us, man. We love hearing what your model's doing. It's very, very helpful. Very, very, very helpful for us. So I have moved on 3 bets. In the Stanley Cup Final Game 2. We are going to touch on it again tomorrow. Nothing has felt better than this run for me as a capper. Nothing. Hockey's always been my bread and butter. And if I didn't get up, I got up 43 units in my first year in Costa Rica. And if I hadn't had that, nobody had kept going through the 3-month deal. And it was hockey brought me to the dance. And for the Oilers to come through for me and for my family and for my friends, it's very special. I've told you guys that I don't think we'll ever have a situation like this, and I hope to cap with you guys, for 20, 30 more years, I hope. And I don't think we'll ever have a situation like this. I don't think I'll ever be so bullish. I don't think I'll ever say, don't worry about what the Sharps are on. I think the weakest line I've ever said in my life as a capper is, it's in the stars. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Who wants to listen to a fucking capper telling you that? But look, it feels like it's already been written. It's a funny feeling being this confident, and lines going against you, sharps going against you. It's just it, and it's the best I've felt. Oh shit, Manny goes yard 2-0 Padres. Well, that changes things fast. So now we just have the push in line. Wow, the updates are important. So let's keep that push in. Wow. I think it's the best feeling after a game that I've had, I'm telling you, in years and years and years after that game last night. Just knowing how many people moved live on it with me, how much money was on it. I sat there for 30 minutes. I just sat there. So I've moved on 3 bets. Bobano's on the Oilers team total over 3. I'm telling you guys, if you can get the team total over 3, -150 or less, bet at every game. It's the double up spot. Then I have moved on the Oilers -1, and I moved on the Oilers to win game 2 in the series. That's at +110. And then what I hope to have happen is the Oilers are up 2-0. We go to Florida, and I shut down. I'm not going to bet Florida, even if it's a Florida spot. I just can't. I can't do it. I can't do it. I probably should do it. Maybe I talk myself into it. I don't know how to do it. Maybe I should do it, though. Fuck. We'll get to that, hopefully. So that is the hockey game. 3 spots, same bets as yesterday. For CFL football, tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern, I'm on the first half under 24.5 -110. And I'm on the Rough Riders first half -1.5. Lines moving towards the Ottawa Red Blacks. And we also have Bobano on the Montreal team total over 25.5. Full game over 47.5. We'll talk about that tomorrow. We're going to open with CFL on Fridays, and I'll be quick. A Hamilton team total over 27.5 and the over 51.5, and the Edmonton BC over 47.5. Thank you, Spooner. I mean, there's been a lot of people watching me not succeed, so it's nice and very, very important to my life, to my family, to everything that we're winning right now. Very, very, very important. And Spooner, you're a big part of it. Love capping with you. We have the bet of the over of the day for AM is the Cubs Nationals over 9.5, Liberty -13, and Thunder -9.5. So, yes, Saturated. We know this one because the 3 of them are the Pacers this year. There you go. I beat you to it. I mean, we've been going over some of those stats. I've taken pictures of all those stats for the Pacers. I have them all on my phone. Fat Wally gave us his NASCAR action. He's been an absolute monster. Here you guys go. This is Fat Wally's NASCAR action. And thank you to my man Wally for it all. Spooner is sweating out these Royals in game 1. It's going to be a sweat, extra innings. Then we have Jose on the White Sox, first 5 plus a half plus 120. That must have cashed already, right? And yes, sir. I almost went on first 300. I didn't. It would have cashed, but whatever. Then we have, now I'm just looking for the push in that Padres Giants. That shit moves fast, changes fast, man. So Orioles first 5 plus a half. That team total under 2, or sorry, the first 3 under 2 in San Diego, San Francisco. I stayed off of the Mets, which wasn't easy. It's 1-0, top of 2 on, 2 out. Then we have DC Capper, top on WNBA play for him is Golden State Valkyries, plus 6.5. I moved on to Houston, Pittsburgh, first 3 under 2. I'm going to bet the Yankees now. Double result, Yankees minus 1.5. I'm going to bet that now. I haven't bet that yet. Troy's on the Cubs. He's on Chicago, New York. Moneyline parlays on Yankees run line. Yankees double result and Yankees -2, minus 110. So then that's the end of MLB action. Billy Friedrich, we need to close the show with a birthday pick. I'm on the Thunder minus 9.5. So is Brizzy. We just went over all the basketball and Shea over 1.5 threes. So what would be the birthday pick here for our guy here? And Old E says, give me my camel and race earnings to the next winner. Wow. Old E, look at that. Old E putting his earnings to the next winner. So that means there's going to be a lot of money up for grabs tomorrow. Wow. Old E, you are a great friend of the channel, and thank you for that. And yes, Nutflush put in San Francisco team total under in the chat. That was beautiful. 1-1 in the Orioles game. Okay, 1-1. Thank you, guys. At least we got through the third, though. We got the plus a half. So we need 6 outs here. Need 6 outs. So, no worries, Saturated. Don't worry about it, man. No worries. So, I think this is going to be my bet here for my birthday bet. I just want to see what the price is here. So give me 1 second here. For my man, Billy Friedrich. And, I don't care about square or anything like that. I just care about winner. So let's see what we have here. We have, no, it's too expensive. Too expensive. Okay. Okay. Billy Friedrich, your birthday pick is for tomorrow night. I'm sorry. Now, what you could do, if you want to tie it from tonight to tomorrow night, we could do this. Let's do this. I'll give you a 3-team parlay as your birthday pick. So that's what we'll do. It finishes off tomorrow night. Your birthday pick is Oklahoma City Thunder money line, New York Yankees money line, and the Edmonton Oilers to win game 2 of the Stanley Cup Finals. That is a plus 194 at a public, 365. Not a good book. Billy's birthday pick here is Thunder, Yankees, Oilers at plus 194, which we'll give you the opportunity to hedge it if you want. Happy birthday to our friend Billy. Stacks play day number 2 just cashed. Cal Raleigh, big dumper RBI for Mr. McKelvey. I love it. Thank you guys. And Cardinals 165. Damn. Thank you guys so much for supporting the show here. Got a big giant show tomorrow. I cannot wait to attack it. Thank you guys for all that you do for us here. Mally Mal, Justin McKelvey, Aubrey, Timmy Two Shoes, Perky, the Nuke Workery on the Riders -3. I can't wait to watch CFL tonight, Nuke. We got Mally Mal, Nutflush Allen. Thank you guys so much for all that you do. Mr. Saturated Gorky, thank you. Spooner, Voodoo Ranger, AM, the Truth Teller, Spencer Hicks, worth it. Thank you guys so much. G Martinez, Red Beard, Fernando Mendoza, Jermaine, Mark A. Thank you guys so much. That is our show for today. And Mountain Mouse is crazy. Hit the first 5 under 3.5, but the game ends 6-5. Yeah, those extra inning games are a problem. On behalf of all of us here at Pub Sports Radio, thank you guys for your support. It's important to have the most important thing is our community. But the only way to keep our community healthy is to win. So it always will come down to winning. Because if we don't have a healthy bankroll, we can't do the things that we want to do in life. And raise the families or pay mortgage payments or pay car payments, whatever it is you need to pay, rent, whatever it is. So we work together to defeat the juice. And I'm honored to have the opportunity to work with you guys every day. And I don't take it lightly. I care very much about it. Thank you very much to the stars of our show. Today we had Bobano, we had Morgan Spooner, we had Troy Torrence, we had Billy Brisbane, and of course our producer, the man Jose Bouquett. That's it for us. I got to put a bow on this. So I will say, leche! Hey, los bookmakers. And I'll also let our guy, LJ from H-Town, play us out. So I got to make sure that I do the right one here because I didn't do the right one last time. I need it to go deep. So where that is that the... God, I'm so blind. Yes, that's it. All right. LJ playing us out. Roll that shit, let that shit smoke it. Get that money. Get that money. And work together like we've been doing to get it. I love this. I'm going to get first my Yankees action in. And then I'm going to cap tomorrow's card as soon as I possibly can. Work on tomorrow's card. Thank you. Mark A, thank you. It's been great having you rocking with us. Let's go get that money. Cash rules. Everything around me. Cream, get the money.
From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair. From down south, where we ride on flair.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cap. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Crockett. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Connor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a Sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at Fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit Trot Wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit Nut Plus, cause I'm fishing for bait. Smoking straight to the chest. Gotta fly out to the Beta, homie, Moose Money Bets. From Brooks to West, cash checks what we do. Cause I'm who banging with Bronx and the OG Raccoon. If we need it under, I gotta hit Noli Knowles. If I land on my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew or buy his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Brisbane. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bobano. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, Pimp Slap Player of the Day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son and your daughter, cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.